Yeah, do the intro. Can overlap the chairs a little bit. Well, for those of you here in the paddock today and for those of you tuning in live around the world, welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It is the season finale of the 2023 Stars Championship Series season. My name's Xander Clements. Alongside me, Simon Sykes. Down on pit lane will be Caleb Viesca. Our kart chaser crew is happy to be at one of the most picturesque racetracks that we visit on the 2023 national calendar. It should be a fantastic day of racing here this weekend, and on the racetrack to kick things off will be the heavyweight veterans, the KA Masters, a division that has grown in spades in 2023 and for all season has averaged over 20 drivers, heavy double digits, one of the biggest Masters KA divisions on the national tour, if not the biggest. Between, of course, the major big three, the Stars Championship Series, the U.S. Pro Kart Series, and the Superkarts USA Pro Tour. The first lap's just now getting turned, and we are following that white helmet, red and black red speed of Chris Kutcher, who was the first driver out on the pit lane in the 279. He also happens to be the driver at the top of the leaderboard, currently here at a 102-109 on the opening lap. It's a brisk fall morning here. Started off with morning warm-up and the low 50s. We're set to climb into the low 70s. Should be a beautiful day for racing. Sun is shining here, slowly warming up the racetrack. But when it's nice and cool like this here, Simon, that's typically when we see some of the fastest lap times of the entire weekend.
Yeah, certainly here it's a brisk morning, but it'll do wonders for these engines, making more power with the higher oxygen content. Also, getting into these first couple warm-up sessions, you'll feel the kart slide around just a little bit more until we can build some temperature into this Motorsports Country Club here in Cincinnati. We are at the Clash of the Club here for the Stars Championship Series. And now rolling into qualifying, like you said, we have the KA Masters on track now. Chris Kutcher on your screen, but a whole host of drivers, 20 strong, and a lot of familiar faces from throughout the year here, Xander.
Yeah, we've, of course, got Martin Pierce on the racetrack as well. That's the coach for Lucas Palacio, and Palacio clinched the mini championship by the end of round number 3, so he's on the sidelines. His dad, Nick Palacio, said, "Hey, Coach, how about you get back behind the wheel on the national tour? Get ready for Las Vegas, where he's going to be ready to make a return to the Super Nationals again." And Martin Pierce, a multi-time national and international race winner. He's here top of the leaderboard right now by about 2.5 tenths of a second. About 3 minutes to go here in qualifying so far. Jacob Neary sits second. Chris Horan third. Chris Kutcher fourth. Clay Settles fifth. Who was the big winner at the SCUSA Pro Tour season finale about a month and a half ago in Newcastle, was a podium contender. We were back here a month ago for the U.S. Pro Kart Series, but the second trip of 3 that Kart Chaser will be here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. This place just gets better and better by the year, and as they head over to turn number 4, times are slowly closing in on Martin Pierce, about a 2/10 gap right now to Chris Kutcher. We followed early on. Jacob Neary on that AEM Karting Blue and White Cosmic is close. There's a look at one of the green and white Trinity Karting Group machines. There's Chris Horan and Clay Settles. They currently are 5th and 6th. Everybody kind of by their lonesome in qualifying, which is interesting because when we were here a month ago for the U.S. Pro Kart Series, we saw the typical kind of gamesmanship and packed up qualifying runs because of the long straightaways here. This one coming down the front stretch, the one coming out of turn number 3, and the one coming out of turns 4 and 5 headed back into the infield. But overall, everyone's kind of all on their own and playing nice so far as they're going through. I believe that might be, if I can identify it, that looks to be either the 216 or maybe the 225 Either way, change at the top of the leaderboard. Chris Horan in the 224 is your new potential pole man at a 60.840. Chris Kutcher went second. Martin Pierce went to a 60.9. 3 drivers down in that 1 minute even bracket, about 3/10 off to Clay Settles. A minute 20 to go. But seeing times coming in at the end of the session is probably what we'll see for most of this morning, being that the track is so cold. It'll take so much time to build heat in those MG tires that I think we'll see lap times come all the way down to the checkered flag to decide the pole.
Yeah, especially in this first class here, being the first group out for qualifying. KA Masters are the experimenters for the rest of the field here this weekend. They will get out there, and we are still seeing the times fall under a minute remaining, and now 3 drivers, like you said, in that 60-second bracket. A pretty tight field throughout, and the times are still falling. As it stands, the 224, Chris Horan, still your pole man. Chris Kutcher crosses the line that time by, doesn't improve. Still an 840 to an 873, so only 0.03 of a second separate your top 2 as the rest of the drivers continue to dice it out. We'll see who's fighting for pole here in these last 30 seconds.
Yeah, last little bit. Let's see who we can pick up right now. That's a good lap. A bunch of drivers further back improving times. Max Pappas goes to 8th. Adam Roberts into 9th. 20 seconds to go. Let's go around here and take a look at Martin Pierce, if we can. On the racetrack there, that's Mark Steele. He's 11th on the Steele Motorsports Bureau Art machine. On the final time through, 5 seconds to go as the field works its way up the hill and down the front straightaway. Checkered flag will come out right now here from our head flagman, Justin Dittrich, here for the Stars Championship Series. So this will be the run to the line for everybody. Chris Kutcher there, top of the screen on the red speed. Ahead of him is a 295 machine. He's a little bit further back in Nathan Williams. Kutcher, 60.65. That's only good enough for second. Martin Pierce will be one of the next ones. Here comes Clay Settles and Chris Horan. They'll lock into 5th and 6th. Good lap that time out of Horan to jump up the order. Neary 4th. Pappas 5th. But what a lap ago for Martin Pierce at a 60.55. That should clinch the pole. More shuffling. There's Brant Estes. He'll move up to 8th on the final lap. Mingnan Zhu moves into the top 10, improves to a 61.304. And the entire top 10 have been checkered. Adam Roberts, 11th. Mark Steele, 12th. Peter Cook moves up to 13th on that final lap. He'll get bumped by Bob Davis. He'll move to 13th. Tom Gerstner improves on that final circuit as well. And Adam Roberts is going to pull into the pit lane here early. He'll lock in at 11th right before he gets to the checkered flag. But Martin Pierce, how about that getting back out there? Not a lot of seat time, but Coach knows how to get it done, and we've seen it with his proteges this year. He goes out there and proves that he still knows what it's like to be behind the wheel.
Not only does he put it on pole, he back-to-back lapped those. So his very last lap, while it was not an improvement, was only 400 shy of his pole lap, which also would have been pole. So both his last 2 laps faster than anyone else managed. Chris Kutcher coming home P2 with a 60.65. Chris Horan improved on his earlier provisional pole time, improved to a 60.70, but that was only good enough for 3rd place. And Jakob Neary with that 60.8 just in that second to last lap was enough to slot him up into 4th, and Max Pappas rounding out your top 5. So with a 20-driver strong field, it's quite a ride to see who would come out on top of qualifying here in KA Masters. Up next, we have your Micro Swifts. We'll get ready for their first qualifying session of the weekend. Engine fire down there on pit lane.
Yeah, they'll head onto the racetrack here momentarily. We'll take a quick commercial break in the meantime to hear a word from our partners. When we come back, it's more from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. 1 class down, plenty more. Still grids to be set for the 2 rounds of heat races this afternoon. All right, Brandon, I'll turn you on so I can hear you talking. What's going on? Oh, the mic disconnected. Why is it doing this? It's been disconnected on me all morning. They're all muted right now. We'll leave them unmuted. I'll tell you when they do. I don't need the time, Taylor. I got it. We're going to go quiet if we need to until we get this sorted. This is important. Rocco, can you hear us? Okay. What'd they say, Brandon?
I got it from one person. Rocco, can you hear? Check. Rocco. Jerry, can you hear us?
We're lighting up like we're going through. I think Rocco just popped out to get back in. Voice and video. We're
The mic disconnected. That's why. Okay. But now that's sorted. Let's follow.
Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati here for the Stars Championship Series season finale. On to the racetrack now is the first of our Young Gun divisions. The Microswift class, a pretty healthy turnout at 16 total drivers. 5.5 minutes on the boards for qualifying. First lap times just now starting to come on in. As Josh Bergman and Colton Schneegenberg were going by, here's a look at Emerson Lane and Asher Ferris. Pairs of two, so now, granted, it's a lot more draft dependent than KA Masters, so no surprise that we've got some packs on the racetrack here. Couple of twos out front and a few packs further back on the leaderboard. Emerson Lane, last time out, phenomenal outing at Newcastle Motorsports Park for the Stars Championship Series. Had a great weekend there. Was decent in Pittsburgh as well. He's found a good home over the course of the summer with the Trinity Karting Group. Talked with his father and, of course, Emerson himself over the course of the year. They've been really pleased with everything that Sean Bailiff and company have provided for them under the TKG banner. And here at home turf, now the pressure's on to defend the house here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, the home of the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic boys. He's pulled away a little bit from Asher Ferris on this opening lap, but again, same kind of deal as what we saw there in Masters. The last laps in that class were the last two, if not the last one for everybody. So these opening laps, seeing the delta as big as it is, not a surprise at all, Simon.
No, definitely not, especially when you consider the fact that you take these first couple laps, build some heat in the tires, and also sort out your track position. So you may not be pushing 100% every single lap, trying to put yourself in a good spot for these last 2 minutes of the session when we know those laps are going to start to click off and the times are going to continue to fall. As it stands, Colton Schneegenberg on that last lap goes up to P1. He'll pip Josh Bergman by 0.03 of a second. Both of those drivers at a 105.2. They have 0.4 on their nearest competition in Emerson Lane. Then it's Asher Ferris and Jake Manalio in your current top five. Still 3 minutes left on the clock, so plenty of time for drivers to sort themselves out.
Yeah, let's go forward. Let's pick up Colton Schneegenberg in the number 16. What a weekend it was for him at the Pittsburgh International Race Complex. That kid has been knocking on the door, getting his first national win for what feels like about 6 or 8 months. Was so fast to start the year in both the SCUSA Winter Series and the Florida Winter Tour. Would be in the lead pack. Then that transferred all the way into the regular season with the U.S. Pro Kart Series and SCUSA Pro Tour openers in March and April, and then all the way through into the summer. But he still just came up shy of getting that first career national victory, and it finally came back in July at the Pittsburgh International Race Complex stop of the Stars season at round number 3. He's got an outside shot in the championship. It's a little bit further back, but more than anything, the monkey's off his back, and then the wins kind of start flowing. And Simon, you can attest to that as a driver. Once you get your first, it's almost like you break through that glass ceiling, and it becomes so much easier because you've been in that spot before. You know how to get it done. That extra confidence makes all the world of difference, especially for these younger drivers.
Absolutely, especially, like you said, having doing it at this age, it's incredibly, incredibly important. Get that breakthrough win, because once, like you said, once you get that one, everything else starts to fall in place. That pressure of getting the first win starts to come off, and then you can just focus on your driving. And after that, the wins are secondary. You're just pushing to improve yourself. And we've seen great things from Colton Schniegenberg throughout the season, getting those breakout wins and continuing to impress throughout the season. As we watch him come down the main straight in that number 16 car, he'll dive down to the inside and make that pass. He'll go P1 with that lap at 104.225. Will put him 1/100th of a second in front of Josh Bergman as they continue to distance themselves from the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's over 7.5 tenths now over everybody else. Emerson Lane going by here has dropped off Asher Ferris by a little bit, so he's kind of in no man's land, turning some laps on his lonesome, but he's still third by a couple of hundredths over the rest of the pack. Jake Manolio's moved up to fourth, Danny O'Gara to fifth, but Lane safely in that third spot. And back up to Josh Bergman and Colton Schniegenberg. For Josh Bergman as well, the same thing goes through. He was able to get through. Oh, big mistake there. Emerson Lane spins and nearly tags the wall, slowly gets back and just kisses the outside plastic barriers here. And with that wet, cold morning grass, he's going to need a little bit of help to get out of where he's stuck at and keep that engine fired. And at this point in the session, with only 40 seconds to go, he might as well be done at this point here because, he's just going to go ahead and hop on out. There's not much time left. He put in a good lap, but now the tension will stay to see if he can hang on to that third spot. For Josh Bergman on that blue helmet on that PK Sport North America Sodi kart. Got that first career victory at the SCUSA Pro Tour in June at Salt Lake City, Utah. And since then, he's been a contender. And you just see that extra level of confidence because no matter how much you run in the lead pack, no matter how many podiums you score, there's still always that little bit of self-doubt of whether or not you can get the job done until you finally do it. And for both of these two young drivers, haven't gotten their first wins already on the year. Both of them, some of the younger ones in the class, they've got the option, I believe, in both cases, if they want to stay into the micro division in 2024. But to end out 2023, already having a win under their belt, at this point, either one of them could be contenders for the win. And at the speed they're running, it looks like it might just be between the two of them. They're going to see the checker this time. We saw Bergman drop back. He actually waved Colton by when Colton dived down to the inside a lap ago in turn number one to line up behind him. Let's see what the finish line looks like. Is he going to pull out a line? He'll push him to the end. That'll make it tough to see who gets it. In the end, neither one quicker. They were better with Bergman in front, so they'll sit at a 64.2. Here comes Ferris across the line. He'll do no better than 6. Danny O'Gara, Jake Manolio, third and fourth. They'll jump over Emerson Lane on that final lap with a 64.5 and a 64.7. Here comes the rest of the field on through, sticking the top 10 up. Easton Kubinski, he'll pop up to 7th. Chris Lavoie will move up to 8th. That'll pump Bashi Jimenez down to the 9th spot. Austin Taylor rounds the top 10. A good lap from George Zeminski improves him on the final circuit. A couple more will pull off and into the pit lane. And Emerson Lane, being the only one that didn't get that last attempt, ends up getting burned by it. He drops from 3rd to 5th. And so a similar story in a different division. Final laps really is where it's coming down to. That exciting run to the line for us on TV. Those last laps have been critical here in qualifying, Simon.
They have, certainly. And no one was a match for Schniegenberg and Bergman as they continued to work together all session. Those two karts hooked up were able to take off from everyone else. And it was 7/10 of a gap. Danny O'Gara and Jake Manolio bring that down to just over 3/10, but still an incredibly competitive qualifying session. We're going to have some good racing from these micro swifts when we get to the heat races. After we wrap up the rest of our qualifying, we'll take a quick look down pit lane as drivers getting set to go for our Pro Rock / Masters category here, Xander.
Yeah, healthy amount of gearbox drivers ready to get after it. Joe Ruck leads the title fight here in a pretty competitive season. His teammate Justin Kelly has been right there every edge of the way, kind of knocking on the door, getting his first win of 2023. And along with him, we've got a ton of talent that'll join them at the front of the Masters Shifters division. Of course, this class overall has your KZ Masters drivers scored with the Rock drivers intermixed. They'll start intermixed, but the Rock drivers also have their own individual category to be scored against their engines. They're balanced decently well by weight. It's a little bit slower on the Rock package. We saw Mike Rivera be able to make some hay at the last couple of events at Newcastle and Pittsburgh and crack the top 5 overall aboard the Rock division. I believe he leads the points in that Rock Masters class. Well, let's take him out onto the racetrack here as Larry Pegram, former AMA Superbike multi-time champion, is going to lead us out there in the Trinity Karting Group colors, that black and white and green Kart Republic. First onto the racetrack, Mike Rivera is going to line up behind him on the rock power plant, and we'll watch them make their way slowly around turn number 4. And you can see how much the drivers are fighting the wheel on the opening lap with how cold it is here this morning.
Cold tires certainly making a difference early in the session. Here's a point I want to bring up as as compared to our air-cooled categories in these gearbox and possibly even in our OKN class with the softer compound of rubber. Is it going to be a last lap dash, or are these drivers going to go out, put 2 or 3 laps, and call it a day, save the tires for the heat races, Xander?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've typically seen, right? All year long, we've seen these guys really not use the full distance of the qualifying session, do 1 to 2 kind of out laps and warm-up laps, do 1 push lap. Maybe they'll cool down and do a second push lap attempt, but 5 laps will be the absolute maximum. Then again, Simon, we haven't been in this cold of temperature all year long. It was warm. It was pretty hot, actually, for the night fight at Trackhouse Motorplex to kick off the season in late April into May. And then, of course, we were racing in June and July over in Pittsburgh and in Indiana at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Both of those races, we were in the 70s in the morning. So down in the 50s, just getting up to the low 60s right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see this kind of be the anomaly where they still do run to the end of the session. But that's a very good point. These drivers on the softer MG yellow compound, that definitely wears a bit more, and there is a bigger reward by taking more care of those tires than, say, the MG Reds.
Xander, I'm going to have some fun with it. I'm going to make a prediction. Since it is a gearbox class, but it is cold, I'm going to say it's lap 4. That's my early prediction for the money lap. We'll see how that continues to play out as the drivers now working through their first flying lap. Still that Trinity Karting Group machine coming across the start line this time. And it'll be a 55-4 early in the running. We'll see the rest of the drivers come across a big line of karts there.
Yeah, that's Justin Kelly there in the black helmet on the red and yellow Vermont Kart Company Maranello chassis leading that group of cars. Joe Ruck was decent on his opening lap. He's at the end of the train at a 56.3. And he might hit some traffic here on his fast lap, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the number 1 plate holder drop back. But Justin Kelly's in clean air. And granted, all of them were going a good bit slower than Larry Pegram. So for the Trinity Karting Group guys to defend the house, they ended up 5th there with their bullet in Emerson Lane in Micro Swift qualifying. Let's see if Larry can carry the banner here in KZ Masters. So Justin Kelly is the driver we're watching here. He's in that second group. That means Larry Pegram will be crossing the line before he gets there to reset the fast time on lap number 2. In fact, he's going to cross right now, 54.84. Big jump up. Big jump up for Michael Rivera to put 4/10 away. Kelly, 2.5 back. He moves up the order. Ryan Frank in the 605 CKR chassis. He'll go 4. There's Frank Runco on the Magic Kart. He'll go to 5th. Joe Ruck 6th. Scott Presti 7th. Bradley Danoff in 8th. Tiffany Kelly in 9th, and Hugh Templeman 10th. And you're noticing the different colored number plates. That's the difference between the overall category, the KZ Master class, and the blue number plates there are the Rock Masters division. So, again, Mike Rivera impressing on that slightly slower engine to go 3rd overall right now here in qualifying. And no different than in rain racing when the track conditions are extremely low grip. You don't really get the benefit of that higher horsepower package. So he's able to punch his way well above his weight class and go 3rd, while Tiffany Kelly next in the division is over a 2nd off of him down in that 10th spot. There's a look at the old man, Mike Rivera here. Still plenty young when it comes to getting behind the wheel, but he's no stranger to going up against some of these younger 30 and 40-year-olds like Joe Ruck and Justin Kelly and giving it right to him. 5th right now as a few more have jumped him on the leaderboard.
Rivera's been impressive all year on this slightly lower horsepower package. He's been able to punch above his weight class and really take the fight to these drivers in the overall category. We'll still see him on your screen there. He currently sits P5 overall, 1st in class on that Rock power plant. See him work through the tight technical sections of this Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Here for the Clash of the Club Stars finale of the championship series here. 2 minutes left to go in the session. Still Larry Pegram up to the top in that 672 machine. A 54.498 is the mark to beat. Scott Presti now improving to P2. He'll put it at 54.6. Justin Kelly P3. Frank Runco still P4. Times continuing to fall. We are on lap 4 here now. This was my prediction for the fastest lap of the session. We'll see if anyone continues to improve. Just under 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, let's see. Justin Kelly up here through the S's. You can see a little bit of difference in line. He's kind of staying off the curbs. A few more guys are even kicking up dirt, getting up and onto him. But Kelly right now, 2.5 tenths to find. Rivera, 7.5 back, still well on the pole in the Rockmasters division. In fact, Tiffany Kelly, Hugh Templeman, Robbie Bajoso, and Gary Osterholt down 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th. Robbie was running in the Pro Masters division yesterday. I don't know if he's doing double duty or what. Into the pit lane for Justin Kelly. He'll bail out on that lap. He'll sit in third at best. Ryan Frank going to improve on the CKR. There's Scott Presti. No improvement for him. He's currently second on the VTM Racing Team RS Kart, and he's already slowing down in his cool-down lap. I don't know who else we've got that's dropped on into the scale line. We might have lost already our fastest qualifier, Larry Pegram, so for him, 4 laps was more than enough. He's pulled in. Presti's still going, but everybody is nice and slow. Rivera is slowing. So is the CKR of Ryan Frank. And you might have been right on the money there, Simon. Lap 4 for everyone. 5 laps for Presti, but he didn't improve on it. The 4th lap for Justin Kelly will sit. Rivera's still going to wait and let a few more by. A few more are going. Joe Ruck is still digging, though, I believe. If not, Brian Chatfield. Here's Presti on the red and white RS card. He's slow in the back section. 20 seconds to go.
As time continues to tick down here, we're getting into the final stages of this Masters Gearbox qualifying session.
Oh, Ruck went in. Joe Ruck pulled in early. That's why he's all the way down in 13th. Only 2 laps for the reigning champ, and I believe the current points leader. So Joe Ruck into the pit lane with potentially a problem in qualifying. He's out early, down with a 56.13, his best. Presti did not improve. AJ Nowd improved on the 606 machine. He moves up to 7th. Jake Fetter improved as well to go to 8th. They bumped Chatfield down to 9th. But Larry Pegram defending the house well here. It took 3 classes to get it. But Trinity Karting Group has their first pull award here on home turf. Scott Presti, a good run there on the RS kart for the VTM Racing Engines team. Justin Kelly 3rd, and then it's a 3/10 gap to Frank Runco and Ryan Frank. Into the pit lane here comes Runco on that blue, white, and orange Magic Kart. He'll end up in that 4th spot in the 699. Michael Rivera 6th overall, well into the pole in the Rock Masters class by about 9 tenths over Tiffany Kelly. Hugh Templeman, Bajoso scored down in 16th. Gary Osterholt 17th. And that'll conclude it for Rock and KZ Masters. We'll do another break here, folks. When we come back, it's more from the MCC Kartplex here in Cincinnati. Oh, you're right. Oh.
Yeah, you're above that time.
Need to play the same one, Taylor? Nice. It does play every slot.
Get the double disc, Skippy. By random chance, the flight up to Newcastle, I was sat right next to the director of marketing for Skippy.
Colin?
Yeah.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc,
Sounds
and
like
Robert
the
Kubica branded
OKP
go-karts,
commercials louder
as well as
or
parts
quieter
from
than the
names you
Skippy
trust.
commercial.
Chassis components from Freeline,
Make a note.
engines
Text Trevor.
from Miami, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires.
Need to be better about being
Type
more
axles,
perfectionists on our
seating
craft
from
with this
Tillett,
stuff.
Harai helmets,
So,
and 3/10 race products.
Make notes. Text him.
Visit us online
just
at
let stuff slide. The same with anything else,
www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-KART. That's 5278. And we will do what we can to help you out.
1-2.
Welcome back to MCC. I got to make a couple of corrections here, first of all, as we got some intel over the commercial break. First of all, my first mistake on the day, of course, to the Trinity Karting Group boys. We forgot about Martin Pierce already. Pole and KA Master qualifying. They're actually 2 for 3 so far. Just missed out in Micro, but got it in KZ Masters, got it in KA Masters. We'll see if anyone can get it for him here in KA 100 Junior. But also, it was not Robbie Bajosa while he's shown on the entry list. It's Chubba Bajoso, father to Robbie and Andrew, was out on the racetrack. About 5 seconds off, a little more speed to find. Andrew said he's going to be surprised if Chubba makes it through the whole Saturday. But so far, Chubba's got it 2 for 2 on sessions done. 16th down there, about 5 seconds off the pole. Check this out, though. My goodness, what a big line of MPG Motorsports Kart Republics here. Now, we're only going to show 16 drivers with the ticker on the left-hand side for lap times here in KA 100 Junior as the time begins to go. But it is split in 2 groups after final practice yesterday. So down into into the long sweeper. A handful of the MPG drivers are splitting up. We'll only be able to tell them apart by their helmets. You have the likes of Rowan McCurdy, Landon Boer, CJ Bowman, and a handful more. I think they've got 4 or 5 in this group. Of course, Austin Olds has been with them for quite a bit. Came really close to a couple of regional championships last year. Just got crowned the Route 66 Sprint Series champion a few weeks ago, and he's on the racetrack as well in the 850. So the 2 of them pretty quick so far. McCurdy and Olds top of the boards. Jackson Deal as well. He's 3rd, so it's MPG, Red and White Kart Republics, 1, 2, 3. Mateo Pappas is 4th, and we've got one off over in turn 2, and that is definitely one of the MPG Kart Republics. It's the 8, number 12, Orion Mort, that has spun around on the outside of the opening hairpin. He'll get fired back up and get underway outside of the main group as they head back onto the front straightaway. Coming out of that back sector here. Lots of over and unders and lots more shuffling there. Here's another look at a group coming on into the new section of the racetrack that was added back at the spring of 2022. And look at this swarm on the front stretch. No, it wasn't. It looks like it's all one group, but a half the grid must have waited on that opening lap to leave the grid, Simon.
Yeah, I saw 2 groups leave, one very early and another about 30 seconds delayed. Big groups on track. I have to say, early in this qualifying session, it looks more like a heat race with the amount of sorting we've seen for position. Everyone fighting for the same piece of tarmac, trying to set themselves up to get the best possible run here in qualifying. So some fighting early in the session to sort some space out on the track. We'll see drivers start to click off some laps early in the session. Roman McCurdy with a minute 0.6. He's got a 3/10 advantage over Jackson Deal in P2. And Xander, we have 28 karts on track right now.
A couple of BJR LN karts on your screen. Let's go side by side. How you doing down on pit lane here, Caleb, for the first time this morning?
Alongside me here is Finnegan Bailiff here. First time this weekend, right? I mean, you're running OKN and KA this weekend, double track time for you. Not like you need it, you know, you're here in your backyard. But first time out here in the OKN, how are you feeling going into that?
Yeah, it seems to be pretty good. Trying to get my driving down from both, switching classes, kind of hard to adapt to doing both. But it's been quite a lot of fun, so see how it goes this weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, I wanted to ask this to Gavin, but I'm going to ask you, right? You guys are our new engine package this weekend, like we've seen, and he's been the guy to beat so far. And, I mean, you have early pace here early on with the OKN and in the KA. So, I mean, how does that feel, new engine package for you guys this weekend? And you guys seem to be quick right out of the box.
Yeah, it's awesome. Amr at SRT is doing awesome. He's helping us a lot, both ends, so it's been great.
Well, there you have it from Finnegan Bailiff. Excited on the new engine package and looking to get his first win of the season here on home turf. Back to you, Xander.
And a happy 21st birthday to Finnegan Bailiff. Turned 21 back on Thursday. So it'd be a heck of a birthday present to get 2 major wins in 2 of the biggest and most competitive classes. KA Stars, which he's run all year. And as Caleb mentioned, his debut in the OKN Stars class. He's looked pretty strong in both. And again, defending the house. That'd be a big walk-off. If TKG could sweep the 3 senior classes, they've got Finn in KA and an OKN, Gavin in Pro Stars, and Gavin Bailiff as well was super quick yesterday in final practice. However, it is anyone's guess who we've got quickest here in KA Junior qualifying. How about it for Mateo Pappas, son of, well, just about anything with 4 wheels, race winner, Max Pappas, who was on the racetrack in KA Masters. His son Mateo, top of the boards right now. We're watching the likes of a couple. One of the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart of Davin Roberts, one of the younger drivers in the division. He's 5th right now as he comes across the line, leading the train of about 5. And it really goes back all about 7 or 8. There's a look at Carter McMurray on that Timmy Tech blue and yellow comp cart. He's currently 12th right now, about half a second off.
Yeah, it's impressive. Early in the session, the top 4 within a 1/10 of a second of each other. As time's continuing to cycle, J.J. O'Neill making a charge to the top. He'll put himself to the top of the boards in the 892 machine. A minute .352 is your new mark to beat. 40 seconds left in the session. Another one of the classes where we'll probably see the last couple of laps in this qualifying will be the fast ones for these drivers. We'll see what they can click off. Less than half a minute remaining. J.J. O'Neill on that last lap, climbing his way to the top over Mateo Pappas. Jackson Deal, P3, Austin Olds, P4, and Landon Buer now is your top 5. So all of those drivers under a minute .5. Extremely competitive here early and all the way back down the top 15 in the 1 minute second bracket. So as time continues to click off, 4 seconds on the clock. You'll see another pass, possibly Roman McCurdy. That was Carter McMurray making his pass, and he'll go off into the barriers. Hard for Carter McMurray just as he had climbed up to the P2 spot, so that'll end his session on the spot, Xander.
Yeah, that's not the only one there we've seen today. Drop a tire, getting into the braking zone at turn number 2, drop the right rear off the racetrack, and it just loops the car around. So he'll sit at the best right now. McMurray's actually fallen down, second off that lap. That said, luckily everybody else has shuffled around, so I don't know how many clean laps we'll get coming to the line. We see still a handful of drivers pretty quick. A good number are coming into the pit lane this time. Mateo Pappas will come into the pit lane. So will the blue driver behind him. I think that one right there is Jackson Deal. Let's go to the front stretch cam. We'll see if anyone else is coming pit side this time. John Antonino Jr., top of the board. Will it hold? Here he comes across the line. First up, Davin Roberts goes 5th. Antonino Jr. will not improve. Neither will anyone else in that top 5. Oh, there goes the leaderboard. We'll pull that back up.
That last lap, though, we saw J.J. O'Neill coming into the final lap was your provisional pole sitter. He'll fall all the way down to P6 as John Antonino becomes your new provisional pole sitter. 59.770 put him just over a 10th in front of Carter McMurray, who set his fast lap and immediately proceeded to drop a tire. So tough break at the end for Carter, but he'll still come out P2 as you see the results pop onto your screen now.
Yeah, John Antonino Jr.'s lap earlier, as mentioned, will hold. Look at the gaps all the way down, about a 7/10 spread for the top 10. And that's, I think it's going to be a lot tighter in the races, but there was such a big swarm. It's so tough to get that good lap with tow without getting held up. You see a few faster drivers further back. Austin Olds was top of the boards early in the session. He ends up 11th. Boer and McCurdy, his teammates, 12th, 13th, even Kuhn, 14th. Cole Wilson, Sebastian Rice, Patricio Gonzalez, Ryan Mort. Rebounds after his spin. He drives up to at least 18th. Landon Cardwell, Andrew Hamill, the top 20. And then there's the rest of the group. Homer Heyman, C.J. Bowman, Isabella Simpson, Keelan Torini, Matias Gonzalez, Charlie Myers, Rick Davis, and Kennedy Tracy the 28 car. Check. Ooh. Check. Check. Oh. I forgot I have to. Drivers onto the racetrack now here for OKN Stars qualifying. Brandon Carr leads the championship by about 65 markers coming in to the season finale on that red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart as he looks to catch his first career American Senior title in his rookie season. It's been a very impressive year for Brandon Carr with a couple of wins already, and as he leads us down the front straightaway after a podium result or a top 5 result back in Pittsburgh, he's looking for some redemption to walk it off, but he's got to beat that kid right there, that orange, green, and white Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic of Gavin Bailiff. The TKG team's already had a phenomenal run through qualifying, a number of pole awards kicked off in the very first class of the day in KA Masters qualifying with Martin Pierce at the top of the leaderboard. Gavin was really quick yesterday, even on old rubber, was fastest in practice number 4 and was still up there in the final session. Third in line is that black and orange Gillard of the Team GWR OTK of Alex Stanfield as he heads through the S's section and up the hill. Behind him as well, another driver that has been super quick this year, got a win back in Newcastle, Aiden Fox on the Fox & Son Karting Lando Norris kart. So you've got all the major contenders as the first couple of drivers onto the racetrack. They are also on that MG yellow tire compound that we saw in the shifter classes that was so important to hit mid-session on the cooler temperatures, not at the very end of the session. So that'll be a big talking point for us here, Simon, to see when these guys opt to stay on and when they opt to pull in.
I wouldn't say it's hot now, but the temperature is definitely rising here at the track. The sun is out, and the track temp should be rising, so it should be pretty good conditions for these OKN drivers to get out there and lay those laps down. We'll see what the money lap is going to be, but that MG yellow compound going to push it towards a little earlier in the session than, say, the MG reds that we've seen in some of the other classes. So the drivers work through their first couple of laps. Currently, it is the number 13 of Aiden Fox on top of the charts with a 56.5.
Add my mistake counter. We're up to 2 so far on doing wrong on the add it to the mistake counter. That's 2 wrong so far for the Trinity Karting Group, fellas. My mistake. Gavin Bailiff was just off the racetrack in Pro Stars. It's Finn Bailiff on the racetrack here in OKN Stars. We're mixed up. But now with Finn back in a headline division, so far so good, although he'll get bumped this lap. It's Brandon Carr to the top of the boards over the likes of Aiden Fox, who has moved into second. Alex Stanfield moved to third, but a good run for Finn Bailiff. He'll jump into jump up the leaderboard, then get bumped down to 4th. Still only a 10th and a quarter, really, through the entire top couple of spots. And it's getting even tighter now. Nicholas Terlecki will jump to 3rd there on his second lap. And so will Aiden Fox up into 2nd. Stanfield is 4th. Bailiff is 5th. Henry Wheeler is 6th. While the numbers are a little bit down on the final race of the season to only 12 on the entry list here, all of them with a really good shot, especially our top 6.
It's a very talented field here we have in OKN Stars. We'll have to see who the first driver that is going to crack that 55-second bracket. A 56.199 for Brandon Carr. Still sits top of the board. Aiden Fox, Nick Terlecki. Everyone's so close in times as they'll work through this time by. We'll see Alex Stanfield move his way up to P2. No one popping Brandon Carr just yet, but the time's continuing to fall. Brandon Carr improved that last lap now to 56.0. So Stanfield P2. New driver up top, Henry Wheeler, the number 18, this time by with a 55.8. He is the first driver in that 55-second bracket. And Nicholas Terlecki improves to P2 in that number 88 machine.
It's continuing to shuffle in this brand new category for 2023. Alex Stanfield are watching right now. Down in that 4th spot, hasn't found any more speed. But how about it, as you mentioned, that time by for the Brandon Jarsacrack Racing LN kart of Henry Wheeler to the top of the leaderboard. He's not really near anyone right now, where at least these 4 have rabbits to chase and even a little bit of tow on the straightaways. But for Henry Wheeler, all by himself here at the back of the group, top of the boards, and he's still got a shot here on lap number 4. This will be a big lap for everybody. Here comes them all down the line. Alex Stanfield moves up to 2nd, 55.946, half a tenth off. Let's see what Wheeler can do. Timing is ticking down. About 2 minutes to go. Wheeler at the line here on the BJR machine. Does he improve? He does. 55.876. He'll put a couple more hundreds on the pack.
Not much time remaining. Just under 2 minutes. We are on lap 4, now working lap number 5. So we'll see if any drivers improve late in the session. See how these MG yellow tires handle any kind of tire degradation in the latter stages of qualifying here. As it stands, this is an extremely competitive qualifying session with under 4 tenths separating your top 6 as it stands currently.
Yeah, very tightly packed grid. Now the question will be, can anyone find more speed on the final few laps around? How about Finn Bailiff leading this group onto the front straight away? They're all still gunning for more. Lap 5, nobody going to go better that time by. Still waiting on Terlecki to cycle on through, as is Wheeler. Eli Fox will not improve. In fact, nobody improves on their 5th lap that time. All the way down the board. I don't know if we'll see many more even jump through. Wheeler, he did. Only one to go quicker.
Only by 200ths on lap number 5. So the only driver in the whole field to improve on that 5th lap. Still 1, maybe 2 more laps remaining. 45 seconds on the clock for a OKN Stars qualifying here at the Motorsports Club Country Club of Cincinnati. And still Henry Wheeler up top, improved just ever so slightly on that 5th lap. We'll see if anyone can work in another quick one late in the session as we work through the standing order. See a driver drop a wheel off in the background there. Still Alex Stanfield, P2. Hillcross, no improvement on lap number 6 for Stanfield. Terlecki still P3. Carr, P4. Aiden Fox, P5. Finnegan Bailiff, P6. We have an issue. Number 13 Kart going around Aiden Fox into turn number 2. So it'll be a tough break.
Right there. Yeah, Fox done off the racetrack. They're not allowed to refire in this opening season. So with these direct drive carts, you spin out, you stop, that motor stops, you're done. Fox is out. He'll do no better than 5th, even though that last lap, as Simon mentioned, was quicker. Henry Wheeler pulled in. He bailed on lap 6, and it's the final time through. These 3 are still gunning for more. Finn Bailiff, Brandon Carr, Alex Stanfield through the final sector. This is the last chance to knock Henry Wheeler off the pole. Carr's got his in the air. He's in. Bailiff is in. Stanfield's going to go by. He'll try one more time on that GWR Red Speed. He is down in 2nd. No improvement that time by for Alex Stanfield.
It wasn't for a lack of effort. Tucking as low as he possibly could and jumping all the way to the line just to get every last bit out of it, but will not see an improvement on that 6th lap. So just about everybody having turned their fast lap of the session already. We'll see the drivers pull into the pits. Checkered flag is out, and that will wrap up qualifying here for the Clash at the Club and the finale of the Stars Championship Series, Xander.
Well, we do apologize for the brief delay in production, but we're back here for everyone. And, of course, the lunch break's underway now. We come back. It's heat racing action here in the afternoon, and we can't wait to get into it and get these boys and girls for the Stars Championship Series season finale underway for the first time this year at MCC. The beautiful Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati here with a nice and cool Saturday morning into the afternoon of racing set. Come back here in about 30 minutes. We'll be back with more. My mistake, sorry. One little 10-minute break, then the lunch break here. Got a little bit ahead of ourselves. We got a few heats to run here before the lunch break. Still only 11 a.m. local time, so we'll continue to roll again. But about a 10-minute break in the action, we come back. Top of the leaderboard with KA Masters heat number 1 when in about 10 minutes' time. While we are on the short break getting set for KA Masters opening heat race, let's send it down to the KC pit box here on pit lane with Caleb Vieska. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Here joining me on the pit box is the one and only Robbie Bajoso. Robbie putting it on pole position here today by a tenth of a second over hometown kid Gavin Bailiff. I mean, not too bad for an old guy, right?
You know, us old guys still have it in us every now and then, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, a tenth of a second. I mean, you were telling me you had a good race last time out in Pittsburgh. You were telling me that's your home track. But here in Cincinnati, you know, what's your strategy coming into today? I mean, you told me you sent it a little too hard in the rain last time out. No rain this weekend. I mean, what's your strategy going into the upcoming races?
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, you got to be consistent, hit your marks, don't wear out your tires over the course of the heat races. You know, save yourself for the end, and just, you know, keep on driving, man. You got to get in rhythm and kind of go from there. So.
Well, there you have it from Robbie Bajoso as he has a handful of pace under that magic cart. Thank you, Robbie.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Caleb, there. And there you hear it from Robbie Bajoso. It's been a good day for the Magic Kart crew in terms of the Pro Stars division, of course, with Robbie and Talon. Talon locking up this weekend here officially, pretty much mathematically clinched. I don't know if it's official. Of course, he has to get through the weekend without any potential DQs that would make it undroppable. But with the way the drop rounds are, it's obviously possible to clinch a championship before the end of the season. He entered 128 points ahead of Colin Daly after drop, so it's a massive, massive gap for Talon Yockel coming into the weekend, and to clinch it in only his sophomore season in the shifter ranks. What an impressive year it's been for the number 2 plate holder as he tries to turn that number 2 plate into a number 1 plate. Again, there's still a few moments on the grid before we go green with KA Masters heat number 1. But heat racing coming your way. It's 3 classes that'll run their heats, then the lunch break, then we'll complete the opening rotation of heat races, and then we'll move over into the second round of heats following it. So a quick break in the action here gives us time for another word from our partners. When we come back here, we'll be moments away from going green with KA Masters. Here we go for KA Masters. We'll get set to bring you the starting lineup as they cycle on through. And we know Martin Pierce will be on the front row. Chris Kutcher with a good run in qualifying, put him pretty close overall for the first heat race of the morning. We have 3 again that'll run on the docket from the opening round of heats before a break in the action to give the Hardworking Stars Championship Series team a lunch break on the day. And while we wait for timing to switch on over, we'll pull up results here from official qualifying and run you through the starting lineup. So let's begin. Martin Pierce again on the pole over Chris Kutcher. It'll be Chris Horan and Jacob Neary that'll make up the second row. Max Pappas and Clay Settles on row number 3. Damian Jennings and Bran Estes roll off on row 4. Anthony Stifler, Ming-Nan Zhu on row number 5. Adam Roberts and Mark Steele, row 6. Bob Davis, Peter Cook, row 7. Patrick Healy and Tom Gerstner, row number 8. Chris Stevens and Kevin Simonelik on row 9. Nathan Williams and Ken Simonelik round off the field. Brian Daniele was the only scratch on the entry list. He was not out for qualifying. I don't know if he's here this weekend, but a driver that was in the championship fight, unfortunately absent, potentially, from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati for the finale. But to get us started, our first heat race of the weekend is underway down to turn number 1, and it's a good jump for Martin Pierce on the inside lane, and it's an equally good one for Chris Kutcher on the outside. We'll pull that ticker up on the left-hand side of your screen so you can see where everybody's at as they head out of turns 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway towards turn number 4. Single file so far here as the field heads through that opening couple of corners, and we're clean and green at the moment.
All clean except for maybe one car getting turned around. Oh, 3 or 4 carts around in the hairpin back there in turn number 4. Issues early in the session for KA Masters.
Yeah, not a good start for a couple. That is one of the red speeds that's still off the side of the racetrack. I believe that is Chris Stevens there in the 237, so he's out. But for the most part, the leaders are clean and green in the order that they started. It's Pierce, Kutcher, Horan is third on that purple, pink, and white Cosmic machine, as the 237 is pulled off the side of the racetrack. So Chris Stevens, the only DNF on the opening lap. Everybody else is going to bring them up to full song down the front straightaway for lap number 1. And here we go. Martin Pierce on that green and white Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic leads us at the end of the opening circuit.
A great start from Martin Pierce there in the TKG white and green as he'll lead the field through turn number 2. But Chris Kutcher closing slowly up to that rear bumper of Martin Pierce. Horan fighting in that third position. We see a fight for 4th and 5th.
Play settles down the inside on Jacob Neary side by side. That won't get completed just yet. In fact, Settles gets a little bit forced high. They're going into the infield turn 6 and 7, but can't do it. Now we go up the hill through the S's, 8, 9, 10. And that one little attempt at a pass has already broken the top 3 away. Look at the gap here, Simon, as they battle down. Look at this on the short shoot. Settles was low to try and defend. Not enough. Max Pappas is through. He'll hook bumpers, and they're more together. Settles gets driven over as trying to follow is Anthony Stifler, and he ends up spun around on that HMG Motorsports OTK, and he'll get back going, but wild stuff just outside the top 5.
Yeah, chaos on lap number 2, fighting for that 4th and 5th spot as they went side by side in the last section of the track. And a bit of an ambitious move. It wouldn't stick. So we saw 2 drivers end up out of contention. And now a top 3 breakaway. Jacob Neary there in P4 in no man's land currently, as he's got a big gap in front of him to Chris Horan, who is now bringing the fight to Chris Kutcher as he's gotten to that rear bumper of the 279 car in P2.
Yeah, he's close on him here. Granted, he's been pushing him so far to try and stay close to Martin Pierce up front. Jacob Neary getting away from that battle behind that kind of exploded a lap ago has now some breathing room as well as they head through that back section of the racetrack and come onto the front straightaway. So we'll head down it and put 2 laps completed. Martin Pierce hand over the over the engine. He's going to make a little carburetor adjustment as they come down to turn number 1 and try to tuck his head behind the wheel into the opening corner. Car length apiece. Purple lap time goes the way of Chris Horan in third, so they're staying right there with him in the shadows as Chris Kutcher, a little wide out of turn 2, is going to lose some ground while they head back to turn number 4.
Chris Horan pushing Kutcher for everything he has. The 2 of them working together. Still not enough to take the fight to Martin Pierce quite yet. Pierce with the early advantage holding a solid 2 or 3 kart length lead pretty much at all times over P2 and P3. I have to think that Chris Rand may be looking for a way around Chris Kutcher here in the next few laps.
Let's go side by side here for a moment, and we'll send it on down to pit lane. Caleb Viesca's caught up with our top qualifier, and OKN starts. Henry Wheeler off a good run here to start today.
Firstly, I mean, it was a great qualifying session for you. 2/10 quicker than Alex Stanfield behind.
Yeah, it was a good session overall. I was quick, been quick all weekend, and hopefully we can keep the momentum up right now.
Yeah, for sure. Now, speaking about momentum, right? Statistically, your average finish is a third place finish. That's your average overall. But I mean, going to the championship battle, right? You're only 60 points behind Brandon Carr coming into this weekend. You were telling me that it has to be almost a perfect weekend for you if you still want to be in the battle for the championship, and you're off to a great start.
Yeah, I think we got a good shot still. There's still a long weekend ahead, so I mean, anything can happen, but hopefully we can get pretty close and see what happens.
Well, there you have it from Henry Wheeler as he tries to keep his championship hopes alive. Back to you, Xander.
Thank you, Caleb. We appreciate that there from Henry Wheeler, and we'll keep an eye on the battle for the lead as well. Nothing's changed while we were away. It is still in the same order. The top 3 drivers getting a pretty nice gap now back to Jacob Neary. It's up and over 2 seconds from third back to fourth. There you see the margin down the front stretch, but what a good lap from Chris Kutcher. He closed up as we follow Neary through in fourth. Back behind Jacob Neary, of course, Max Pappas running in that 5th spot. All of them lost a lot more time to the leaders even last time by. It's up to over 2 seconds safely, and both of these drivers kind of on their own at the moment. I don't know if they'll make much headway because last time by, Simon Pappas about a 10th off Neary, about a 10th better than the driver behind him, and Mingnan Zhu. So really the only battle we are seeing at the moment inside the top 10 is all the way up at the front.
Yeah, that battle for the lead is quite an interesting one, though. They were much closer half a lap ago. Martin Pierce extending that advantage back out to about 3 kart lengths. All of them in the 1 minute second bracket. Everyone else in the minute and 1 second. So the top 3 quicker than the rest right now, and it is Martin Pierce leading the way. Kutcher has been there and thereabouts, but every time he gets to his bumper, it seems like the next half lap that Martin Pierce turns up the wick and starts to drive away again.
Yeah, I mean, he's been good. Oh, we got one more off the racetrack. That is going to be one of the drivers further back. Might be one of the Simonellics, if not Brant Estes. Estes is good, and it looks like it was maybe Bob Davis in the 210. Indeed, Bob Davis off the racetrack at the top of the hill over by about turns 10 and 11. So Davis is out here on lap number 4, and his early exit will give him a little bit of time to try and make up ground in heat number 2. As you mentioned, though, Martin Pierce so good in this middle section of the racetrack where he loses time, of course, to the drivers behind in the tow down the front stretch and a couple of the longer straightaways. He is phenomenal coming out of that infield hairpin and up the S's and just pulls this gap to what we're seeing right now at 2 to 3 car lengths. So with a minute to go plus 2 laps here in heat number 1, Martin Pierce has kept it under control even under the pressure all race long. He stayed pretty consistent. Even last time by was only about a 10th and a half off his personal best. This one might even be better. 6 complete, 1 minute, 0.8. He goes to the top on the fast time chart as well. Purple for the moment. Or sorry, fastest that time by. Purple still given by Chris Kutcher a couple laps prior, but a 60.8 pulled a 10th away from Kutcher that time around, and it's not slowing at the moment. He closed a little bit on him out of 3, but man, right here, coming out of both of these hairpin, Martin Pierce is just dialed right now. Look at the launch he gets out of the corner and pulls up the hill.
That TKG kart is hooked up here. The Kart Republic working well around this circuit. It's taking Chris Kutcher and Chris Horan everything they have just to stay within draft range of the 232 of Martin Pierce as he works towards the back section of the track now as it tightens up in radius. And this is where you see the draft effect starts to play out and Chris Kutcher starts to try and get back to that rear bumper. But Pierce's advantage is continuing to stretch here in the late stages of this race. It'll be 2 to go possibly this time by, maybe 3. We'll see. No, it is 2 to go. So 2 more laps and the top 3 spreading out just a little bit, but it is the fight to watch on track right now.
Yeah, they've now opened that gap. It's about 2.5 seconds back to Jacob Neary, who hit his personal best lap time by. He was able to match the leader finally by the end here, but So with that said, maybe had that pass attempt by Clay Settles on the opening couple of laps not happened, he might have been able to hang with these three. However, once he lost the draft, he's not been able to regain it. And now the lead is about as big as it's ever been, back to second and third. And Chris Horan has been very patient with Chris Kutcher all race long, working with him, trying to push him forward. I'd be surprised if he doesn't at least make an attempt to get second on the last lap and a half, but he's running out of time because the white flag will hit this time. The one thing that might help is they're catching lap traffic of Ken Simonellik. His hand will go in the air. That'll actually help Martin Pierce a little bit with where he caught him. Couldn't have been better. Got a toe coming out of the corner. Didn't really have to adjust his line. The lapper will pull behind the scale line. And now the lead is up to 5 car lengths as they head down to turn number 2.
And into 2, still Pierce with the advantage of 2 or 3 kart lengths. Now the battle we're going to look for is Kutcher and Horan. The two Chris's duking it out for second and third on track. Will Chris Horan make a move? He's shown he has the pace to get to Kutcher's rear bumper, but has yet to try anything. Last lap of heat number 1 in KA Masters. Horan versus Kutcher. Pierce out front. What's going to happen?
Yeah, let's see. He's going to really only have 1, maybe 2 passing opportunities left in the lap, and he needs a great exit right there. He got a decent one, but he's not close enough. Kutcher will get a little bit of draft on the backstretch. That'll help him, and it should be just a smooth sailing run to the end, as this is the last chance. That left-handed hairpin into the right, not close enough there, and neither one of them close enough to the leader. Martin Pierce already put 1 down, was about to put another lap down, but at least so far, it's perfect as they come by. No, actually, longer than the timing was showing. 2 to go was given that time by the flagman, so we're further on. We're continuing to roll. Timing wrapped up. But I believe we're still going here. So, or it looks ended on there. It just didn't. Hard to say if we got the.
Xander, I confidently saw a 2 to go stick in the air. So as far as the drivers on track are concerned, they're still going to be racing regardless.
But look at this. The lights are showing checkered there. So they didn't need to go on the flagman. That's what it was there. The lights are checkered. So that was the bit of a bobble there. But the checkered given off the light stand here. Check out this other angle we've got. There we go. So checkered over. That was it indeed. Martin Pierce ends on top here in heat number 1 for KA Masters. And the good part about that Track Light Systems North America system is, of course, that one runs straight off the timing ticker. So no worry about human error. The digital system and the robots will keep us in check. So Martin Pierce, your heat 1 winner in KA Masters. Chris Kutcher ends up second. Chris Horan third. Neary fourth. Pappas fifth. Mingnan Zhu. Adam Roberts. Clay Settles. Brant Estes. Damian Jennings. Your top 10. Then down Heatley, Steele, Stifler, Cook, Simonellik, Gerstner, Nathan Williams, Ken Simonellik, and Bob Davis, the field. We've got more to come. 2 more heats here before the quick break in the action for heat number 1 from MCC.
Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. My name is Simon Sykes. I'm joined in the booth by Caleb Vieska here for our Micro Swift Heat number 1 for the Clash at the Club, the finale of the Stars Championship Series. Rolling off on the pole, it's going to be Colton Schniegenberg to his outside Josh Bergman, Danny O'Gara P3, Jake Manalio P4, Emerson Lane P5, Asher Ferris P6, Easton Kubinski P7, Christopher Lavoie P8, Bashi Jimenez P9, Austin Taylor P10, Bryson Scales P11, Lawrence Perriman P12, Riley Dobelier P13, Drake Williamson P14, George Szyminski P15, Liet Semenelik P16, and then on down for the drivers who did not set a qualifying time. That'd be Griffin Vukic, Remy Boss, and Caleb Smith. We'll see if those drivers do indeed make it out onto the track. But as the field works the way around, we're getting ready to take the green flag from Microswift here, Caleb.
Yeah, it seems like it was just last week that I was seeing Colton Schniegenberg race in Texas, and now he's here this weekend at the Stars Championship Series where he was able to contend for his first national race win here as him and Josh Bergman are going to get set to take the green flag here early on in the Microswift class. The green flag is out. We are racing here in Microswift. Colton Schniegenberg down the inside, off to a great start. And for Bergman, not the best start that he would have wanted.
Bergman's going to fall down to the order, maybe down all the way to P5 from P2. So Schniegenberg and Bergman, your two front row drivers. One of them gets the great jump. That'd be Schniegenberg. Bergman is going to drop several spots. We'll see if he can work his way around. We'll see a pass to the inside there. Jake Manalio looking for a move, and it's already 3 wide on the opening lap. Bergman looking for his way back towards the front of the field, and he's possibly going to do it. He does back up into P3. He'll make the move around Danny O'Gara in that MPG Motorsports cart out front. Schniegenberg on the defense from Emerson Lane. These two have taken off on the field by several kart lengths on the opening lap. We'll see where it settles in. Josh Bergman driving his way back towards these two.
Yeah, and Bergman already making moves here early on after not the best start for him. And Colton Schniegenberg, Emerson Lane are going to fill up your first and second spots here. And yes, it's Colton Schniegenberg still in first. Emerson Lane in second. Josh Bergman fell back to third there at the start. Danny O'Gara in fourth here. But as it stands, Colton Schniegenberg now falling under fire to Emerson Lane, who holds on to that second spot, but already looking to make a move on Colton Schniegenberg.
Yeah, they are nose to tail as we enter turn number 4. And it's still Schniegenberg with the lead. No move as of yet, but this category, probably our highest draft potential out of any of the classes here this weekend. That moving of air makes so much of a difference in these low horsepower momentum classes. And you see Bergman all the way already up to that rear bumper. Now the top 3 almost nose to tail. Emerson Lane not looking for a move just yet, and Bergman's going to close up and make it a 3-kart pack at the front. Danny O'Gara not far behind.
Yeah, it seems like Bergman has a handful of pace in that Sodi kart as he continues to close down that gap to Emerson Lane. Still in second. Emerson Lane deciding to be a little bit passive-aggressive here with Colton Schniegenberg, not deciding to make the move as of yet. And he's going to go down the inside. And there goes Bergman giving him the push. Colton Schniegenberg going to fall back to third. And I was saying it just now, Simon. He was waiting to make the move, and he made it at the right time down the main straightaway into turn number 1. Move Bergman up to P1.
Time to move well, but it's not over now. Bergman's going to dive down the inside. He wants to take a shot at leading this race. After falling down to 5th, he's going to drive his way back to the front and now finds himself in the lead of this Micro Swift Heat number 1. There's still 5.5 minutes on the clock, and if this is any indication, we have plenty of good racing action to come as Danny O'Gara closes up. Now it is a 4-kart battle for the lead. Bergman over Lane, and then Schniegenberg and Danny O'Gara, your top 4 as they stand currently.
Yeah, and last time by, Josh Bergman was the fastest man on track. Schniegenberg looking for a move down the inside. Wasn't close enough by the kid from Dallas, Texas. He's going to stay in third, and one of the MPG drivers, I think that's Danny O'Gara, has arrived on the scene now on the rear bumper here of Colton Schniegenberg for that third spot. Josh Bergman, still the fastest man on track, coming to the line this time by. He's not going to be able to improve, and still Emerson Lane in the second spot, looking for a move on Bergman, not close enough. But Danny O'Gara has very much arrived on the scene here, Simon.
Yeah, and Schinkenberg didn't get the best run onto the front straight, dropped back a bit, went a little defensive, but realized that Danny O'Gara was there to help him back towards the front. So now the top four have closed back onto each other. You see Schinkenberg on the back of Emerson Lane as they work through the hairpin. Still Bergman in the lead, the top four in isolation from everybody else behind there. You saw Jake Manalio in P5. The drivers working their way over the top of the hill now into one of our best passing opportunities. No one going to look for a move this time by. Still Bergman, Lane, Schniegenberg, and O'Gara, your top four, still nose to tail. 4.5 minutes remaining in this one.
Yeah, and as you were saying about the draft earlier on, Simon, Danny O'Gara at the back of this train here on your screen, and he went purple last time by with a 104.068. It's still Bergman out in front. Emerson Lane looking really quick in that Trinity Karting Group kart, looking for a move, and he goes purple that time by with a 103.998. Lane looking for the move, not close enough to get it done. It's still Schniegenberg in third here, Simon.
Yeah, Schniegenberg having a hard time firing off the last corner. This is 2 laps in a row. We've seen him come onto the front straight with a massive gap to Emerson Lane in front of him. He's taking all the help he can get from Danny O'Gara, but that gap has continued to expand just slightly. He's going to have to work on his final corner if he wants a chance at this one. Still Bergman and Lane taking off. Schniegenberg so strong through the middle of this track, but not able to get off of the last corner. We'll see if it improves this time by. No one looking for a pass into the final section just yet. Still 3 minutes to go. Plenty of time to sit and be patient. Bergman controlling this race from the front. You see Schniegenberg with a much better launch off the last corner this time by. Still a couple of kart links gap, and Danny O'Gara now falling off the back just a little bit as Emerson Lane and Josh Bergman nose to tail pushing each other all the way down into turn number 2.
Yeah, it seemed like Schniegenberg was just struggling there with his lines as he goes purple last time by. A 103.975 for the kid from Dallas, Texas. So what a lap there by him as he continues to close down that gap to Emerson Lane, who holds on a second. And Josh Bergman still in the first spot. And not many moves here early on, Simon. I'm surprised to see Emerson Lane was the only mover early on. Decided to get the move on Colton Schniegenberg. And now when Schniegenberg is going to arrive back on the scene, Emerson Lane's going to have to realize that and have to make the move on Bergman still in first.
As they work up the hill into the back section of the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, still a gap from second to third. Emerson Lane is pushing Bergman all the way around this track, has been locked to his rear bumper for pretty much the duration of this race ever since Bergman got himself back into the lead. They'll come back by the front straight this time by. Schniegenberg still with a gap to the 2 drivers in front of him. He's going to have to figure out a way to close that. Maybe some assistance from Danny O'Gara as O'Gara finally gets that rear bumper of Schniegenberg, but in the top 2 checking out, and that time by Danny O'Gara, purple with a 103.8, and maybe the fight starting to heat up now. Just a bit defensive there from Bergman as they work to the tight infield section of this MCC track.
Yeah, 1 minute left on the clock here as Emerson Lane still trying to make moves here on Bergman. You saw Bergman go defensive the last time by through turn number 4 complex, and still it's Emerson Lane looking for the move here. It's not going to risk anything as this is only heat number 1 and a handful of more races left today for their heat number 2, and then there's a pre-final tomorrow here for these young boys. Simon, is now Emerson Lane down the inside on Bergman. Move the Trinity Karting Group driver up to P1, and Colton Schniegenberg as well, looking super racy. Was looking for a move there on Bergman, not close enough to get it done, Simon.
With time ticking down in this first heat of the weekend for the Micro Swift category, Emerson Lane deciding now was the time to go. 50 seconds on the clock. 30 seconds actually as they come down the front straight this time by. And new leader, Emerson Lane over Josh Bergman. It's some nice parity we see inside the top 4 between the kart manufacturers. We have Trinity Karting Group, Sodi, Energy, and MPG with that Kart Republic, your top 4. So different chassis manufacturers for all 4 drivers, all running strongly here. Time ticking out this time by, so it'll be 2 to go. Next time by, Emerson Lane leading for the first time this race.
Yeah, not only the four manufacturers, but we see these young guns trade purple laps every single lap. As at the moment, it's still Daniel Guerra with that purple lap time. Now down the back straightaway, over the hill. It's going to be Bergman still in second, Lane still in first. Bergman not going to decide to go this time by. It's going to be 3 laps to go whenever we cross the finish line here, Simon.
Yep, we'll be coming to the 2 to go this time by. It is Emerson Lane not offering a defense as of yet. Will he go defensive down the front straight this time by? And we'll see him as they work their way down. No, not just yet. Josh Bergman still locked onto that rear bumper, and about 3 or 4 kart lengths separates the drivers behind. Bergman to the inside now. He'll take over the lead, and at the same time, Danny O'Gara makes the pass for P3. So Bergman deciding it was his turn back to the front. Didn't wait too long. Gave Emerson Lane his 2 laps of leading the field around, but will regain the lead of this race and take the reins back from Emerson Lane. And Danny O'Gara now working hard to gap close to P2 and P1 in front of him.
Yeah, good move there by Bergman to move his Sodi kart up in a P1, and a good move by Danny O'Gara. Gave the signal to Schneegenberg behind, telling him to push him forward, and you see Bergman with a little bit of a passive defensive move, and down the inside is Colton Schneegenberg on O'Gara. So move Schneegenberg up another spot, and the over-under by O'Gara still on the inside of Schneegenberg. O'Gara's going to be cleared coming into the main straight.
And it'd be a white flag this time by. There may not be enough of there may be too much of a gap for O'Gara and Schneegenberg to close with that fight they just had in the last couple of corners. But defensive now down the front straight goes Bergman. Lane going to try and cross him up. Bergman defensive again into turn number 2. The gloves are off. The fight is on for the last lap of Micro Swift. Josh Bergman, Emerson Lane, Sodi Kart USA, and Trinity Karting Group. Who's going to come out on top? Half a lap remaining.
Half a lap remaining here as Emerson Lane still looking for the Heat 1 victory here. Not going to be close enough to make a move down the inside. The battle for third and fourth stays with Owen. That's Emerson Lane dropping a tire there on the exit of the hairpin, and that's not going to help him out in his chase for his Heat 1 victory. As he stays in second, as I was saying, the battle for third remains with Danny O'Gara in third. And in fourth, it's still Colton Schneegenberg, not close enough to challenge for any sort of move here. Can he get the over-under into this last carousel? Not close enough to get it done here, Simon.
Last corner, and Bergman not even going to offer a defense. Knows he has the gap, and look at that. Colton Schneegenberg making the move for third. O'Gara wants to try and get back by. They'll go side by side as we come down the front straight, but checkered flag is out, and Josh Bergman wins heat number 1 in Micro Swift. Emerson Lane comes home second. Colton Schneegenberg, P3. Danny O'Gara rounds out P4. Driver around, that's the number 24, Austin Taylor, not having a strong last lap. As we work back towards the field crossing line now, it was Jake Manalio, P5. Lawrence Perriman, P6. Bashi, P7. Easton Kabinski, P8. Asher Ferris, P9. Bryson Scales rounds out your top 10. Farther down from there, it was Christopher Lavoie, P11. Riley Dobelier, P12. Austin Taylor, who you just saw on your screen, falls to the 13th position. Drake Williamson, 14th. George Siminski, 15th. And Liat Simonelli crossing the line there to round out your 16th place. So one more heat race to go before we cut to a lunch break. Up next, it's going to be your Pro Rock and Shifter Masters drivers getting ready for their first heat race of the day. Stay tuned. We're going to cut to a short commercial. When we come back, heat racing action to come. One more, and then our lunch break. The engines are fired and drivers are on track in these KZ and Rock power plants for the Masters Gearbox category. Heat number 1. Caleb Vieska, take us through the starting lineup.
On pole position is Larry Pegram starting pole. Scott Presti starting second. Justin Kelly going to start third. Frank Runco on the second row. Going to start fourth. Ryan Frank in fifth. It's going to be Michael Rivera in sixth. AJ Nowd in seventh. Jake Feeder in eighth. It's going to be Brian Chatfield in ninth. Jeff Mills in 10th. It's going to be Morn Van Tack in 11th. Brad Danoff in 12th. Joe Rutch in 13th, Tiffany Kelly in 14th, Hugh Templeman in 15th, Robbie Bajoso in 16th, Gary Alsterholt in 17th, Brandon Reed in 18th, and Fred Robertson is going to round out your field here today, Simon.
Yeah, so the second of our Trinity Karting Group pole positions this morning, Larry Pegram on that black and white Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic machine is going to lead the field to green this time by our first of the standing starts this weekend. So we'll see the drivers start to file into the tram lines. And a driver I want to keep an eye on is Joe Ruck, running that number 1 plate. Qualified all the way down in 13th position. Not sure if there was an issue there or not, but look for him to work his way through the field in this first heat. Drivers getting set and in formation, ready to take the green flag for the first gearbox start of the weekend. Drivers ready, and it will be Larry Pegram and Scott Presti. Lights on, revs are up, and away we go. Green flag is out for our Masters. Chaos in the back of the field, a clean start in the front. Pegram and Presti get off the line nicely. Everyone else dicing for position through turns 1 and 2. Presti with the early advantage gets a hole shot from the outside, will overtake Pegram to take the early lead.
Yeah, what a hole shot there by Presti to take the hole shot from Pegram in that Trinity Karting Group shifter kart there in seconds. In the second spot here at the moment, Simon. A good hole shot for Presti early on. I mean, we saw during the U.S. Pro Kart Series that the inside line is a lot dirtier than the outside line. So it's really easy to get that hole shot from the outside, and whoever's stuck on the inside all weekend is going to struggle pretty much to get off the line all weekend long. And we saw it there early on with Larry Pegram struggling to get off that line early on. Presti staying in first here at the moment. So a great start by them as Presti's going to lead us away here coming into the first lap.
Yeah, it's going to be something we'll look for all weekend. It's going to be a fight for traction off the line in these gearbox classes. And you see the dark areas of the track where the drivers have been laying down rubber. Starting on pole position doesn't always mean you get the best starting spot, because you have to start on that lighter side of the track where there is less rubber and therefore less traction off the line. Pegram making his way back to the rear bumper of Scott Presti now, trying to regain the lead of this race. These two checking out just a little bit on Justin Kelly, who currently sits in third. It's AJ Nowd, P4, Frank Runco, P5, Ryan Frank, P6, Michael Rivera, the first of your Rock engine category drivers in P7, Brian Chatfield, P8, Jake Fetter, P9, and Joe Ruck already up 3 spots to P10, as we see a fight already starting to kick off. Scott Presti on the defense early from Larry Pegram. These two nose to tail through turn number 1 here.
And Pegram was purple last time by, but that's going to be taken away by Frank Runco in the 5th spot. So Frank Runco already on the move here early on. But for Larry Pegram, already looking to make a move on Scott Presti, who still holds on to that first spot. But it seems like it's not going to be for long, because Larry Pegram with a full head of steam here, closing down that gap to Presti, already all over the rear bumper here of Pegram. Presti here, I'm sorry, Simon.
Yeah, it's early stages of this first heat, but the fight not holding back. Larry Pegram looking for a way by Scott Presti. He's not close enough to make the pass there. They'll still stay nose to tail, and he dives to the inside in a place we have yet to see a pass so far, and will take the lead the second to last corner. And Larry Pegram, a diving move to the inside, will give him the lead back. He goes just slightly defensive on the beginning of the straight, opens up for the corner here in turn number 1, and new leader, your original pole sitter, Larry Pegram, back to the top of the charts. Scott Presti falls to P2, and it was Justin Kelly last time by, purple on the time charts at 54.8. And you see him on your screen now. He is closed up to the back of Scott Presti. So Justin Kelly on the move in that 686 Maranello machine.
Yeah, and you see Justin Kelly beginning to arrive here on the scene with Scott Presti, the Vermont Kart Company, Justin Kelly, and the Maranello already closing down that gap to Presti in second place now. And Pegram seems like Presti falling off a little bit here from the pace of Pegram, who still holds on to that first spot. And Justin Kelly now, Scott Presti, going to fall under fire to Justin Kelly here, Simon.
Yeah, Larry Pegram showing us exactly why he was your pole sitter, turning down qualifying laps as he checks out from Scott Presti. Goes purple that time by a 54.6 to Scott Presti's 55.2. So 0.6 of a second quicker on that last lap. And now the fight is going to look to Justin Kelly to see if he can close up onto Scott Presti. But Larry Pegram wasting no time once he got back in the lead to start checking out on the field.
Yeah, and Justin Kelly still very much on the rear bumper here of Scott Presti. And like you said, Pegram already beginning to check out. Went purple last time by, and seems like he's going even faster and faster lap by lap as that gap continues to open up to Presti behind. And now you see Justin Kelly not close enough to make a move here at the moment, but continuing to close down that gap.
And you see the top three separated by about 3 kart lengths apiece, 3, 4, 5. It's incredibly tough to follow closely in these gearbox categories. We're going fast enough in these karts that at that point, not only do you have a small draft effect, but when you get into the corners, you have a slight bit of air wash, making it tough to follow all the way up onto those rear bumpers. So the driver's spreading out just a little bit here in the mid stages of this first heat. And was that possibly an issue? We have an issue for Larry Pegram. He is looking down at his radiator. Maybe something gone wrong. He's lost 2 spots already. Will give up the lead. Scott Presti retakes the lead. Justin Kelly up to P2, and an issue for the 672 Trinity Karting Group machine of Larry Pegram. You see him there pulling off onto the side of the track, and that'll be heat over for Larry Pegram. A tough break from the lead. He's looking down at that engine to see what went wrong on his Kart Republic machine there. And on your screen now, Scott Presti will regain the lead in the 608 machine. So after having been passed by Pegram, didn't need to do any more work other than let Pegram's kart break in front of him. That'll give Presti back the lead over Justin Kelly, and it'll promote AJ Nowd up into P3. And a driver to note, Michael Rivera now up to P5 in that Rock engine power plant. Slightly less horsepower, but he's punching above his weight class right now.
Yeah, and Larry Pegram just continuing to fall down your timing screens, and it seems like mechanical issues for him. Still in the lead is Scott Presti here, Simon.
Yeah, and also mechanical for Joe Ruck, possibly. He has fallen off the face of the cliff. He's down to 17th on our timing last time by. Not sure what's going on there, but the driver who was all the way up into P9, maybe even P8 from 13th, we were looking for him to drive through the field. He is now off and down in 17th on our timing screens. There, the 608 machine is your current leader, Scott Presti. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. All he has to do is hold on. Has a 1.5 second advantage over the 686 of Justin Kelly.
Yeah, Justin Kelly still in second, and it seems like he's falling off the pace here a little bit that he had early on, as Scott Presti still holds on to that first spot. Not close enough to get anything done here by Justin Kelly in second. Scott Presti still going to hold on to the lead here, Simon.
Yes, Scott Presti doing a phenomenal job there out front. 45 seconds, so he'll have to hold on for most likely 3 more laps. So it'll be 3 to go this time by. 3 clean laps, and he will be your Heat 1 winner. He's starting to take off from Justin Kelly. With 0.6 of a second faster that time by. So it was a 1.5 second advantage last time. It is now up to 2.2 seconds. And then another 2.6 back to AJ Nowd. So the top 3 spreading farther and farther apart as Presti continues to put the work on this field.
Yeah, Scott Presti's still in the first spot. I mean, he had a great start there early on. And Pegram having to make a late lunge there earlier on in this race to really make a move for the first spot. But Presti still holding on to that first spot. Looks like he's about to catch some back markers here on your screen now. But Presti, I mean, he's going to have the great start all weekend long here, Simon, starting from the outside line. He's on the cleaner side of the racetrack, and for Larry Pegram, it's going to be a handful of work trying to get a good start from the inside line. And I think the important thing for Scott Presti now is just to really save his tires. I mean, now he has time. He has the gap to Justin Kelly behind. So I think the important thing is to start saving his tires here, Simon.
Absolutely, and he's put himself in a great position for the rest of the day as Pegram with issues. Presti going to take the Heat 1 victory most likely, and that's going to set Pegram on the back foot as we roll into tomorrow's pre-finals. He had the chance and the pace to win this one, but a mechanical is going to relegate him back down to the 16th position. So after you average that out with wherever he finishes in the second heat, it's going to put him midfield at best for the pre-final tomorrow. So Presti with the early advantage despite Pegram having all the pace to start this heat off. Working through the last couple of corners, we'll get the white flag this time by.
White flag this time by for a race where it's been all Scott Presti and Justin Kelly still in second place. He seemed very quick here early on in this race. Was closing down that gap to Scott Presti, and who wasn't second at the time. But it seems like Justin Kelly has just completely fallen off the pace. Looking back further in the field, not many big movers here. Mike Rivera still stays in fifth, the first of our rock shifter guys. Tiffany Kelly is going to be our second shifter. She's going to be in 10th. Compared to Justin Kelly, who holds on to that second spot here, Simon.
Yeah, so Justin Kelly, I mean, you said fall off the pace. I don't even know how much he's falling off. He has settled into a consistent 55.6, which is better or even with the rest of the field out there right now. However, it's Scott Presti out front, laying down heaters every time by. He's run a personal best of a 55.0, his last lap a 55.05. So the consistency from that 608 machine has been impressive. He comes to the last couple of corners onto the front straight, and Scott Presti will be your Heat 1 victor in Pro Rock Masters. As they come across the line, Justin Kelly, P2. We'll wait for them to cross. AJ Now comes home, P3. Frank Runco, P4. Michael Rivera, your first rock power plant driver in P5. Ryan Frank, P6. Jake Fetter, P7. Brian Danoff, P8. Morn Van Tack, P9. Tiffany Kelly, P2 in your rock category, P10. Behind that, it was Hugh Templeman, P11. Brian Chatfield, P12. Robbie Bidoso, P13. Gary Osterholt, P14. And that was Joe Ruck, who we were talking about earlier with issues, who fell off the back. And I was just about to get to him down there at the bottom. And Brandon Reed, P15. Larry Pegram, driver with issues, in P16. And Joe Ruck there, the man on your screen, closes out the field in 17th. A tough break for Joe Ruck and Larry Pegram, both showing some speed in that heat, but not able to close it out. So that has been your Pro Masters and Rock Shifter Masters. And our final race before our lunch break. So we're going to take a quick break. Everyone's going to grab a bite to eat. And when we come back, we've got more heat racing action coming your way. So stay tuned. More racing after lunch.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica branded go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Taika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai Helmets, and 3/10 Race Products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-KART. That's 5278, and we will do what we can to help you out.
The engines have come to life here for the KA100 Juniors. And here we go for the first heat race in one of the bigger divisions on the weekend. 28 drivers in total for KA100 Junior as the field makes its way around on the outlap and continues to roll. So we'll keep our eye on everything going on the racetrack for you guys. Once again, welcome to the Stars Championship Series season finale here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. We've already run through 3 classes so far in the opening round of heat races, KA Masters, along with Micro Swift, and then through the KZ and Rock Masters divisions. Now we get set to go green with the likes of KA100 Juniors. So here we are as they head onto the front straightaway. Your starting lineup, of course, John Antonino Jr. with a burner on his second to last lap, put him on pole. Carter McMurray actually spun at the end of qualifying, but he was fast enough on the lap right before he went off to go second. Gabriel Balog and Sebastian Frigale, Davin Roberts, your top 5. As they come into the tram lines, it's 28 drivers strong, getting set to go green for heat number 1. We're in the boxes at the start cones and underway down to the first corner. Can all 28 KA Juniors survive the opening couple of turns? We are just 2 abreast, not 3 wide yet. Everyone's good so far. In fact, they'll all make it out of turn number 2, but it bottlenecks out of 3, and we're single file at the front with Carter McMurray from the outside lane leading us out of turn 4.
This is the second time today we've seen the outside lane get the run through turn number 1. Carter McMurray taking full advantage, and John Antonino looking to the inside there. Not going to quite complete it yet, but we're 7-8 drivers strong, nose to tail on the first lap of Heat number 1 for KA Junior. McMurray over Antonino. Is that Gabriel Balog there in P3. So 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. Great parity across the classes, but as they work through the last couple of corners here, still nose to tail for the top 5.
Yeah, in fact, make it 4 manufacturers for the top 4. Comp Kart leads the way over CRG, Magic Kart, and then Tony Kart with the Ryan Perry Motorsport machine of Davin Roberts right there at the end of the line. 1 down here as we roll through heat number 1 for KA 100 Junior, down into turn number 2.
And through turn number 2, still McMurray with the advantage over Antonino. Antonino all over that rear bumper. He's going to dive to the inside. And he's through. New leader, John Antonino. Back to the top of the boards. He'll get by Carter McMurray that time. They'll head towards the hairpin. And we'll see if there are any more moves. Not as of yet. Out of the hairpin. Still John Antonino over McMurray. Balog sitting there in P3. I had some inside information during the lunch break, hearing from Billy Vincent himself to watch out for the MPG train. So he has a feeling that his drivers are going to be coming through the field. We'll keep an eye out for them. Austin Olds currently P6 in the 850 machine, the top of the MPG group on those Kart Republic machines. But out at the front, John Antonino over Carter McMurray.
2 laps complete as they come across the start-finish line. Antonino Jr. getting back to the point after starting on pole. Little wide there through 1, but they've got a nice and healthy margin down to turn number 2 with Balog there in 3rd. 4th again is Sebastian Frigolay. He got around Davin Roberts that lap as well with the trading positions. He'll actually make up another spot there on the inside of turn number 4. So Sebastian Frigolay moves himself up into 3rd. It's Gabriel Balog now back to 4th with Roberts in tow. And again, as Simon mentioned, Austin Olds, driver on the move. He was 2nd quickest on the racetrack last time by, only beaten by the race leader, John Antonino Jr. So he's the next one in the really the 3rd group, as it's divided a little bit. 1st and 2nd, a little bit of a breathing room. 3rd, 4th, and 5th have a gap. And then it's about 6th, 7th, 8th together, almost to 9th. With behind Olds, you have Jackson Deal as well, another one of the MPG Motorsports machines. Then there's Mateo Pappas on the Orsolon Racing Tony Kart right there. P8 looking for 7th down the front straightaway. 5.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. No changes this time by.
Then just on the edge of your screen there, it was Davin Roberts making a diving move in the 2nd to last corner on the inside of Gabriel Balog. So he'll take over that P4 spot. And Balog from P3 now down to P5. Working his way backwards, unfortunately. He's got pressure from Austin Olds in that 850 machine, the first of the MPG karts there in P6. So fighting just the edge of the top 5. Out front, Antonino drops a tire right in front of McMurray. Those two have a 5 kart length advantage over the rest of the field.
In fact, not only did they drop a wheel, but with McMurray kind of followed him off the cliff, and so did Sebastian Frigolay in that OTK in 3rd. Back behind them, the fastest lap of the session was all the way back to 10th. Max Weiland on that blue, white, and orange Magic Kart moving forward as his teammate Gabriel Balog falls back. There's Weiland right there, just ahead of one of the Brandon Jarchakrak Racing entries of Jackson Wolney in the 896. So they've swapped the 9th spot, move Weiland up to 9th, Wolney back to 10th, and the charge continues for Happy Max Weiland as they go down to turns 1 and 2. But up front, the top 2 continue to break away. They now break into the 59-second bracket, and fastest on the racetrack, Austin Olds back there, following through, or trying to, with Davin Roberts on Sebastian Frigolay. Change for 3rd, Simon.
Yeah, and Austin Olds able to make the pass onto Gabriel Balog that last lap. He's closed back up onto the back of Davin Roberts and Sebastian Frigolay as they were fighting into the hairpin that time around turn 4. So that will close the gap, and now Austin Olds able to apply some pressure on these two.
Yeah, he's right there with them, but if he can't make quick work and keep that pace up, it'll be a hard charge forward. This may help if it gets clear. He's almost clear, not clear. Frigolay holds 4th as they come out of the back section. We'll put another lap down. This will be 5 complete. 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go down the start-finish line straightaway. There's a look at the gap from 1st and 2nd back to 3rd, and it's up to 1.4 seconds now back to Davin Roberts. As Olds this time deep on the brakes, turn 2 and clear. He'll take over the 4th spot from Sebastian Frigolay.
Austin Olds definitely a driver on the move here. The top 2 have checked out, but the fighting is raging on. Sebastian Frigolay makes a diving move down to the inside, trying to get that position back on Austin Olds. Not able to make that one stick, and in fact, Gabriel Balog is going to come through as well. So Sebastian Frigolay going to lose another spot out of that exchange.
Yeah, so Sebastian Frigolay trying to take back one, ends up losing a net of 2 by the end of the first sector. And Gabriel Balog with a bit of a rebound charge is on the bumper of Austin Olds, and happily getting away is young Davin Roberts. He's all the way by himself, about nearly a second up on this group. But again, through the heat races here for Austin Olds, for the likes of Jackson Deal coming forward, Max Weiland moving forward as well. You just need to make up some ground. It's a net gain between both heat races that sets the grid for the pre-final. That sets the end of the main as we got contact further back. 2 drivers collected, the 831 of Roman McCurdy and the 892 of JJ O'Neill. The Ryan Perry Motorsport and MPG Motorsport machines come together at the outside of the back section, and they're going to drop all the way to the rear. As look at this, the battle is on. Gabriel Balog, wheel to wheel and door to door with Jackson Deal going down into the infield hairpin.
Just outside the top 5 is where the heaviest fighting on track currently resides with that fight. Gabriel Balog holding on for everything he can. The MPG Motorsports machine is charging onto his rear bumper. We'll see diving move to the inside. Will it stick? And he's through. And that's going to be Balog losing 2, 3, maybe even 4 spots.
His teammate will be the last one to get through as Jackson Wolney can't fully get clear, so move. Max Weiland up another spot on the Magic Kart. Weiland continuing to roll forward. Wolney was really quick last time as well, a 59.9 for Jackson Wolney. Here comes the move to the inside on the Brandon Jarsacrock Racing LN kart. Jackson Wolney moves himself into 9th, and Balog all the way back now to 10th here from starting inside the top 5. And further up the order, all this battling has pushed them down from the leaders. You can see the gaps on your screen. It's 3 seconds to Austin Olds, a half second back to Frigolay, all from these 2 out front, John Antonino Jr. and Carter McMurray. Davin Roberts made up a touch of time the previous lap, but then last time by the most recent one, he gave up a half 10. By working together, these 2 have kept it amongst themselves, and it's about to be a mano-a-mano duel to end heat number 1. Carter McMurray on the blue and yellow Team Timmy Tech Comp Kart, and John Antonino Jr. on that Tesoro Raceworks black and orange CRG. 20 seconds to go. We won't hit the time limit this time, so it'll be 3 laps remaining here. I believe, no, 2 to go given. 2 to go right there, so that won't be enough to get in. 2 laps to go for John Antonino Jr. and Carter McMurray.
Antonino Jr. versus McMurray. They've extended an advantage to almost 2 seconds over Davin Roberts. Now these 2 are free to fight. 2 laps to go. Who's going to come out on top? Will we see fighting yet? No defense offered into the hairpin. Antonino comfortable to sit out front. McMurray still pushing him along.
Again, for both of these 2, they don't need to win the heat number 1 or heat number 2. They just need good finishes that puts them in a safe spot for the pre-final. They'll still start exactly where they qualified in the second heat race on the front row. And while the rest of the field's closing in lap time-wise by driving a very smart and calculated race here in heat 1, they've kept it to the 2 of themselves. They could battle on this last lap if they want to. They have nearly 2 seconds. Back to Davin Roberts. Last time out of turn 3, Carter McMurray pointed to Antonino forward. He does it again down to 1, but Antonino not fully trusting, goes a little narrow. And now to turn 2 again. Just about a half car length fade to the inside, but it'll still not back him up all too much.
Antonino realizing they have enough of an advantage over Davin Roberts. It doesn't matter if he goes defensive the rest of the track. In fact, that is exactly what he's going to do, offering a defensive run into every major passing opportunity. McMurray not yet able to find a way by, seems content to sit there in P2 as of yet. We've got 1, maybe 2 more good passing zones coming up. We'll see if McMurray has anything to offer for John Antonino.
Yeah, final time on this short straightaway here into the back sector. No one else in sight. It's 2 of them. McMurray tries to go way wide. He'll get out in the marbles and slide out a little bit, and that should seal it all the way to the final turn. Antonino Jr. a decent exit. He's got to worry about maybe getting a bit of a slipstream from behind, but it should be enough to hold. John Antonino Jr. is going to continue the roll from pole. He'll win Heat 1 in KA Jr. Roberts 3rd, 4th to Olds, 5th to Frigolay. Look at this side by side. Drag race for 6th at the line. It goes to Max Weiland over Jackson Deal by 5 thousandths. There was contact as well in the back section on that final lap that took a couple drivers out of the running, and it looks like it might have collected maybe Homer Heyman Jr. and Charlie Myers, the drivers involved. Homer Heyman are all the way down, so he'll end up down in 24th. Myers all right but Homer Heyman gets spun around on the final lap, and he'll drop to the tail end of the field. But there's your top 10 as they finished on up, of course, with Frigo Light 5th, Weiland 6th over Deal by just a hair. Then it was Patricio Gonzalez with a good drive forward into the top 10 at the end of it all. Jackson Wool in the ends 9th. Mateo Pappas a safe run to the top 10. CJ Bowman 11th. Gabriel Balog drops all the way down to 12th in a disappointing opening heat race on the weekend for him. Then Cole Wilson, Landon Boer, Ryan Mort, Mason Kuhn, Landon Cardwell, Sebastian Rice, Andrew Hamill, and Isabella Simpson. Your top 20 in KA Juniors opening heat. Now from them over to the Mini Swift division. They're down on the grid, getting set to go green here when we come back from some more. So let's go down to the KC pit box as Caleb Viesca has been tuning us up all weekend and keeping us engaged of what's going on pit lane. What you got, Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Here alongside me at the pit box is the one and only Brandon Carr, our championship leader here at the Stars Championship. Brandon, I mean, firstly, you finished 4th in qualifying. Wasn't the best qualifying for you. What are you missing?
Yeah, we tried something for qualifying and it didn't seem to work, so we're just going to go back to how we had it. So we're just going to go from there, really. We tried to find them extra little tenths, but seemed to lose a couple, so we'll be fine. Just got to go back to how we were before.
Sounds good. I mean, lastly, right, talking about the championship, Henry is kind of close in the championship. You have to have a really off weekend. I mean, how are you mentally, I guess, going into this weekend to really manage that?
It's just another race, really. You can't really think about points. You just got to go out there and try and win or play it safe in top 3. So we'll have to see how it goes out on track. Something could happen, but you just can't really think about that and go, see how the race goes.
Sounds good. Well, there you guys have it from Brandon Carr as he tries to wrap up the Stars Championship here this weekend.
Thank you, Caleb. And again, Brandon Carr leading by quite a few markers, as Caleb mentioned, in the OKN Stars Championship. It'd be his first American title in the senior classes on his rookie season. And to get one out of the big 3, of course, he started the year leading both this and the U.S. Pro Kart Series points. Still has an outside shot at that in a couple of weeks over at Trackhouse Motorplex. But that'd be big. Ryan Perry Motorsport hasn't, they won KA Senior Championships with Jeremy Fletcher back in 2022. But it's been a couple of seasons since they've got a major headline division title.
It would absolutely be a big championship to win, especially in your rookie season. So we'll see if Brandon Carr can close it out. We're looking for him to excel in the OKN Stars category, a category that we've seen explode over the year so far and features a wealth of experience and really, really talented competition.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a brand new category for those tuning in. The OKN class, introduced with the FIA, is a multi-manufacturer format, very similar to the KZ shifter power plants that we use over here. That's been commonplace for the last couple of years, but Stars took the plunge on this brand new division. I thought over by the end of the year, if we'd have 10 as an average on the season, we'd be in a really good position. But we started off the year with the high teens in the opening couple of rounds. We're down a couple by the end of the season, but that's typical in any major championship as drivers back out for a variety of different reasons, whether it's budget or just falling out of the season and trying to regroup for 2024. But that being said, the OKN Stars class pretty much has all the same contenders at the front end of the field this weekend. As Brandon said, it's close in qualifying. Just a couple of tenths of a second between himself, Alex Stanfield, Nicholas Terlecki, who has been really on an impressive streak here over the last 2 months in the summer, moving up into the X30 Pro classes as well as running the full OKN Stars category in 2023. And Nick Terlecki, who has been a mainstay in K100 competition, moving to the 125 stuff last month here at MCC, ran inside the top 5, ended up 4th at the end of the main event with a very impressive run against some stout competition. He'll start 3rd in their heat races later on today. But first up, it's the minis as we get set to go green. Your championship leaders are out of the weekend running, so that's allowed the door for a few new drivers to step into the spotlight. And how about this kid? We saw him on our streams 2 weeks ago in New Jersey Motorsports Park at the regional marquee event for the Northeast Karting Challenge. Max Mokaram will start on the pole, and he put it on pole by 2.5 tenths over fellow Northeasterner Marco Salmon on that Brandon Jarsacrack Racing LN kart. Row 2's got Grady Kronick and Cameron Marsha. Row 3, Jaime Garcia and Kai Mars, Ben Cleverman and Alex Kutcher, and then Jacob Scheible Galloway and Callahan Myers. So with a couple of tenths spread amongst the top four, we'll see in the lower horsepower division, will you be able to break away? We didn't see that in Micro Swift. There was a battle all the way to the end. We saw it in KA Junior, a two-driver fight. Let's see, can one driver get heads above the rest here in Mini Swift as they go green to turn one, and look at the jump for that inside lane. They freight train the outside already, and back down to fourth goes Marco Samet. And following back as well was Cameron Marcia, who did not get going good off the green. He's dropped about 7th or 8th on the opening lap. It's Mo Karam who leads us through with Grady Kroenig up into second on that MPG RF kart right there, P2.
We've yet to see the driver in P2 come out in a comfortable spot out of turn number one so far in these heat races. They've either gotten the whole shot and gone straight to the lead, or that outside line hasn't gone at all, and they've fallen back 4 or 5 spots off the immediate start. So it's chaos on whether the outside line has been working. And in this Mini Swift category, it did not get the jump it needed, as we see racing already on this opening lap. The top 4, 5, 6 still nose to tail as they work the end of lap number one.
Yeah, great job by Grady Kroenig. The privateer now leads us at the end of lap number one. He got around McCarron. Here comes Marco Samet for P2. Jaime Garcia's looking there on the Super Tune Paralyn, but he'll come under fire from Kai Mars in that white helmet for the Trinity Karting Group colors. He tries to force his way through turn two. Not going to happen. He'll slot back into 5th. Cameron Marshall's right there as he's rebounded back to 6th after a bad start. And there goes Kai back to the inside. Attempt 2 is successful. He gets through on Jaime Garcia. And they're side by side. Marshall on the outside, Garcia on the inside. In that infield hairpin, Garcia will hold that 5th spot, and they'll get back to single file as they climb the hill. But already, Grady Kroenig starting to pull away just a couple car lengths while this group sorts it amongst themselves. There's Mars up at the road a couple car lengths. Here's the gaps. It's Samet about 2 back, 2 more back from Mokaram. Here's Cameron Marcia to the inside of Jaime Garcia. He'll get through and he'll bring company. In fact, nearly get shuffled as well by that nitro kart of either Ben Gleberman or Alex Kutcher trying to get through. We'll get the idea on that when they come by the line. Here we go for another lap completed. Kroenig, your leader here, 2 down, followed by Marco Samet and Max Mokaram. And the driver right there looking on was indeed Gleberman. He just couldn't fully get through on Jaime Garcia, but he stays right there in that 7th position as the whole train really is staying close together. The top 9 separated by just 2 seconds here, 2 laps in.
Yeah, it's still tight racing from the entire field. No breakaways as of yet. Even at the front of the field, we're seeing some defense offered early in the race as Grady Kroenig shaded down just a little bit, faded to just defend off that pass towards the hairpin. There's still 5.5 minutes remaining before we hit the timer, then 2 more laps. So a lot of racing left, and we already see Marco Samet down to the inside. He'll be looking for the lead this time by, and he will get it, and that'll shuffle Grady Kroenig all the way back to P4.
Yeah, Kroenig back, just barely gets in line in front of that black and gray nitro car to Cameron Marcia as they head onto the front straightaway. It's Marco Samet leading for the first time today, but look at this, 2nd and 3rd. You saw them hooked together. They're going to have a big run on Samet down to turn 1. Mokaram thought about it. He tucks back in, but he's not really going to have much of an option because Kai Mars is ready to go. And down at turn number 2, Mokaram goes through. Mars on the move right now on that green and white Kart Republic. Right there in 3rd. He'll look low. Going to defend from behind as he didn't get a good exit out of turn number 2 and 3. So he'll stay in line. No change there. Mokaram still worried a little bit. He'll open up last second. And the top 5 still bumper to bumper. Nobody better than anyone else at the moment. It's all together here for the Mini Swifts as they head up the S's.
You could throw a blanket over the entire field at this point. You've got the top.
Samet goes around out of 2nd. You saw he was right on the bumper of Max Mokaram and just opened up a little bit more going into the corner. And I think his left front bumper, you can see that tire mark. He just kind of got bumper hooked off the back of the leader. And the 175 all the way spun to the outside edge of the racetrack. He'll try and get back going to continue, but at this point he'll be half a lap behind. And that'll put a damper on the opening heat race for Marco Samet. Meanwhile, another lap complete. That's 4 down. Mokaram leads over Kai Mars down to turns 1 and 2.
And what a race we have here. Still 3.5 minutes remaining, and it's anybody's race. All the drivers still in contention, basically, for maybe even the win, except for Marco Samet. We see a pass there for P2. Maybe Cameron Marcia diving down the inside as the field continues to exchange blows midway through this heat number 1.
Yeah, so move Cameron Marcia up to second officially. Mars not going to answer back in the infield. Both of those two drivers were on the outside rows, so they had to drive back forward. They've been having nothing but good momentum on their side this whole session. That was the first spot Kai Mars lost all race, and now Marcia's in an opportunity to go to the lead. He'll do it down. Oh, he'll try it. Mokaram tried to shut the door. He keeps the elbows out, and Cameron Marcia goes to the point, and now they'll go side by side for second and for third. Jaime Garcia trying to get involved. He'll bottleneck the group behind him. That's going to give Kai Mars and Cameron Marcia a big lead here at the end of this lap. The biggest one we've seen all race in the middle of that lead pack, and Mokaram trying to say, hey guys, we can't do this. I know that was a little bobble on our end, but we've got to keep going. Otherwise, it'll be a 2-kart fight at the end, just like what they saw in the KA Junior class the race before this.
And Xander Clements, it may be heat number 1, but the gloves are off and the elbows are out early for these drivers, as we've seen diving moves basically every opportunity that has presented itself so far. And coming out on top so far, Cameron Marcia leading over Kai Mars. Max McCarron settling there into P3, but it's still anybody's race with 2 minutes plus 2 laps remaining.
It's a redemption-style weekend here to MCC for Cameron Marcia. Qualified on the pole at the U.S. Pro Kart Series event a month ago, and then in the middle of the main event, just a couple of laps in, after learning some lessons in the heats where he lost a couple spots, he was running, I believe, 5th in the lead pack when the tire came off and instantly sent him spinning off and into the grass. He is back here this weekend with a vengeance. Was not going to be denied by a bad start. He'll lead another lap here across the line. Just under 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. It's the 114 by 2.5 car lengths to Kai Mars, who now has Mokaram looking inside and clear. Change it for second. The 146 is back through.
And it may be only 2 or 3 kart links, but it's the biggest lead we've seen all race. And it's Cameron Marcia enjoying his time out front. Max McCarron, after making that pass on Kai Mars, is going to work towards the back end of Marcia. And he's closing in. The draft playing so heavily in this mini Swift category.
Yeah, Cameron Marcia doing a good job right now, trying to do the impossible, and that's break away from the field. He's got the best chance to do it. They're as disconnected as they've been all race, but Max Mokaram went purple last time by. He looks to be even faster. He's already, look at the gap, he's already pulled away from Kai Mars. Back to the 5th spot right there. That's Alex Kutcher on that blue and black nitro kart machine. He's caught onto the tail end of Jaime Garcia and pulled away a little from the second group. That's the first divide we've really seen in the pack, besides from the lead for a moment. But while Marcia has been putting together good corners, Mokaram has been even better. It'll be a 103 flat for Max McCarron. That's 2/10 better than the race leader and anybody else on the racetrack for that matter. So he's marching forward. He'll be there here in a couple of seconds, which is what he needs, because you can see the timer at the top is going to hit 0. Next time by, the double stick should fly here for the mini Swift drivers in heat number 1. Mokaram a car length away, maybe 2, headed into the infield hairpin.
And the top 5 enjoying a breakaway over the rest of the field as it stands currently. This is the biggest gap we've seen between each driver in this front group. A couple of kart links separating each, and it is Marcia. Can he hold on for 2 more laps? We'll see if the draft and the raw pace from Max McCarron can bring him back. He is closing in on that rear bumper, and we're going to have a fight to the end here.
Yeah, they're going to be really close. Watch them through this back left and right switchback section. Mokaram with a good exit. Looks like he should have a nice run onto the straightaway. Marcia ran it a little wide to try and carry as much speed as he could. It's going to be to no matter. 2 to go here at the line. Marcia's lead down to a car length, maybe half a car length by turn number 2. Mokaram is there. At least with Marcia, at least it looks like he might be the fastest driver we've seen in the lead of the pack. Because the pack is starting to just string away. Kai Mars, 6/10 back from the lead. 1.1 back was Jaime Garcia and Alex Kutcher, and then another 8/10 to Grady Kronik, who led laps earlier in this heat race. He's back down to 6, 2 seconds off the point with 2 to go. Somewhat out of contention. It just depends how it unfolds up here at the front for the win, because we've got a lap and a quarter to go. If they really fight hard, we'll get more involved. But if Max McCarron can be precise with his maneuvers on this one, it could be a very very, very good run all the way through. So headed over to the left-hand hairpin and coming out of it now to the right. We'll watch them exit that corner, head down the front straightaway. It is Cameron Marcia by just a car length, same as a lap ago, but this time there's even less laps on the clock. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go here in Mini Swift as they head for turn 1.
Cameron Marcia, Max McCarron, your 2 drivers fighting it out for the win. Defensive from Marcia down into turn number 2. He's fighting for this win hard. Will it be enough to bring any other drivers in? We're not sure yet. Kai Marr still lurking there in the background. He's getting closer as Marcia continues to defend over Max McCarron. McCarron looking for a way by. Now it is 3 drivers, half a lap left. Who's going to take it? Marcia in the lead, down to the bottom in the hairpin. Kai Mars with a great exit out of the corner, and they are nose to tail now.
Yeah, Cameron Marsh's best friend right now is Kai Mars. The more pressure he puts on Max Mokaram can't open up for the corner out of fear of getting past for second. So Marsh has just got 2 more places to really block. One of them's the end of this long back straightaway. Mokaram, a little love tap going into the corner. Not going to move him off the groove. And then over to the left, they're battling behind. That's Garcia versus Kutcher. And everyone over and under. It'll be a run to the line here. They're nice and close. Mars 1 second, though. He'll go through the dirt to get side by side. Banging tires for P2. Cameron Marcia will cruise to the win as they race to the line. It'll go to McCarron by just a couple of hundredths. Mars ends up 3rd. Garcia 4th. Kutcher 5th. Gleberman 6th. Kronick, Scheible, then Callahan Myers and Marco Samet. But a good dogfight there at the end that brought the pack back into it. They end up the top 7 drivers, separated by less than a second. In fact, it was a dead tie that went to the 10,000th marker for Ben Gleberman versus Grady Kronick at the line, and the tiebreaker went to Gleberman, so he ends up 6th. Kronick 7th. There goes Marco Samet on by, an unfortunate heat race for the Brandon Jarsacrack Racing driver as he crosses on through. But another one done. Just like that, we roll from the micros now on through to the KA Stars. The 3 senior divisions are coming up next. KA Stars, the biggest class on the weekend, Pro Stars, and OKN Stars when we return.
For the Orlando Rock Finals, I was, showed a fall finalist, and I was pole, and then all I remember on the list was Luca Mars, Sebastian Montoya, Reese Gold, Santiago Cassini, and Julio. It's all very old. Or Ted as well. I was sort of finding that both club races on the field. Stroll, it was just who brought the big ones today, everything was another second.
As the engines are getting ready to roll, engines are fired for our KA Stars category. We're going to send it down to Caleb Viesca for more information from pit lane.
Thank you, Simon. A little bit loud here down on pit lane. I'm here with Nicholas Terlecki. Nick, mean, it's been a great weekend for you this weekend, starting third here in the OKN. You had a great weekend for the USPKS as well, carrying a lot of momentum from that. I mean, how are you feeling coming into this race?
Feeling pretty confident. My speed on my own, my pace has been very good. So, starting third when the race comes, I'm going to be pretty confident. Got the inside row going to turn 2, so just second right off the start. So I'm feeling pretty good.
Well, there you guys have it from Nick Terlecki. No K for you this weekend. We're going to be watching from the sidelines. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Caleb. Nick Terlecki, as he mentioned, good weekend for him so far with a good qualifying effort. For KA Stars, man, oh man, is it a full grid. It's a full house of 41 after qualifying here, and the overall group has James Overbeck on the front row as an issue for Nate Cicero at the end of qualifying. Let's put him to the rear. Actually, sorry, the split groups. I believe we split groups here. Yes, so Overbeck, bringing him onto the front straightaway. There's Eli Warren in line. Finnegan Bailiff, double duty this weekend, and KA Stars and OKN Stars getting set to go green. So for the even-numbered group as they come to the line, just 20 drivers in total for this one as they divided it in half. Makes it easy to go forward. Also makes it very easy to lose a lot of spots very quickly. Every spot's going to be one row in that combined pre-final, but for now, it keeps it a little bit easier to survive to start with half the grid. We're green to 1. It's Overbeck leading us through the opening corner. Eli Warren deep on the outside brakes there in turn 2, but he won't get clear. Finn Bailiff gets through, and they'll battle up the order down as little more contact for Vaughn Beasley. He gets a bit sideways coming out of 3, and they're stacked up behind him with the likes of Ben Lyda, Carter Thompson, Drew James, all involved there in that battle for 4th on backwards, while Overbeck leads us out of the infield hairpin.
And side by side through the infield hairpin for the back half of the field, everyone trying to sort out their positions on this opening lap. Like you said, every position made or lost here is worth 2 in the overall standings with the split group format. So working into the back half of the lap, still Overbeck, Bailiff almost looking for a move to the inside there, not going to commit as of yet. They'll come back onto the front straight to complete lap number 1 for heat number 1 of our split group KA Stars category. Across the line, it's Overbeck, Bailiff, Eli Warren there in P3. That's your top 3 breakaway. Vaughn Beasley, P4, and Drew James, your top 5. So the top 3 nose to tail early in the running here.
Yeah, right behind each other, and taking their time to roll at that moment as well. None of them peeking out of line in turns 4 and 5. They'll do the same back over here by the infield section, 6 and 7. And then head over to turns 8, 9, and 10. Those S's coming up the hill. Behind him, the 915 of Vaughn Beasley at least got clear of all that traffic by the end of the first lap, so he's able to start just focusing forward on the leaders and try to keep touch with all them. Drew James kind of leads that group of 3 at the top of the screen with Ben Lyda and Rodrigo Gonzalez. Nikita Paneras a little bit further back, but just early on, settling in. Little bit of shuffling at the end of the top 10, but single file for the lead with Finnegan Bailiff getting through and taking over the top spot from Overbeck. So it's Bailiff on the green and white TKG colors, leading here, trying to get himself the first of 2 heat race wins in the opening round as he's got OKN Stars coming in about 20 minutes. And through the rest of the pack, it's nice and easy. No DNF so far. All 18 continuing to roll down the back stretch as Overbeck wants the lead back on that BJR Tony Kart.
And Overbeck will take it through 5 and 6 there, and Vaughn Beasley was 0.2 quicker than your lead 3 last lap, a 59.82 quicker, so he is closing the gap to those top 3. It may be a top 4 breakaway here shortly. The top 3 still nose to tail. We'll see if Finnegan Bailiff's going to look for another move. Not quite yet. Everyone's staying in line into the back couple of corners, the last couple of this Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati circuit. Here for the clash at the club, James Overbeck leading them back onto the front straight. 5.5 minutes remaining in heat number 1. They'll cross the line this time by. The pace is picking up. James Overbeck, a 59.4, fastest of the race so far. So the leaders taking off out front, top 3, and then Vaughn Beasley closing on to the back of them.
Yeah, he's getting there pretty quickly. In fact, Vaughn Beasley that time was almost quicker than the race leaders, but luckily as they traded spots again, it allowed him to get even closer. So 4-car pack with about a second group or a second margin back to Ben Lyda, Drew James, and Nikita Paneras. with 4.5 minutes on the clock plus 2 laps. And further down the order, it's still close to about 10th with Carter Thompson a couple of tenths away from Ryan Miller. Then it starts to really open up back to the likes of Chris Harrower, Harbier Doss, Ryan Bierman, Jake James, Mackay Winfrey, Jake Phillips, Ian Morrison, and Harrison Wyke. Across the line again, Overbeck still the leader. Bailiff right there, and for the moment, he's content. Stays touched in line. And to turn number 2, no move there either. So James Overbeck's lead will hold all the way over to turn number 3. This early in the race here, it's just as important to both lead laps as it is to kind of learn from your competitors, because you're finally getting a really good eye at who you're going to be racing against. You only got half the field, but you can learn a lot here by running around these guys in Heat 1 and knowing where their strengths and weaknesses are to kind of keep in your back pocket for that second heat race, should you need it, to be able to make up points if a bad Heat 1 befalls you.
And like you said, there are multiple advantages to staying in line. There's an issue for Finnegan Bailiff. He's going to come off the track. Issues here. Maybe a motor problem. He's going to pull off to the side from P2. A tough break for Finnegan. That's going to drop him down the order and definitely hurt in the overall standings.
Yeah, that's not going to be good. Almost right on cue, talking about what he can learn from behind Overbeck if Heat 1 goes awry, and it does for the 948 or 904 of Finnegan Bailiff. And with him pulling off, it looked like probably a broken chain at the top of the S's there. They're abusing the curving through the left section of the racetrack, and that just kind of takes a toll, and eventually sometimes you'll just hit it at a bad angle and it'll pop that chain right off the sprocket. I think that's what happened to Finn Bailiff. So he's out. It moves everybody else up a spot. Here's a look at now 4th and 5th. That is Drew James on the green helmet and black suit, Tony Kart, and then Nikita Panaris' Trinity Karting Group colors. He now becomes the highest running TKG driver in Group B, Heat 1 for KA Stars in 5th. And in fact, he's been on the move, picking up a couple of spots a lap now. He'll be easily able to get around Drew James if the speed continues. It'll be a little ways, though, to get to the leaders. There's the move from Nikita. He moves himself up to 4th. James back to 5th. And it's about a second and maybe 3/4 to get to Vaughn Beasley to try and challenge for 3rd with 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
And with Finnegan Bailiff dropping out of the running, it's separated into a 2-car battle at the front. Vaughn Beasley has fallen just a little bit off the back, but it's Overbeck and Eli Warren who is driven up to his rear bumper, setting the fastest lap of the race last time by at 59.0. It was 3/10 faster than Overbeck on that last circuit. So these two starting to check out on the rest of this field. And you saw them. I mean, the more track you use, the more risk you take. Obviously, you can go faster, but through this corner just a couple laps ago, we saw Finnegan Bailiff put his right rear onto the outside of that curb, and it must have just grabbed the sprocket and tossed the chain right off of the cart. So that was a tough break, and you just have to manage those risks throughout. The more track you use, yes, you can be faster, but there is risk associated with it.
Well, in terms of risk versus reward right now, this group's the closest thing to a pack we've got on the racetrack. Panaris, James, Lyda, Gonzalez, and Carter Thompson. All 4 or 5 of them are just kind of riding in tow, and the same here for Eli Warren and James Overbeck. Now they both know that one of the major contenders in their group is out of the race, so riding 1st and 2nd all the way to the end is more than enough to score some good points and put themselves in the top couple rows for the pre-final. These are a couple of KA senior rookies in the form of sophomore and James Overbeck, but rookie for Eli Warren. And the two young guns showing the way and showing a lot of patience in the form of Eli Warren. A privateer effort there for the Red Speed driver. Half a car length back. They'll come this time. It should hit 0 where we get the 2 to go signal based on what we've seen so far. So we'll keep our eye on the flag stand for that. But as they exit the left here with 25 seconds to go on the timer, let's see across the line. Do we get the 2 to go marker, or do we get 3 for Overbeck and Warren? 3 to go. We'll keep going. 3 laps remaining here in KA Stars, and the gap, wow, as it opened up to Vaughn Beasley. I mean, it was a huge gap, and in fact, something happened to Beasley. He's dropped down the order. Not sure what we lost in the 9:15, but Vaughn Beasley is out as well.
So attrition playing a big part in this race as we lose 2 of our top 4 runners out of heat number 1. That's going to promote Drew James up into the P3 spot. Rodrigo Gonzalez up to P4, and Nikita Panaris into the P5 spot. But it's almost a 5-second advantage for these two out front. Overbeck over Warren. with 3 laps to go. It'll be 2 this time by. You see the stranded car to Finnegan Bailiff, and then your leaders coming through into the last section of the track. They have a massive advantage, so no need to fight too hard for this. They may have a scrap on the last lap, but here's where the battle really is. Back for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. They're all nose to tail fighting it out. It'll be 2 to go this time by.
Yeah, that 5-car pack we'll keep our eyes on here while the leaders remain tame for the moment. Overbeck and Warren up by nearly 5 seconds back to the fight for 3rd as they exit turn 3. Here comes that group down to turn number 2. Drew James blocking low. Then it's Rodrigo Gonzalez getting into it a little bit with Nikita Paneras as they bang tires at the end of the corner. And they allow 2 more to get in front of him. And Gonzalez even dropping a tire coming out of 3. He'll slide through 4 and 5. And Nikita Paneras and himself now find themselves back in that 6th and 7th spots as Ben Lyda and Carter Thompson. And man, is it getting aggressive. Paneras a little bump and run right there to Gonzalez. So he moves him out of the groove in the infield hairpin. And this group of 3 just happy to drop a few cars off the pack.
Yeah, it is no holds barred. They are fighting for everything they've got. Defensive line offered there, and the fight's still raging on.
Yeah, down the inside, that is going to be Carter Thompson. He'll pick up another spot. Move Carter into the top 5 this lap. White flag waving. Drew James still 3rd, but under pressure. The leaders are already down by turn number 2, while these guys are headed down the front stretch. It's Overbeck still over Warren. Let's see on this final lap what the 2-man duel looks like. Not going to have any defensive driving into the back section, turn number 4. What will we see back at maybe turn 6 in the infield here? Not much there, about a center track move. Warren, big, wide arc to try and get a run on him. He'll just get right to the bumper over to the S's.
And they've decided the last lap, it is time to go for it. James Overbeck offering defense and Warren looking for a way pass. Half a lap less than remaining in this race. He's going to run mid-track defensive into this last section. We're coming up to our last passing opportunity. Overbeck on the defense. Eli Warren looking for a way around. It may not be enough. And coming back onto the front straight, it's going to be James Overbeck side by side as they race to the line. It is a drag race. And James Overbeck going to get it done by 0.03 of a second over Eli Warren. The fight behind is where it has been chaotic all race. And it will be Carter Thompson coming home P3, Drew James P4, and Ben Lyda, your top 5.
Oh, and there is some hand gestures between Nikita Paneras and Rodrigo Gonzalez. Not happy with each other after the way that race transpired. The 2 of them button heads earlier on, cost them a shot at the top 5. They still end up unofficially 6th and 7th with the dust clearing. Drew James ends up 4th. Carter Thompson with a big win out there on the drag race to go all the way up to 3rd. He started outside edge of your top 10. Ben Lyda ends up in 5th. And behind Gonzalez, Chris Harrower 8th. Ryan Bierman 9th. Jake James 10th. But the big story out of this one, Vaughn Beasley and Finnegan Bailiff off on the side of the racetrack. So they end up down and out in it all. So one half of our KA stars are wrapped and done. And the second half are getting set to go green for their first heat race of the weekend. We'll get set to go down here momentarily to Caleb Vieska on the KC pit box as more drivers continue to roll towards the grid for the heavyweight categories. This is, again, half of KA stars pulling into the scale lines here. Great race put together really by James Overbeck and Eli Warren. A lot of patience showed by those 2 young talents, so that was cool to see, and a good little fight at the end, but, again, just kind of holding back and remembering the big picture here that you don't need to win every battle, you just need to win the war, and that war is not today. That is tomorrow afternoon in the main event. But the grid getting set to go for the second half of the classes here. Let's go down to pit lane for a little more from Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Here joining me at the pit box, Talon Yockel. Talon, not the best qualifying for you. I mean, finishing 6th. Just walk me through what happened.
Just got caught up in traffic by my own mistakes. I tried making some space, and I just didn't get the gaps right. I can still bounce back and just see what's going on. Robbie's starting on pole, so maybe he can cause something like at the front. Yeah. But I'll just use my pace. I know I have good pace out there.
Yeah, I mean, you have a whole lot of pace. You finished second at USPKS last time out here. I mean, but shifting gears towards the championship, it's your sophomore season in the shifter category. You finished second. You're currently in the championship lead here at Stars. I mean, how does that feel coming to this weekend? You can kind of relax a little bit, just I guess coast to the finish line and wrap up the championship.
Well, I'm definitely still going to put in my best performance. You know, don't want to start slacking just because I have a lead, but it's just going to be a fun weekend, you know, just going to not get upset over anything. If bad stuff happens, you know, we're just going.
Well, there you guys have it from Talon Yako as he looks to wrap up his championship berth here at the Stars Championship Series. Back to you, Xander.
Thank you, Caleb. And again, Talon Yockel, the championship points leader by a big margin, just about all locked up. Really needs Brandon Kart needs a bad weekend. Talon Yockel needs an even worse one to have anything else happen. But you heard it from him. Again, he's wanting to continue his progress as becoming an elite-level driver in the Pro Stars category in the shifter ranks in North America. And he's very quickly this year gotten closer and closer to being into that conversation, if not already. For the second half of our KA Stars group. Again, Group A, these are the drivers that qualified on the inside lane at the end of the session. So, of course, we knew the top qualifier was Nate Cicero. He'll get to lead the field of green. It's been a part-time schedule for quick Nate Cicero, the driver we saw quite a bit back in 2022. Got himself a couple of X30 Pro Division wins on the National Tour with Rawls and Performance Group this year, using the karting national season to continue his development on all fronts of everything with four wheels. He got his first career Mazda Idemitsu MX-5 Cup Series victory just a few weeks ago at VIR, and he's had a really good second half of that season after what started off so rocky at the streets of St. Petersburg for their second round with a nasty, nasty crash. But he's been able to keep everything rolling in a positive direction. And as we look to the starting grid of who will join him, well, it'll be Quick Mick Gabriel on the outside of that front row in that blue and white AEM Karting Cosmic. Row 2 is going to have the other half of the Eli Warren Luke Powers 1-2 duo with Luke Powers, Red Speed, starting third. And to his outside will be the other driver that comes into this weekend in a very close championship fight with James Overbeck, and that is fellow Cincinnati, Ohioan Emerson Reed. The Hoach Driver Development Tony Kart completes the fourth row, or second position in fourth. Second row in fourth. Third row, we'll have Alex Feldstein on the inside, Spencer Conrad on the outside. Brandon Adkins will make up the next grouping there, starting in seventh. To his outside will be the Eyes Up Body Symmetry MD Tony Kart of Sam Avrutsky. Then to the end of your top 10, you'll have Nikolay Dukov on the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic rolling off in ninth. To his outside will be Presley Whitney in the 987. And then outside the first five rows, you have Liam Kerper on the inside alongside Kyle Raymond to make up 11th and 12th. 13th will be Brenna Schubert, who we saw on screen there in the purple and yellow Team Pride, Team Ferris Racing colors. She'll be joined on that row with the likes of James Brassel. Then moving further back to the, joining the likes of Kyle Raymond there. Then James Brassel. Then you have Ben Gaunt, and back to the back half of the grid, Rush Gary, Tristan Altman, Peyton Klein, Camden Trachtenberg, and I believe Mason Surgener, although he did not score a time either. If he's here, he'll be at the tail end of our group. 39 drivers on the entry list. We saw 18 right there. Should have 19 here at least in this group getting to go green behind that Brandon Jarchakrak Racing Lando Norris kart of Nate Cicero. So the 982 getting set to lead us through a couple of veterans on the front row of national pro-level karting here in the KA Stars class. Gabriel, we know that he's got plenty of experience. We've seen some of the veterans be able to pull off that outside lane to get to the lead by turn number one. Can he put one over on Nate Cicero, who's still been just shaking a bit of rust off on his partial schedule in 2023? Down to one. Good start for Cicero. Decent one for Gabriel. He's door-to-door for second as they go down to turn number two.
And Gabriel trying to hold the outside there. They'll work down towards our first good passing opportunity in turn 4 and 5. The back half of the field still side by side as they're navigating, trying to find some clean track out there. Everyone's sorting out those positions side by side into the infield hairpin this time. In the back half of the field, they're still 2-3 wide trying to sort out the positions.
Yeah, real close there through the back half. That was Avrutsky going wheel-to-wheel with the likes of Brenna Schubert, edge of the top 10 or so. It's Cicero who leads over Gabriel with a good start for Luke Powers. He's got the white front bumper there in third. It's Emerson Reed, sorry, not Holtz DD. I'm not used to those new colors. Only second weekend with them. The Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart of Emerson Reed getting through for third on Luke Powers. And the championship contender just saw his fellow rival in the points fight, James Overbeck, win his opening heat race. So E-Train's got to back that up. He's 2 spots gained so far into P3, and they're going to battle behind him, I think, in a moment as Spencer Conrad's caught up, and we've got trouble in the back. That is one of the magic cards that's gone around. It looks to be the 913 machine. 2 drivers at least collected on this opening circuit. Another one of the OTKs, as well as one of the Fox and Son Racing LN cards collected. So we'll get IDs on those drivers here momentarily. As they head up the S's, though, Cicero, Gabriel, Reed, 1, 2, 3 right now, and Emerson Reed looking really sporty early on. A lot of curb there at the top of the S's. He'll pull it within a car length of Mick Gabriel.
And Gabriel all over the back bumper of Nate Cicero. They come through the last couple of corners here at MCC, and these top 3 still nose to tail. It is a 3, possibly 5 kart fight for the lead as it stands. They'll come back onto the front straight. 6 minutes plus 2 laps remaining. Still Nate Cicero, and now Mick Gabriel offering a challenge to the inside, and he'll go into turn 1 to the lead. Mick Gabriel in the 923, and a diving move and contact at the front of the field. Emerson Reed trying to take everything he could into turn 2. We'll get into Mick Gabriel, and that'll shuffle the front of the field up entirely. Now 7 karts, 8, maybe 9 fighting in this lead group after that contact in turn number 2.
That was a heck of a save by Gabriel and Cicero to only lose 3 spots apiece in the process. Nate Cicero had no idea that was coming, and neither did Gabriel, but Emerson Reed to the point now, and just ahead of, in the middle of it all, gaining ground, is Spencer Conrad on that GWR Gillard into second. So what a run forward for Conrad. Reed can feel the heat there. You saw him low line it into turn number 4, and he knows the pressure's all lined up, and after that kind of a move, you know, again, the bump and run, any kind of run move is literally emphasis on the run, much less on the contact. He's got to hope that Gabriel and Cicero don't get back to him. This won't help. Conrad to the lead in turn 1.
Yeah, Emerson Reed definitely didn't make any friends on that last move, and Mick Gabriel trying to work his way back, trying to make a move for P3 into turn number 2. That one's not going to stick. He's going to retry into turn number 5. 4 and 5, and he will complete that time. So now Mick Gabriel right behind Emerson Reed on track. It's still Spencer Conrad leading the way over Emerson Reed, then Mick Gabriel, then Luke Powers, and then Nate Cicero, who's slotted all the way down to P5 after the incident just a lap ago.
So down the short chute we go with Conrad and Reed. Gabriel only a couple car lengths away from him now, so we'll keep our eyes on second and third as he gets in a little bit hot with maybe some help from Luke Powers, but everybody just kind of went in deep. Might have had some dirt on the racetrack there in that left-hander because they all looked out of shape, and it didn't look like anyone was kind of running a battery ram into their carts, so that's allowed the leaders to get some bigger separation once again. It was 7/10 back to Gabriel at the line. How about Brandon Adkins, by the way, on that Adkins Speed Center Tony Kart? He picks up a spot, move at Brandon Adkins up into 6 as Alex Feldstein falls into the clutches of him, drops back to P7. And Nate Cicero still in 5th, hasn't really moved forward since getting kind of shuffled back out of the lead.
And Adkins, last time by, you saw him make that move up for P6, was the fastest driver of the race so far, a 59.5. That is a 10th better than anyone else has done all race, so look for him to start to close the gap towards these leaders as it's still Conrad and Reed, and a little defensive, maybe an issue there for one of the karts a little bit farther back up front. The gap is closing. These top 2 not enjoying the same advantage they did a lap ago, and Mick Gabriel closing back in on the bumper of Emerson Reed.
Spencer Conrad leads us down the front stretch there, and he's got a little bit of a gap from Reed back. Look at Cicero. He tried the inside on Luke Powers. Couldn't quite get the job done. Not enough momentum on his side. Powers able to shut the door and still close up to Gabriel. So no net loss to the overall pack. He points forward, says to keep going. And for the driver further back, that was Alex Feldstein trying to stop the bleeding. I don't think he realized the gap that he had behind him, but now he's given up some more time, and we're down to really 6 in this lead group. Brandon Atkins hanging on by a thread. Feldstein's now got company. Nikolay Dukov is there. So is Whitney and Avrutsky on the edge of the top 10. Over the hill we go and down the short chute. Gabriel trying to make up for lost time. He was almost there a couple laps ago, and then in this section, everybody went way too deep into the corner. Now they're going to pass for the lead and for third, though. New leader, Emerson Reed, new driver in third. It is Luke Powers getting through on Gabriel, and the bright gold helmet on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart leads us onto the front straightaway. Emerson Reed out front with 2.5 minutes to go.
And as these top two work through turn number 1, you see about a 3 or 4 kart length gap back to Luke Powers. He's going to close that through turn number 2 and bring Mick Gabriel and Nate Cicero with him. They've been faster than the leaders these past couple of laps. In fact, Luke Powers setting the fastest lap of the race at a 59.1 last time by, was 0.2 quicker than your leader. So a top 5 breakaway. Atkins still hanging on to the back just barely, but the top 5 now nose to tail working through the infield.
Yeah, they are all single file. Brandon Atkins, like you said, just falling back a bit. But the top 5 closer than they've been. In fact, look at the run for Luke Powers on the back straightaway. He'll take a look to the inside for second. Oh, that got tight right there. Still tight over into the left, but he'll get the job done on Spencer Conrad. And Luke Powers turning up late here in heat number 1 for Group A. He emphatically motions forward, says, let me go get the leader. I can get to him. Reed out in front by 2 car lengths now. Another lap down, and we got a fight for 4th. Nate Cicero going through for P4 on Mick Gabriel. And problems for Brenna Schubert on the TFR Kart Republic. That's further back in the field. She'll drop down to the outside edge of the top 15.
And at the front, 3 karts, and then Mick Gabriel and Nate Cicero. Cicero making that pass on the inside will drop them just a few kart lengths back from these top 3, but still Emerson Reed leading the way over Luke Powers. Powers shown incredible pace throughout this heat race so far, has made his way through the top group, came from the back of it, now sits in P2, ready to take the fight to Emerson Reed. Coming to a good passing opportunity here. He's going to stay in line. No one making a move just yet. 40 seconds on the clock. It'll be 3 to go this time by.
Emerson Reed out of the left-hander and the right's got the full pack still lined up and ready to go behind him as they come onto the front stretch. Like you said, just less than a minute at the stripe here. They'll get the 2 to go this time. So 2 laps remaining. Reed, Powers, Conrad. When do we start? Going low to block here as they go through turn number 2, up the hill, or around turn 3, down the long run to 4. Here comes Powers. Down to the inside and clear. Luke Powers is through for the lead on Emerson Reed. He'll go to the bottom side into turn number 6. Everybody has to follow except for Gabriel at the back. This will bring Brandon Atkins back into frame, and he'll be there in a party as well from 6th in a moment as we go over the crest of the hill. It is Luke Powers for the first time all race leading, and Reed is under heavy fire. Look at Conrad trying to get low. Can't quite get low enough. And Gabriel as well, trying to get aggressive and creative with Nate Cicero for 4th.
So with Reed defending hard for P2, that's going to allow Luke Powers to take off from the front of this field. Now the fight's going to heat up for P3. So we come across the line, it'd be white flag this time by last lap. And it is Luke Powers, Emerson Reed, then Spencer Conrad, Nate Cicero, and Mick Gabriel. Atkins still closing up onto the rear of this group. But the top 2 positions may be set. Not so much for P3 as you see Nate Cicero diving to the inside. He'll stick the move on Conrad, move him up into the P3 position.
And that's good news for Emerson Reed. If he gets a really good launch out of this infield hairpin, he'll have one maybe Hail Mary shot at Luke Powers before this one's over. Nate Cicero will have to fight to keep everyone behind him in third. You can see how much curb Emerson Reed's taken. He's charging the S's. He's there. Powers can feel it. And again, the battles simultaneously going on. Look at this over, under. Reed gets a nose down low. He'll get through on Luke Powers and puts one on the rookie as they battle behind for 4th. Conrad versus Gabriel. Emerson Reed with a stunner in the final couple turns. He'll match the effort from James Overbeck and win Heat 1 in his group in KA Stars.
No better way to heat up a championship fight than to have 2 contenders winning their respective heat races. Emerson Reed with a fantastic last lap, driving it for everything he had, was able to close the gap to Luke Powers and make that amazing pass into the last couple of corners. So Emerson Reed will take the victory in KA Stars Heat number 1. Luke Powers comes home P2. Nate Cicero P3. Spencer Conrad P4. Mick Gabriel rounds out your top 5.
So there we go. 2 more heats in the opening round here with Pro Stars getting set to go green down on the grid. We'll take a break in the action and come back with the Gearbox division. The fastest drivers in the Stars Championship Series are ready for action, and it's the veteran, the old man of the group, Robbie Boydeshow, is looking for some redemption after leading in the wet in Pittsburgh. He wants to get himself a win on the Stars Tour before this year's over. He'll lead us to green on that black, blue, and orange Magic Kart.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
And set to go green for Pro Stars here. Let's go down to Caleb Vieska for a bit of intel on the KC pit box and what's going on as we get set to go. Caleb?
Thank you there, Xander. It seems to be some issues here on the grid for Annie Rule. It seemed like AJ Myers was able to get it fixed. He had to run back to the Magic Kart 10. I think they were missing a part there on the engine, and it seems like she's going to get set to go here now as Robbie Boydeshow, starting on pole position, choosing the inside line as well. He's lined up on the inside here, and Gavin Bailiff on the outside. Back to you, Xander.
Engines coming to life now as we get set for action in Pro Stars. So with that, Annie Rule, as mentioned there, a bit of issues to get the young lady underway, but so far so good of everyone firing off from the line. It's a big grid. In fact, one of the bigger ones on the season at 24 total drivers in Pro Stars. A handful of them in the subs category, the Rock Stars class. As mentioned, the championship fight just about out of reach with Talon Yockel in front by 3 figures. But for Robbie Boydeshow, What a run in qualifying. 400s up on Gavin Bailiff in that Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic. Hopefully for some better luck than his older brother Finn, who, of course, had that chain failure in his first heat race. Charlie Steins rolls off third. Talon Yako will line up in the fourth spot on the outside of row 2. Michael Riccio puts 3 Magic Karts up there in the front of the group there with a fifth place qualifying effort. He'll be joined by the Kartworks USA Marinello of Justin White. Then it'll be Ian Quinn on the inside of row 4 alongside Colin Daly on the DR North America DR Kart. And to round off the top 10, there's a look at the 2 there at the edge. Annie Rule starting in the 9th spot. Jason Enrique on the black and white Rivera Racing GFC roll off in 10th. Zach Frank on the Eyes Up Body Symmetry MD Beryl Art Machine will roll off in the 11th spot alongside Safik Otic III's TKG Kart Republic. Then it'll be David Carmody and Riley Pegram on row number 7. Row 8, Jonathan Ocasio and Mitchell Lowry. Row 9, Tegan Poles and Dane McMahon. Row 10, Frankie Iadavea and Jeff Lyda. Row 12, Gavin Ivey and Robbie Campbell. And starting shotgun on the field will be Jacob Hughes and Vincenzo Saraceno was absent from qualifying. And at the moment, I don't see him. There he is, top of the screen. So watch out for last year's Pro Stars champion, Vincenzo Saraceno, on that Vermont Kart Company Marinello chassis to try and roll from the back of the grid, 24th in both heat races. How high up on the order can he get? Meanwhile, who gets the whole shot? We get set to go to the light for the first time in Pro Stars action for the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Heat 1, lights on, lights out, and away we go. And look at the jump from Talon Yockel and their spins at the back. I believe that might have been the likes of Mitchell Lowry. But out of turn number 2, it's Talon Yockel from 4th on the grid to go to the lead into turn number 4.
What a hole shot from Talon Yockel, launching immediately between your front row, shooting that gap down the middle and taking the early lead. An impressive start for the driver in contention for this championship, your leader in the points. Talon Yockel.
Oh, look at that. Robbie Boydishow to the inside, an over-under from Gavin Bailiff. He's trying to get back to that magic 1-2. The pole man back to 3rd, and he's under pressure from Justin White as well for that spot. So is the likes of Michael Riccio and Charlie Steins, all stacked up right there at the back bumper of the 232 machine. But again, you heard it in his interview, Simon. Talon Yockel said just because you got the title locked up, no reason to slack off. A big lead at the end of lap 1, over a second on Gavin Bailiff and company.
And Talon Yockel is gone out front as the fighting rages on behind Bailiff versus Boydishow. We'll see what Robbie has to offer. Bailiff defensive down into turn number 4 and 5. Holding on to that position. This will let Talon get away even farther. But the fighting, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all still nose to tail. And they are led by Gavin Bailiff, sitting currently in P2. Everyone using a lot of curb, running it for everything they have over these first couple of laps, trying to see what kind of pace they have in their respective machines. Robbie Boydishow in that Magic Kart, still going to work on Gavin Bailiff. The last couple of corners of this circle, we'll see 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all still nose to tail in this gearbox class where they'll condense into the brake zones and then take off down the straights. And look at that, Robbie Boydishow down to the bottom of the track, inside for P2, moving through. Gavin Bailiff looking for a counter offer into turn number 2. He'll get it back. So the fighting for 2nd and 3rd, hot off the press.
Yeah, and Talon Yockel loving it. He gets further and further away as Bailiff defends in 4 and also backs them up to Justin White and Michael Riccio once again. And an interesting storyline to note, of course, in the KZ class of the different engine power plants and manufacturers going head-to-head. We remember earlier this year, the month of June was the breakout month for the GFC Karting Boys and IAME engines with the debut of that new Generation 4 IAME KZ Screamer. That's what Gavin Bailiff has under the hood here this weekend. Meanwhile, the only engine that we saw that was able to contend with them was the likes of the Magic Kart group when they linked up with Sony engines with a TM manufactured KZ. So those two look pretty evenly matched in 2nd and 3rd, and now make it 4th as Michael Riccio got by on Justin White's Kartworks USA SRP Engines TM. And White is under pressure because he's battling now with the likes of Charlie Steins and Ian Quinn getting in the mix there on that Macron Motorsports Beryl Art. He gets through. So that's backed the group up. This midfield fight is absolute chaos. Annie Rule in the mix there just ahead of Colin Daly. She runs 8th there. Again, a big scare on the grid. Did not even be certain she was going to make it onto the racetrack. And as for the update of where Vincenzo Saracino has worked his way up to, he's picked up 6 spots so far in the opening 3 laps. Last year's reigning champion is 18th at the moment, working on Gavin Ivey and Frankie Iadavea. 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Talon Yockel showing the way. Our focus right now is on this midfield scrum right here coming onto the front stretch.
Yeah, you see Annie Rule there starting to put some pressure, and she'll go down to the inside into turn number 1. Move Annie Rule up. Almost. No, she doesn't complete it on the exit. Still a hard-fought battle through turn number 2.
Yeah, overslowed it a little bit on the inside curbing in turn 1. And Charlie Steins now knowing the pressure's there is going to go defensive in 4. Rule trying to cross him up. Couldn't get it. Kind of got bottled up herself a little bit coming out of the corner. And Colin Daly just kind of riding along there on the DR Kart Modena-powered machine as they go to the S's and then up the hill. Here comes Rule again on Steins. Nothing there on the left. And it just allows Justin White and Michael Riccio to continue to drive further away. Maybe something here in the back section if she can muster it up out of the left. No, Stein's still good on that CKR chassis. He holds on. Rule a little bit wide out of the left to narrow in the right. That'll hurt her exit on the front stretch. Here comes Colin Daly, the flying Jamaican with a big run. Already got a win this year in the wet. Right there. Not close enough in turn 1 to do it.
No, but the fight still intense here in the midfield. Charlie Steins backing up Annie Rule through turn number 2. Colin Daly just there in the background as well. Defensive into 4 and 5. So this midfield fight is crazy. It's gloves off. It is hard fought. And Annie Rule looking for any way by she can. Not able to get it done just yet.
Yeah, still single file. In fact, it's kind of starting to spread apart a little bit there. Let's take a look up at the front because it started to change actually a little bit for the top couple. You see Robbie Boydishow there in the all-black Magic Kart has fallen behind his teammate Michael Riccio. What a progression this year has been. He's kind of been flying under the radar this season. Has some mechanical woes in the opening couple rounds, then started to really get the results rolling in Pittsburgh, and he is now up to 3rd, the highest I believe we've seen him run so far in the season at one of the bigger grids on the year, and in fact he's tracking down Gavin Bailiff at the moment. He was purple last time by. Michael Riccio, fastest car on the racetrack in the 219.
As he is starting to put the pressure on to Gavin Bailiff, another driver who hasn't had a lot of luck throughout the season, both running well and very competitively in this first heat, sitting 2nd and 3rd now. You see Talon Yockel just up the road. They're both quicker by 0.3 than Talon Yockel last lap. So Gavin Bailiff starting to close in on your leader, but facing some pressure from Michael Riccio behind.
And I wouldn't be surprised at the gap that Talon Yockel's gotten and the experience he's learned from the likes of A.J. Myers, who has done so many runaway victories over the course of 2023, that Talon's starting to put the parachutes on and try to conserve some MG yellow rubber because these tires need to last for another heat race and a pre-final tomorrow morning as they head on through with 1.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
There was a meatball flag on the starter stand. We're not sure who that is for, but a potential changeup if someone near the front is experiencing a mechanical. You see the gap there from 1st to 2nd. Bailiff certainly starting to close in 0.2 faster.
Oh, no. Vincenzo Saracino. The Vermont Kart Company Marinello is off in the infield there in the grass. The number 1 plate, the reigning series champion, has had an up and down and really an overall rocky 2023 year. And it doesn't get any easier today. Mechanical woes took him out of qualifying, and now he's out of heat number 1.
Unfortunate break for Vincenzo. Not making qualifying was tough, but he started to have a good heat, making up several positions for it all to come crashing down with a mechanical failure. You see Robbie Boydishow on your screen there in P4. It is a Magic Kart 1, 2, and 4 right now. Gavin Bailiff still under pressure from Michael Riccio. That time by, Riccio faster again. Another purple lap this last time by. Still faster than Talon Yockel out front, and a 10th faster than Gavin Bailiff last time.
Looks like we're getting confirmation that the meatball flag is given for Robbie Boydishow in 4th. It was the 232 that was on the board, and trying to look at what it would be on the car that would potentially force the meatball flag for Robbie. I don't know if they think maybe he's dumping fluid The bumpers look intact. The pipe might be a little bit loose, but it doesn't sound off coming through here. So we'll listen to our spotters around the racetrack of what might be the reason Robbie Boydishow would be getting the meatball, but he pulls in, and all of a sudden his perfect start to a weekend with the pole in qualifying and putting one up for the old guys is not too good. As they hit the line now, it's 2 to go. The meatball displayed again to Robbie that time by. Not coming in at least yet. He's still pushing because everybody in that group is gaining tremendously on Talon Yockel. Saving or not, he needs to find some more speed right now.
This is too good a fight to miss for Robbie. He wants to be a part of the action. I'm not sure we'll see him pull in before the end of this race. As the fight for the lead starting to close down. Talon Yockel not experiencing the same gap that he had previously. Gavin Bailiff starting to close in, and Michael Riccio keeping the same amount of pressure he has all race. So a lap and a half remaining. Talon Yockel over Bailiff, and Riccio sitting there in P3, and just behind them, Robbie Boydishow. We'll see if he comes in this time. I would guess probably not. This is too good a fight to miss. And you see there, Gavin Bailiff diving, trying to make a move on Talon Yockel. That one's not going to stick. White flag in the air this time by Talon Yockel, your leader.
Yeah, I don't know if he was trying to pass him or maybe just trying to scare him into a mistake. Just show the nose there and freak him out a little bit. Talon probably thought he was home free, that nobody was close to him at all. And now Gavin Bailiff is only a car length away. But, we got off the racetrack. That's the 204. Annie Rule is out over down by turn number 2. Annie off the racetrack at the end of the front straightaway, nosing towards the barriers. I don't know if something broke on the power plant. I would imagine more of that. But nonetheless, here's a 3-way fight for the lead and the win on the final lap of heat number 1 in Pro Stars. Gavin Bailiff right there, just not close enough to do anything in the short chute. Maybe he can do something in that right-hander, but he's got to worry. Look at Michael Riccio down the inside. He'll force his way through for second, but Boydishow right there for third, and it's going to allow a magic 1-2-4 unofficially because Talon Yockel will win heat 1 from 4th on the grid the whole shot, and he leads every lap. An impressive performance from the championship points leader. And I think with that run alone, he might have just mathematically clinched the championship if he hadn't already over the likes of Colin Daly. So with, I believe, the meatball flag, they stopped scoring Robbie Boydishow while he crossed the line unofficially 4th. They have sent him to the rear as if he was not scored on the first lap. They meatballed him. And so it's Riccio, Bailiff, Ian Quinn, by the way, a kind of silent mover in that one. He picks up all the spots in the midfield, gets around the likes of Justin White and Charlie Steins. And the Macron Motorsports Bureau Art will be scored 4th. Justin White 5th, Charlie Steins 6th, Colin Daly, Jason Enrique, Zach Frank, and Safik Haddock the 3rd, your top 10 in Pro Stars. That's a wild one. And we'll see if maybe Caleb can get some intel for us on what was the deal with the meatball flag, because it was hard to ID for us of what was wrong with Robbie Boydishow. At the same time, you can see the back of the grid is lined up for the direct drive OKN Stars drivers as they get set to go. And this is because, of course, they need that running start to get fired up. And unlike the shifters that can either pull the clutch in or pop into neutral, it's a little bit tougher. But actually, Caleb, before he goes and gets us some intel on that Pro Stars division, you can see he's there standing by with Alex Stanfield. Let's send it on to you.
Alex, long time no see. It was just last week that we were talking, right? Here this week, you're back at the front of the grid. I mean, how are you feeling coming into this race?
Yeah, I feel really good. Our package is really good as well. SRP engine with GWR Gillard is rolling right now. So just looking for a good start, and hopefully it should go good.
Sounds good. Well, best of luck, Alex. Alex will be starting second on his inside. Sorry, Henry Wheeler starting on the inside. Brandon Carr, we heard from him earlier today, as well as Nicholas starting on that inside as well. That's it for me here on Grids End. I'm going to send it back up to you.
There you go, Caleb. A good bit of intel for us down on the grid from our leading man on pit lane. You heard it from Alex Stanfield. Said the pace is pretty good on that SRP TM-powered Gillard chassis, and he's been back and forth on the SRP on the TM machines, and as well as moving on to the Vortex power. But he was on a Ryan Perry Motorsport tuned TM earlier this year, so to be on the SRP tuned machine, I think he's the highest potentially SRP driver. I'm not sure what Henry Wheeler is on. He may be on one as well. I know RPM has their own program, and the likes of Gavin Bailiff Finn Bailiff, who will be getting set to roll in his debut on the TKG Kart Republic. But that's, of course, just a cool aspect of this OKN direct drive class is there's no clutch, and again, it's multi-manufacturer. So there's a perfect look at the TM machine for the number 32. I believe that's Eli Fox on the GP kart. Who will be getting set to roll off from the inside of the top 10 just barely. But what a run in qualifying for Henry Wheeler. This kid, of course, got that big win in the wet at Pittsburgh, and the confidence has really just been flowing for him all summer. Not as many results as maybe what could have come his way, even as recent as a month ago for the U.S. Pro Kart Series stop here at MCC, but he gets the prettiest starting spot on the grid, the one with clear racetrack in front of you. And again, not enough good stuff can be said really about Nicholas Terlecki's kind of second half of the season surge in the Holtz Driver Development Tony Kart. The number 88 rolling off third here. He was right there in qualifying with Wheeler and with Stanfield, and that's closer than he's been on the OKN side, I feel like, to start a weekend than what we've seen in the opening 3 rounds of the season. So for Nick Terlecki in the number 88, we'll see what he can do from row number 2. And, of course, behind him, starting in that 5th spot, how about Aiden Fox, a winner in Newcastle and consistent throughout 2023. But we have yet to see a second win come for the number 13 in that Fox & Son Racing, father and son-based racing team. And, of course, his father, Christian, a renowned engine builder and tuner as well. So that's guys that have done a good bit of their homework. It paid off at the biggest, highest horsepower racetrack that we visit on the calendar, over a mile in length at Newcastle, Indiana. And here this weekend, we've seen the straightaways come into it. Now, let's see if, talking about old guys like Robbie Boyd, how about this guy, Josh Holtz, in the number 22 Holtz DD Tony Kart's got a little ways to go to catch his younger teammate in Nick Terlecki. But the good news, Simon, of course, is he does have that inside lane starting spot, and it'll be interesting to see how much of a benefit versus not it is in OKN Stars, because Alex Stanfield's got a lot of experience at the same time here for Josh Holtz and everyone on that inside lane. We know how important that can be in single-speed competition.
Drivers working their way onto the track now, leaving the grid. These direct drive karts requiring assistance to get fired and rolling. And alongside with that, if you get stranded there out on track in the middle of the race, you cannot refire. So it is a one and done. You've got one shot. You have to keep your kart running for the duration of the race. So you see the drivers working their way onto the track, warming those tires, and getting ready to take us to a rolling start here. Xander.
Yeah, we talked about half of that grid. Let's talk about the other half. How about the outside lane behind Alex Stanfield? Again, in that 4th spot, Brandon Carr, we chatted with him down in the KC pit box earlier on here. He said that he still felt like, he was pretty much there, about where he needed to be. I mean, he was only a 10th and 3/4 off the top single lap time, but again, that single lap pace only matters for qualifying. On the higher horsepower classes that utilize that softer MG yellow tire, it's about being able to make it last for the distance of the race and really the distance of multiple heat cycles to get through to that main event when you finally get to put a second set of stickers on. He rolls off 4th. Finn Bailiff rolls off 6th. We're through the start box in green, down to turn number 1, and look at Stanfield. How about that kind of a hole shot? A big launch on the outside of turn number 1. He hooked the cushion, crowded Wheeler down, and gets a big lead all the way on the backstretch to turn number 4.
Impressive. Out to about 4 kart lengths now as you see the fighting for 3rd and 4th there. Looks like Brandon Carr will make his way up into P3, but Stanfield with a mega run around the outside from that P2 starting position. Looked like he had another gear than everybody else with how much speed he carried through those first couple of corners. Working through the infield, now to the back section of the track, you see Carr, having made his way up into P3, is still nose to tail behind them, but Stanfield out to the early lead.
Yeah, that's a big gap for Carr to make back up to Henry Wheeler, as here comes Finn Bailiff. He'll take 5th away from Aiden Fox, almost. Now a crossover, and Fox gets back over under on him, and luckily for Aiden Fox, with the power band of this car, you don't get as many of those over-unders because it takes a while to spool up and get to the RPMs where it really builds some horsepower and torque. So that move, again, kind of take it in the notes in the playbook for both Fox and for Bailiff, that if someone hangs it on your inside on that left, you can just hold it into the right and park it there, and they won't get back to you. As Terlecki on the bumper, and kind of maybe a little contact, maybe Carr a little bit too deep in 4, but Terlecki back into 3rd. And all the while, Henry Wheeler is starting to track back down Alex Stanfield. Stanfield's lead's about cut in half from what it was a lap ago. Wheeler rolled really good there through that left. That kart looked hooked up and glued to the racetrack, Simon.
It did, and he's making that gap up rapidly. Only about a kart length separate the top two now as they work through the tightest section of the track. These last couple of corners will come back onto the front straight, and Alex Stanfield will still lead the race, but not by as much as last lap. Henry Wheeler is closing in quickly, and he's getting to that rear bumper of Stanfield. Across the line this time, Henry Wheeler, 56.8, but it was Nicholas Terlecki right behind him with the fastest lap of the race so far, a 56.7. So your driver in P3 going to start driving his way towards the front two as Stanfield still leads over Wheeler, and you see Terlecki right there trying to make up that gap.
Yeah, Nick Terlecki at least has pulled away from Brandon Carr in the last half a lap or so, so he's starting to really roll. In fact, Terlecki was purple last time by at a 56.7, so that was 4/10 better than race leader Alex Stanfield. We're still tightly packed here, and again, this package has been interesting to see how it'll race because it's so different than any other 125 package we've seen this year, whether it be the Rock, the Rotax even last week, or the IAME X30. The OKN's just been a bit of a curveball for many on both how to tune and how to drive it and how to race it. And for many of these drivers, even though they were here a month ago for the USPKS event, it's still a pretty big unknown. So watching it right now, I don't know how much of a breakaway we'll get, but at least it looks like the field's pretty close, and we're going to see some good racing action because Henry Wheeler has arrived half a car length back from Alex Stanfield as they exit turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, and as opposed to some of our other water-cooled 125cc engines, these OKN platforms are direct drive, so no clutch involved, and that will affect the power band, especially in some of these low-speed corners. It'll change up that driving style, making those moves, how you race each other on track, just not having that same kind of bottom end or clutch engagement point that you would in, say, an X30 or a Rotax. And you see the racing, you have to adjust around it, and these drivers doing a phenomenal job of that so far as the top three closing in on each other. Stanfield leading, but not by much.
Yeah, right there as well. Nick Terlecki getting bigger and bigger in view on screen on that white and green Host Driver Development Tony kart. Another good lap from him, an even better lap from Brandon Carr. A bit of a sluggish start for the red and white RPM Tony kart driver, but he goes purple at a 56.2. That was 3/10 better than race leader Alex Stanfield, but Henry Wheeler, I thought he would have been easily able to get around him. He tracked him down, and he's kind of stalled out in the wake behind him, a car length away, and not able to do too much. Let's see if he proves me wrong here this time over the short chute. Needs a good exit out of that left. It's good, but Alex Stanfield starting to get better as the race goes on. We're just about halfway through it. Look at Wheeler. He's hugging the low side. He was hoping to stay narrow enough to maybe probably dive him in that left. Couldn't quite do it there. Now they'll exit the right and head onto the front straightaway, and it'll stay pretty even here as they bounce the limiter at the start-finish line. Wheeler's right on him. Nothing he can do as they max out the rev range through turn 1. Another lap for Stanfield, maybe this time. Inside for the lead. Wheeler not able to do it. Stanfield holds him tough. And Terlecki now pulling alongside, but almost just not enough there to get to second. And with this battle, and with all of them kind of stalling out there in the top 4, here comes Aiden Fox.
Yeah, Aiden Fox arriving on the scene, and as well as Brandon Carr there in the back on that number 15 machine.
Oh, no, Aiden Fox. Commentator curse, he's out. The number 13 pulling off to the wayside. And Aiden Fox with an issue. That motor comes to a halt as he shakes his head there in disappointment. He had just set the fastest lap of the race a lap ago, and now Fox is out, and we're down to 4 at the front of the field. Finn Bailiff kind of looking on back there in 5th as they head to the start-finish line. 3 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Alex Stanfield continues to hold the lead down to turn 1.
And the top 4 now engaging in their own fight, distant from the rest of the field. They'll work through turn number 2, and Stanfield feeling the pressure of a charging Henry Wheeler. Wheeler tried once, wasn't able to get the move done. That gave Terlecki some advantage to go to work on Wheeler, but everyone has stayed in line from pretty much how they've started this race. We'll see if anyone's capable of making a move and making it stick, but none so far. The top 4 still nose to tail through the infield section. 2 minutes plus 2 laps remaining.
Through that left there, they'll crest the ridge here, and again, just kind of staying in a bubble between each other right now, a car length to a half car length apiece. No moves made besides that one attempt down at turn 2 by Henry Wheeler. Can he make something else happen here? Trying to hop out of the seat and get some more power. Alex Stanfield, a car length back to Wheeler. Wheeler, a little adjustment there on the radiator cover down to turn number 1. And over to 2, nothing yet. In fact, they were all pretty even. Stanfield sets his personal best, 56.16, but did not get a good launch out of 3. Here comes Henry Wheeler to the lead in turn 4.
And he'll make that move stick. A great launch out of turn number 2. Gives him all the pressure he needs to dive it down the inside and take the lead of this race. So the first confident pass that we have seen, and it is Henry Wheeler going to the front. Alex Stanfield falling to P2. The top 4 still nose to tail. And Brandon Carr diving down the inside, was looking for a move for third. Not quite going to get that one down. He'll lose a couple of kart links on the exit, but it wasn't for a lack of effort. These drivers trying their best to find a way around the drivers in front of them, but it is so difficult in this category.
Yeah, Brandon Carr, credit to him there for not cleaning out Nicholas Terlecki. That one could have ended badly. We think back to a month prior here for the USPKS event. The first lap, Carr and Hayden Jones got into it in a similar move there at the top of the hill, and it sent Hayden Jones flying off the racetrack right at the start of the main. So Carr's like that move. He's made a lot of successful passes there, but it was cool to see some caution given and a bit of a break given to Terlecki as well, because he would have had no idea that Carr had stuffed just a front bumper and maybe front tire down his inside into that left-hander. So out of 5 and 6 and 7, we now go through 8, 9, 10, and 11 up the hill for Henry Wheeler, the pole man, with 10 seconds to go. That timer will hit 0. We'll get 2 to go this time. Can Alex Stanfield get back around him for the lead? He was just starting to really hit his stride, it felt like, the lap that Wheeler got by, and then for some reason he just bogged the motor down coming out of turns 2 and 3. Saw Terlecki there trying to get everything he can. He dropped a tire, kicked up a little dust coming out of the front stretch. He'll lose a little time to Stanfield through 1. Evenly matched for the top 3 drivers, though that time they were identical on the lap chart.
And the laps ticking down are to be 2 to go. This time, still Wheeler over Stanfield, Terlecki in third, and Brandon Carr still hasn't fully recovered from that attempted pass. Sits about 2-3 kart links back from Terlecki, trying to get back to that rear bumper, but the top 4 have checked out from the rest of the field. They have almost a 3-second advantage over Finnegan Bailiff running in P5. So these 4 are going to be the ones we're going to watch as the race comes to its closing stages. They'll get the white flag this time by working through the last couple of corners. No one close enough to make a move this time. They're about a kart link separating each of them inside the top 4, but a good run out of that last corner will give Nicholas Terlecki something to work with down the front straight. Maybe not enough to make a pass, but white flag in the air. It is Henry Wheeler leading the way.
Yeah, Henry Wheeler by 2 to 3 car lengths. Back to Alex Stanfield. Nick Terlecki still there. Brandon Carr sets his personal best. He goes purple last time. But I don't know if we'll see much of anything here. I mean, they all look just too even at the moment between the 4. And a couple of different engine builders amongst them, which is cool to show for the parity of the class. But all aboard the TMs as they head to the S's. Henry Wheeler, a little bit of a sluggish start to make up the ground to Stanfield and then kind of stalled a bit behind him. But he's since opened that gap up. It's as big as it's been since he's taken the lead through the left-hander. Look at Terlecki as well. He's close on Stanfield, and Stanfield hurt him. He covered off that left there, covers off the right. I don't think we'll see anything for second. We will not. Across the line, Henry Wheeler, Heat 1 winner here in OKN Stars on the Brandon Jarsa Crack Racing LN kart. Stanfield, Terlecki, Carr, the top 4. Finn Bailiff rounds out the top 5. Then it's Eli Fox on the GP kart machine. Josh Hote, 7th. Keegan Bosch, Aiden Lorenko, Josh Conker, Tommy Trailer, and then Aiden Fox there, the lone DNF here in the OKN Stars division. So now it's time for a short 10-minute break to allow us to get back onto schedule. Gives the corner marshals and the hardworking Stars Championship team some time, and of course allows us to clear the racetrack from the unfortunate DNF for Aiden Fox on the Fox & Son Racing Tony kart. we'll head over to, I believe, Caleb Vieska's got someone, we'll head over to Caleb Vieska for more later on when we catch up with some more drivers on pit lane. But for now, a short break in the action here. We'll be back in just about 5 to 7 minutes from the Stars Championship Series finale, because it's time to run through the classes again for the second round of heat races for the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
For the championship finale of the Stars Championship Series. Before we get karts out on track, we're going to bring it down to Xander Clements in pit lane for some more information.
Thanks, Simon. Down here on pit lane with Michael Riccio. Michael, this year has been a year of progress for you in the shifter category. And even then, there's been kind of little hot sparks or flashes in the pan of you being so close. And then that opening heat race this weekend, you've come to life. I mean, you were right there, even called your shot with Caleb beforehand. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good. Like in the heat race, it was tough. I spun out in quali, and I had some traffic, so just plan to move up in heat 2.
And talk to me about what it's been nice to kind of see talent almost kind of a year ahead of the ranks, like making progress, having a guy like AJ Myers under the tent to make it easier for you to learn and just, you know, have those guys to ask questions to.
Nah, it's good. AJ's coaching is phenomenal. Like every time we come off, we do data, and it's just amazing. I learned so much.
Well, that's Michael Riccio, and I think we're going to be talking to him a whole lot more here in 2023, and especially even this weekend. A tough run there in the opening heat race. He'll be looking to go one spot higher in heat number 2, but he'll have to get around his teammate Talon Yockel. Let's go back up to you boys there over in the booth, Caleb and Simon, because we're getting set to go green for KA Masters.
Thanks, Xander. And on track now, like you said, KA Masters getting out and formed up, ready to take the green for their second heat of the day. Second and final race for KA Masters. Martin Pierce going to lead him off to the green flag. Alongside him, Chris Kutcher, P2, Chris Horan, P3, Jacob Neary, P4, and Max Pappas, your top 5. Into the tram lines, getting set to go. And Martin Pierce will bring them to the green flag. We're getting rolling, and green flag is out. We are racing for KA Masters. In through turn number 1, Martin Pierce with a good jump. Chris Kutcher surviving on the outside. He's going to try and hook it around the outside of Martin Pierce, and he will stick the move. So move Chris Kutcher up into the lead from P2 on the opening start, but immediately back down the inside. Martin Pierce diving, and Chris Kutcher left the lane open, but will still hold that advantage as they head towards the infield hairpin here, Caleb.
Yeah, what a move there around the outside by Chris Kutcher here early on to move his kart up in a P1 here, and Martin Pierce looked like he was going to go for a move down the inside, wasn't close enough to get it done. Now he's going to have to be content and follow here behind Chris Kutcher, who currently stands in the lead of the race. Not too far off, as well as Chris Horan there in the 3rd spot. Not far from Chris Kutcher and Martin Pierce. And oh, there you go, Martin Pierce down the inside on Chris Kutcher. Move the Trinity Karting Group driver right back up to the lead of the field here, Simon.
He's wasting no time regaining the advantage. Starting on pole, he's going to want to lead the race, and that he does as we come to the first flying lap. But look at that, Chris Kutcher not done. Immediately back down to the inside. These two trading places every chance they get. Martin Pierce trying for the inside in turn number 2. Can't stick it that time. So Chris Kutcher ends up holding the lead. He'll come through in P1. Martin Pierce behind. Chris Horan, P3. It is Max Pappas who moved his way up into P4, and the fighting still going on at the front. No one giving an inch as they work through the infield hairpin. These three still nose to tail, and all this fighting is allowing Max Pappas, Jakob Neary, Anthony Stifler, Clay Settles back into the conversation, but the top three still nose to tail, working towards our last great passing opportunity here at the MCC facility. Martin Pierce gave a nose, showed it, but didn't ultimately go for the pass. Will he into the tightest corner of the track? No, he'll give just an inch there, and about the top 6 or 7 still nose to tail.
Yeah, and Martin Pierce needs to be careful there with those half moves because Chris Horan really closed on that gap there into the final corner complex. Now it's still Martin Pierce in second. Chris Kutcher leads us away, and I think Chris Horan is going to look for a move down the inside. Wasn't close enough to get it done. Max Pappas stays in fourth, and Ursuline OTK. In fourth, it's going to be Jacob Neary. And Clay Settles back up in a 6th and a pass for the lead here. Martin Pierce on the inside of Chris Kutcher. Moved the Trinity Karting Group driver right back up to P1 here, Simon.
Yes, he definitely wants that lead. He's able to get it back from Chris Kutcher. You saw him come down the front straight with his hand over on the engine, tuning that carburetor, getting those engine settings dialed in for this second and final heat of the day for KA Masters here at the Stars Championship Series finale at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. You see 7-8 drivers all nose to tail there as they work through the last couple of corners. And look at that, more moves. That is the 254. Clay Settles going to the inside of Mark Steele. Not Mark Steele, Jacob Neary in the 245 machine. They'll come down the front straight this time. Still Martin Pierce out front. Has now the biggest lead of the race so far at 2 kart lengths over Chris Kutcher. Chris Horan tucked in right behind Kutcher. And we saw this in the first heat. These two sat side by side. A little half defense offered from P2 there. And now P2 back to P7, still tucked in line.
And I think we have reports that Clay Settles with the left side pod issue. You see it dragging there a little bit on your screen. It seems to be just kind of disconnected there, but Clay Settles, I don't think it's affecting him too much because he is currently the fastest man on track. He ran a 1-minute flat last time by. So Clay Settles absolutely flying here early on in this race. And then early on, Martin Pierce already with a good, healthy gap to Chris Kutcher behind here, Simon.
Chris Kutcher not one to give it up, though. He's trying to drive that advantage back down. They come through the last couple of corners. You see Horan and then Max Pappas on your screen there. It looks like Max Pappas maybe with the loose left side pod. We'll have to keep an eye on that. No, it would just be Settles as I am getting information. And they will head through turn number 1. 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps remaining in this race. It's still Pierce, Kutcher, Horan now under pressure from Settles. Settles to the inside. He'll make that one stick. Horan now side by side with Max Pappas. They'll head into the infield hairpin, and Pappas going to get the job done as well. So Horan back 2 spots.
Yeah, so what a move there by Max Pappas to move up another spot here now behind Clay Settles, who currently sits in the 3rd spot here at the moment, and he has his sights set on Chris Kutcher, who stays in 2nd. Martin Pierce, that gap still at a kart length and a half here for Martin Pierce in the lead, but Chris Kutcher keeping him honest here, not falling back that much here, Simon.
No, he's not. He's been pressuring all race. You saw the multitude of passes for the lead early on. It has since settled down just slightly, but these top 3 have created just a little bit of an advantage. You see there now Clay Settles enjoying the fresh air, not being stuck behind Chris Horan anymore. You got the top 3, and then the next 4 all nose to tail. That is Pappas, Horan, Neary, and Stifler. So we'll watch the top 3 come through the hairpin. Any moves? Not this time. Everyone's going to stay in line. Everyone wants to get back up and catch Martin Pierce, and the man who's on the mission currently is Clay Settles. After he cleared that group behind, he has now attached himself to the rear bumper of Chris Kutcher. They're going to head through the infield here, and the top 3 starting to condense just a little bit.
Yeah, and Clay Settles continuing to improve his lap times. Now you see him all over the rear bumper here of Chris Kutcher. Is Clay Settles going to be close enough to get a move here down the inside? Not going to be this time by, but down the main straight, I think is going to be the best chance here for Clay Settles. I'm going to be interested to see if he decides to push Chris Kutcher to try and get closer to Martin Pierce, or if he's going to decide to go. I mean, I think at the moment, the way he's looking, I think Clay Settles is going to want to go here.
You would have to think. I mean, Kutcher showed a great ability to race Martin Pierce, but has not been able to close the advantage too much. So if I'm sitting there in the shoes of Clay Settles, maybe it is time to make a move, because he has been the driver with pace. Last time set a purple lap, so fastest lap of the session by 2/10 quicker than Pierce and Kutcher last time by. The top three. Now nose to tail, the fight raging on for the lead. There's a minute and a half plus 2 laps remaining, so we'll get probably 4, maybe 5 laps to go with them approaching the last passing zone of the circuit. And look at that, Kutcher back onto the rear bumper of Pierce. Not going to make a move yet. The top 3 nose to tail.
And you see Clay Settles' side pod there dancing through the corners as the bolt on the back is completely off and loose, as you see that bumper continuing to dangle there of that side pod of Clay Settles, but not affected by it too much. Maybe just in the right-hand corners here, Simon, as he stays with this group of 3 of Martin Pierce and Chris Kutcher here. And Clay Settles now going to look for a move here down the inside on Chris Kutcher. I don't think he's going to be close enough to get it done, and he's going to be content to push.
And with 30 seconds remaining, we have still yet to see the fighting fully break out for the end of this race. They'll head to the infield hairpin. Pierce enjoying that advantage, and Clay Settles all over the rear bumper of Chris Kutcher. You see that left side pod dangling as they head through the S's of this MCC facility. Back over the hill. Will Settles make a move on Kutcher? No, not yet. Top 3 nose to tail. This is the battle we are watching. They have a second and a half on everybody else, and down to the inside, Clay Settles makes the move on Kutcher. He'll get it done. Moves Clay Settles up into P2. Time's going to run out. We're going to get the 2 to go this time by. So 2 laps to go. Settles now up into P2, trying to hunt down Martin Pierce.
And Clay Settles, oh, there he goes. A little bit of an inside move by Clay Settles. Not close enough to get it done on Martin Pierce. And that's a very opportunistic move there by Clay Settles. We haven't seen a move like that here in a while. I think last time out we saw one at USPKS, but that's a very, very risky move there in turn number 1, because it's almost a flat-out corner here, Simon.
Yeah, he tried it, and we've seen that pass been made already a couple of times today. It didn't happen there, but Clay Settles looking for a way around. It's a lap and a half remaining. He's got to find a way by Martin Pierce. By all indications, he has the pace to catch him. He's only a kart length now back, as they'll come through the last couple of corners, and they'll be taking the white flag this next time by. Kutcher still filling the rear view of Settles, so the top 3 enjoying that advantage, and all the while this next group has been battling out. You see Max Pappas, Chris Horan, Anthony Stifler, Mark Steele, and Jacob Neary. As well, white flag is in the air, and down to the inside, he'll make it move into turn 1 this time. He'll go defensive. What's going to be the outcome? Clay Settles takes the advantage. He takes the lead of this race. Martin Pierce holds on to P2, and Chris Kutcher still looking for anything he can do from that 3rd position, but Settles decided the white flag was his signal into turn 1. He makes the move, and he sticks it for the lead.
Yeah, what a drive up so far by Clay Settles to move his top cart up in a P1 here. And that side bumper did not affect him at all here, because he's moved to the lead of the race, and it seems like he's going to stay here. Martin Pierce still continuing to catch Clay Settles. Not close enough. And Chris Kutcher almost making it 3 wide into turn number 2, but it wasn't close enough. A little bit side-by-side action in between him and Pierce. Not close enough, though. Let's see if Pierce is close enough to make a move. Not as of yet. Clay Settles is going to stay in the lead here on the top cart. It's going to be a drag race to the finish line as we have action further back in the field. It's still Clay Settles here in the lead. He's going to come across to take away heat number 2 here in KA Masters. It's going to be Martin Pierce finishing 2nd. Chris Kutcher with a good drive by him. Finishing 3rd, Max Pappas. Rounding up in 4th, Chris Horan is going to round up your top 5 here, Simon.
Yeah, an incredible drag race from that second group to get to the checkered flag. And a part of that was Jacob Neary went purple on that last lap. The last lap of the race was part of that drag race to the line. So everyone leaving it all out on the track, trying to get as many spots as they could. But when the dust settled, it was Clay Settles up at top. P1, Martin Pierce P2, Kutcher P3, Pappas P4. Horan rounds out the top 5. Then on back, we had that drag race. It was Anthony Stifler, Jacob Neary, Mark Steele, Adam Roberts, and Mingnan Zhu rounds out the top 10 here in KA Masters.
Yeah, that was a good little pun you had there, Simon. I won't lie. I mean, I was thinking about it, didn't say it, but you did, and it worked out well. I love that. I love that. I mean, Clay Settle's an awesome guy, right? It's great that he was able to come away with the Heat 2 victory. I mean, he was calling himself a little bit of a jabroni, and the jabroni got it done here in Heat number 2, Simon.
Yes, he did. An incredible last lap maneuver through turn number 1. We'll see Clay Settles to the top of the boards in KA Masters. That'll wrap up the first heat race of the second round. Up next, when we come back, it's going to be your Micro Swift category. We're going to go to a short break. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. You're watching on Kart Chaser.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. My name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth is the one and only Simon Sykes. As we are getting set to go green here for our Micro Swift class, this is the clash at the club here, and it has been an exciting day of racing so far. Simon Sykes is going to take us down our order here before we get set to go green here with our Micro Stars.
Rolling into heat number 2. Leading off from the front row, that man on your screen right there, Colton Schniegenberg. Alongside him, it is Josh Bergman. We saw these two engaged in a heavy fight to the end of the first heat. We'll see what they have to offer us here this time. Behind them, Danny O'Gara, Jake Manalio, Emerson Lane, Asher Ferris, Easton Kubinski, Christopher Lavoie, Bashi Jimenez, Austin Taylor, Bryson Scales, Lawrence Perriman, Riley Dobelier, Drake Williamson, George Zeminski, and Liat Semenelik as the drivers are getting ready to come around onto the front straight, head towards the tram lines, and get us set to go racing here in Microswift Heat number 2.
It was an exciting first heat, and now we're getting set to do it all over again here. It's Colton Schniegenberg and Alex Bergman. Josh Bergman here, starting on the outside. The green flag is out. We are racing here in Microswift, and Colton Schniegenberg, a good start for him, and Bergman falls back 3 spots down into 4th. He's going to lose maybe another spot down the inside. He's able to stay clear, so Bergman down to P4. Schniegenberg with a dream start for him up in a P1. Not too sure. That's one of the MPG drivers there in second. Who holds on to it here, Simon?
Yep, and Danny O'Gara making the most of that start, and he will come out side by side out of turns 4 and 5. They'll head towards the infield hairpin, but it is still Colton Schniegenberg with the advantage. You'll see Josh Bergman trying to make up some ground. He didn't lose quite as many as he did on the first one, but the outside lane still not giving a great jump in this one. You see Danny O'Gara there right behind Schniegenberg, and we have Jake Manalio in that number 9. In front of that, where did Jake Manalio go? Oh, Bergman getting sideways through the tightest corner on our track. They'll head back towards the front straight, and he'll remain in P4 across the line for the first time. It is Schniegenberg side by side. Daniel O'Gara is trying to challenge for the lead. Not quite just yet. It is Emerson Lane sitting there in third. The top 3 have broken away just slightly. Behind that, Josh Bergman, Jake Manalio, Issa Kabinski, and Bashi Jimenez. The next group, these top 3, taking off and racing already. Schniegenberg down to the bottom to defend Emerson Lane through to P2. He'll pass Danny O'Gara, and you see Josh Bergman closing up on the back of Danny as they head towards the infield hairpin.
Yeah, and that sideways action that we saw there from Bergman, I think he made contact with the rear bumper of Emerson Lane, which kind of just unsettled the Sodi kart of Bergman. But it seems like he's recovered quite well because he's back up in a 4th now and on the rear bumper of that group ahead. And I think that was side by side there by Bergman and O'Gara. Who is it going to be into the final section? And Bergman not close enough. He is going to be close enough. Move Bergman up another spot.
Not only that, Jake Manalio is going to follow him through and is not going to get it done as Danny O'Gara fights back. He's going to hold that loss to just 1 position. They'll head down the front straight. So Danny O'Gara from P2 and challenging for the lead down to P4 and under pressure from the 5th position currently. The top 2 on a breakaway. Schniegenberg and Emerson Lane. Josh Bergman closing in quickly. Then a few kart links back, it is Danny O'Gara and Jake Manalio engaging in their own battle. But down to the inside, Emerson Lane for the lead. This time, he will pass Colton Schniegenberg to take the lead of this Microswift Heat number 2. The top 3 still locked nose to tail in towards the infield hairpin. It is Emerson Lane, Colton Schniegenberg, and then Josh Bergman hanging on there in 3rd.
Yeah, Emerson Lane made up 2 spots in that last lap, and he made up another spot up to get to the lead of the race past Colton Schniegenberg. Bergman with the fastest lap of the race, so 104.571 for him. Already on the rear bumper here of Colton Schniegenberg, and the more and Schniegenberg goes wide there into the back section, and that's going to move Bergman up another spot. Schniegenberg falls back to 3rd. It's still Emerson Lane out in front, and now it's a group of 5 karts here battling for the lead here, Simon.
Yeah, that has tightened things up at the front of the field. Emerson Lane still leads, but an incredible move. Josh Bergman goes back up to 2nd, and he will challenge for the lead into turn number 1 this time, and he will do it, and he'll bring Schniegenberg in with him. Emerson Lane's getting run past. He will drop down to 4th, maybe 5th, as Danny O'Gara is trying to challenge as well. Into turns number 4 and 5, Bergman, Schniegenberg. Then it is Jake Manalio, and then Emerson Lane. Lane losing 3 spots out of that exchange from leading at the start of the lap to getting passed by 3 karts. Not the way he would have wanted this one to go, but still plenty of time. 4 minutes plus 2 laps remaining.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we've seen the pace that Emerson Lane has had all race long, and falls back to fourth now, and I'm sure he'll be able to work his way right back up the field, but it is going to be a handful of work for him to try and get it done. Still Colton Schneegenberg and Josh Bergman in the lead of this race. Bergman looking super racy in that Sodi kart, and Colton Schneegenberg now, after falling back a couple of spots, I mean, he had a good start, but after falling back a couple of spots to Emerson Lane and Bergman here early on, he is right back up to the rear bumper now of Josh Bergman, who stays in the lead of this race. The field has shifted here a little bit. It's Jake Manalio cracking into the top 10. He's in third, into the top 3 here, I'm sorry. So Jake Manalio in third. It's Emerson Lane now down in the fourth. It's a group of 5 karts here with Danny O'Gara, making up the 5th kart here in this train, Simon.
Yep, so now a 4-kart breakaway at the front, led by Josh Bergman. See Schneegenberg there in P2. Jake Manalio in that number 9 machine, sitting there in third. Emerson Lane closed up onto the back of them, so the top 4 engaged in battle. Josh Bergman leads the way in very much the same fashion as the first heat race, where he dropped back and then was able to drive it all the way back to the front. He does it again. Schneegenberg sitting right behind him, Jake Manalio, and then Emerson Lane. These 4 so close to each other, everyone on each other's rear bumpers, and you see a little bit of contact there from Manalio onto Schneegenberg, and that'll allow Danny O'Gara to close back onto Emerson Lane as they come down the front straight. 3 minutes plus 2 laps remaining.
3 minutes plus 2 laps to go here in this Micro Swift race. Still Schneegenberg in second with Manalio in third. Emerson Lane stays in fourth. But now he's going to have the push from Danny O'Gara. Are any of them close enough to go this time by? Are they going to decide to go this time by? Because I'm sure they can see that Josh Bergman is running away with it here now. Down the inside, it's Emerson Lane. Trying to get a 2-for-1 move in contact in between him and Colton Schneegenberg. Schneegenberg losing a handful of spots here, Simon.
And Schneegenberg comes out the worst of that from a confident third position, maybe even second. He was down now outside the top 5, down into 6th position. So Schneegenberg coming out worse of that exchange. Emerson Lane didn't suffer too much. He is up in P2 now. He will get both spots out of that, but a massive gap in front of him to run down Josh Bergman, who currently leads this one by about 5 kart lengths. Lane under pressure from Jake Manalio behind, and Danny O'Gara still in the picture, second, third, fourth, all nose to tail, and I'm sure they will want to work together here to try and run down the man out front, the number 44 Sodi kart machine of Josh Bergman.
Yeah, Bergman still out in the lead here. Emerson Lane in second, Manalio in third, like you said here, Simon. And for Bergman, I mean, it's important to him. If he can open up that gap, good for him, right? But Emerson Lane and Manalio seem like they're working together here. You saw a little bit of a signal there by Emerson Lane to work their way up to Bergman. And if it stays like this and they push and they work their way up, I think they will arrive on the scene here with Josh Bergman. But they have to be willing to work together. If they decide not to, they're going to continue to let Josh Bergman get away here early on.
Yeah, we're going to come to 3 laps to go this time by. And just like you said, will there be enough time? Now you have to consider this is one of the classes with the most draft effect we see all weekend. So all they have to do is get within a couple of car lengths. If we see a battle there, Schneegenberg trying to regain some lost time. He'll go past Easton Kubinski, trying to make up for what was lost in that entanglement with Emerson Lane. Out in front, though, Josh Bergman currently being hunted down by Emerson Lane. They just have to get within range. As long as they can close it to within a half second, within 0.3 of a second, then that draft is going to do the rest. What's going to be the key is having Jake Manalio and Danny O'Gara work with Emerson Lane to push him towards Josh Bergman, because then they can drag a fight to where all 4 of them are in contention for this win. So it's about working together and in knowing that the enemy of your enemy can be your friend. You want to have some shared goals here. If you're in second and third, you don't want to fight each other just yet. You want to go get that leader, and they are doing a wonderful job of it, closing in ever so slightly. Now only about 3-4 kart lengths separate them as Emerson Lane getting closer and closer to the leader of Josh Bergman.
Yeah, and I think Jake Manalio knows they're beginning to close down that gap to Bergman, because Emerson Lane and Jake Manalio, Danny O'Gara have all arrived on the scene here with Josh Bergman. Colton Schneegenberg not too far back from this group. When they start to battle, Schneegenberg is going to be right up there to look for a podium finish here in this heat number 2. But with 2 laps to go this time by, the 2 sticks are in the air. The gloves are off here for Emerson Lane and Josh Bergman. Emerson Lane is going to look for a move down the inside, not close enough. He's going to decide to push Bergman here into turn number 3, going into the hairpin M4 here, Simon.
And this is, they have done it. They've closed the gap. Now with 2 laps remaining, when is it going to happen? It happens now. Emerson Lane down to the inside. He'll make the move on to Josh Bergman. He'll cover it off rather aggressively on the exit as they head towards the infield hairpin. That'll give him a kart length advantage over Bergman. Then Manalio Noguera behind the top 4. A lap and a half remaining. Anything could happen. Emerson Lane taking the lead back from Bergman, but Bergman not giving up, charging through the corner, and he'll dip a tire off. That'll cost him a lot of momentum to Emerson Lane in front. He'll hold on to the second spot, but just a little too aggressive in that corner. Now he's got a little bit of dirt on those tires. Going to make it hard to have the kart stick, and especially in these tight corners in the back section of the track. So Emerson Lane enjoying about a 5 kart length advantage as they come back onto the front straight. White flag in the air this time by Emerson Lane. Can anyone challenge him? Josh Bergman still in P2, and the line is forming behind him.
Yeah, the line begins to form here as Colton Schigenberg is going to arrive on the scene here shortly. For Josh Bergen and Jake Manalio, I'm going to be interested to see if they decide to fight here or if they want to close down that gap to Emerson Lane as he continues to pull away from the rest of the field here. It's still Josh Bergman in second. We saw him go off here, had a little bit of a moment the last lap, but this is it. This is the last lap. The white flag was out last time by. Schigenberg very well has arrived on the scene, still in 5th after contact early on in between him and Emerson Lane. Schigenberg still very much there in the fight for a late podium finish here. It's going to be down the back straightaway we go. Bergman still very much in drafting range here to Emerson Lane. Bergman on the outside. Can he get the over-under? Not close enough as of yet. He's going to look for the nose down the inside. Not close enough to get it done. And it seemed like Jake Manalio looked for a move. Schigenberg with the pass late here and not able to get it done and over-under here, Simon.
And look who's going to take advantage of that. Easton Kubinski is going to get by Schigenberg in the very last corner. So Schigenberg went for it all, but across the line, Emerson Lane, your victor in Micro Swift Heat number 2. He will come home first, just ahead of Josh Bergman in second, Jake Manalio third, Daniel Guerra fourth, and Easton Kubinski with that last corner move will get by Colton Schigenberg for 5th. Schigenberg fell to 6th. Bashi Jimenez in 7th. Lawrence Perriman 8th. Christopher Lavoie 9th. And Bryson Scales will round out your top 10 here in Micro Swift. A lot of action, a lot of last lap battles. That draft playing into a huge effect, and it was Emerson Lane at the end of it who stood on top.
Yeah, for Schigenberg, I think there in the last couple of corners, he wasn't able to keep the momentum of the kart up, keep those revs up. So I think he just lost a whole lot of momentum there in the final corners there, Simon.
Yep, and some great action we just saw. Some great action coming your way shortly. When we come back, it's going to be your Pro Rock Masters taking the track for their second and final heat race of the day. So stay with us. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, more racing to come. You're watching on Kart Chaser.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome to Ohio Kart Parts, the Midwest's largest Burrell Art racing go-kart dealer. We carry Burrell Art, Daniel Ricciardo, Charles Leclerc, and Robert Kubica brand of go-karts, as well as parts from names you trust. Chassis components from Freeline, engines from IAME, Briggs & Stratton, and soon-to-be Tillotson, electronics from AIM Technologies, MG Tires, Tika Axles, seating from Tillett, Arai helmets, and 3/10 race products. Visit us online at www.ohiokartparts.com, at our facility in Lorain, Ohio, or at the local track on race weekends. If we don't have it, call us at 440-628-CART. That's 5278. And we will do what we can to help you out.
Welcome back to the Stars Championship finale here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. The Clash at the Club here. My name is Caleb Yeska. Alongside me here in the booth is the one and only Simon Sykes, the champion himself. He's going to run you down your grid order here as we get set to go green here with our Rock Shifter.
Yep, as Rock Masters and Shifter Masters take to the track, you see the man out front there, the Trinity Karting Group Black and White machine of Larry Pegram, who took the pole earlier this morning. To his outside is going to be the 608 of Scott Presti. In P3, it is Justin Kelly. P4, Frank Runco. P5, Ryan Frank. P6, Michael Rivera, your top qualifier in the Rock subcategory. AJ Nowd, P7, Jake Fetter, P8, Brian Chatfield, P9, Jeff Mills is the top 10. Outside that, we have Morn Van Tack, P11, Brad Danoff, P12, Joe Ruck, who had issues in qualifying, down in the 13th position. He also had that issue in heat number 1. We'll be looking for a comeback from that number 1 plate. Tiffany Kelly, P14, Hugh Templeman, P15. Budoso in P16, Gary Osterholt, P17, Brandon Reed, P18. The drivers headed towards the start lines. They'll get set to go for our standing start here in the gearbox class, the Masters category. You see Larry Pegram lining up, staying on the rubber as long as he can before he darts out to the inside line. Caleb.
Yeah, and we've statistically seen that the outside line has been able to get the better jump here almost every single time here, Simon. I mean, we saw Talon Yako from that third spot with a great start from fourth, with a great start from that outside line, getting a massive hole shot. So I'm going to make sure to see if the driver on the outside line can get it done here on Pegram, who is going to start on the inside. I mean, he had issues in that heat race. He had to retire as everybody is set, and we are going to get set to go green here in our Rock Shifter class. The lights are on, and these drivers are going to have to wait for the lights to go out. Let's see who's going to get the hole shot this time by, and we are racing here in Rock Shifter. A much better start for Pegram on that inside line. He's going to move up to first, and one of the Maranello drivers, I think that's Kelly, already up to third, and not the best start for that outside line here, Simon.
Nope, but it wasn't bad, as you see Presti still holds on to that P2 position. The top two able to gap themselves out from Justin Kelly there in P3. They'll work towards the infield hairpin this time. Larry Pegram getting the hole shot. Unlike heat number 1, where he showed so much pace but had so little luck with that mechanical about halfway through the race. He'll lead the early stages of this one, working through lap number 1. Still Pegram over Presti. Those two very, very close. They were just under a kart length apart from each other. We have this accordion effect in these gearbox classes where they close in on the brake zones and then take back off down the straights. But early in the running, Justin Kelly already making up that ground to the top two, and he is closing the gap quickly as we complete lap number 1.
Yeah, and Michael Rivera already up to fourth in that Rock Shifter, already up in a fourth place here early on. So a great start for him as he moves up another spot from where he finished. last time out. And we saw Presti, I mean, he was setting in those really fast lap times super late in the race, and we saw Justin Kelly kind of pull off a little bit 0.6 slower. It seems like he just wanted to save his equipment, and now you're seeing it now. I think Presti's struggling a little bit here as he's going to fall under fire to Justin Kelly here pretty soon. Larry Pegram, he has good tires because he didn't finish the race in heat number 1. And now, I mean, he's off to a really healthy lead here. Justin Kelly still in third, Presti in second. But I'm going to be interested to see if Kelly can close down that gap to Presti, because we saw how Presti was using up those tires early on.
Yeah, we'll see. Kelly is already onto that rear bumper as they come out of the last corner. And like in heat number 1, Pegram with all the pace to start this one off. A better start than last time. We'll see him hold the early advantage through the opening laps, and now he will start to extend it, setting the fastest lap of the race. That time by was 0.7 of a second quicker than Scott Presti. They'll come towards turns 4 and 5, and Justin Kelly closing in on the rear bumper of Scott Presti, looking for a move here soon, possibly. They are watching Larry Pegram disappear off into the distance, so possibly some urgency here from the 686 machine of Justin Kelly.
Yeah, and it's almost a game of chess here in between Kelly and Presti as, and we have one driver off. I think that was one of the Magic Karts who could not get rolling here, so that Magic Kart is going to be out here of the race, if I'm not mistaken. See if he got going again, but it's still Larry Pegram here in the lead of the race. It's a Trinity Karting Group. Larry Pegram, spoke to him a little bit. He was telling me that if he wanted to win the race tomorrow, he had to do a whole lot of work to really keep his kart up at the front of the race, because, I mean, he struggled in heat number 1, and that's not going to help him out when it comes to points. But it seems like he got a good start this time out. He has a healthy gap from Scott Presti behind, and Justin Kelly now may fall under fire to Michael Rivera, the first of our rock shifters here, and he looks really good in that rock shifter because he is keeping Justin Kelly honest here early on.
Absolutely. Let's talk about how strong Michael Rivera is in that slightly underpowered rock subcategory, holding on, punching above his weight class, fighting with the big guns in this Masters program. He is closing in on the back of Justin Kelly. And he is putting in some great work there. They have gapped themselves out from Frank Runco in P5, so the top 4 extending their advantage. Pegram still with the lead over Presti, then Kelly, then Rivera. Rivera closing in on the back of Kelly this time by.
Yeah, and it seems like Rivera may look for a move here on Justin Kelly. It seems like Justin Kelly's charge up in a P2 has come to a halt because now he's going to fall under fire to Michael Rivera down the inside. Tries to get the move done on Kelly, not close enough to send it down the inside. And the GFC driver of Michael Rivera is going to have to stay content in 4th because Justin Kelly closed the door there on him, Simon.
He almost had it done that time, just not quite close enough. Had a great run, but couldn't make it stick through turn number 2. Down into the infield hairpin now. You watch them as they come out, and the gap, Justin Kelly is extended just a couple of kart lengths back over Michael Rivera. So things starting to settle in and space out here in our shifter master category. 3.5 minutes plus 2 laps remaining as you see Rivera and Kelly on your screen now.
Yeah, and that's Runco there looking on the outside, looking into Michael Rivera and Justin Kelly. With that group further back, that's AJ Nowd in there as well. Brian Chatfield in 7th, Joe Ruck in 8th, Jake Fader in 9th, and Brad Denoff is going to round up your top 10 here early on. Still very battles all across the field. I mean, like I said, it's a game of chess in between these shifter drivers, right? This is the most difficult class to race in, and passing isn't as easy because they have to shift gears. If you miss a gear in one of these karts, you lose almost half a second through a corner here, Simon.
Yeah, and it can be incredibly tough to come back from once you make those small, little costly mistakes. A driver who is not making any at the moment, Larry Pegram in the 672 machine. Fastest lap after fastest lap. Purple every time he comes by, a 54.8 last time by, no less than 0.4 of a second faster than anybody else on track right now. So trying to make up for that mechanical in heat number 1, he is driving it for everything it has and putting a massive gap on the field up to 2 seconds now. So we're watching some fighting a little bit farther back.
Yeah, and for Larry Pegram setting down the purple lap times, fastest lap for him was a 55.820, currently the fastest man on track. Obviously on much fresher rubber, as down the inside, a move there further back. I think that was AJ Nowd looking for a move down the inside on Frank Runco. Not close enough that time by for AJ Nowd, and he's going to have to stay content here in that 6th spot as Frank Runco now able to keep his Magic Kart ahead of AJ Nowd here early on.
And this is a great battle into the infield hairpin. So we'll see them come out and continue to fight AJ Nowd all over the back of Frank Runco as they head up the hill now. This is the closest battle on track. We're looking for a move this time by. Maybe he's diving to the inside, and he will make it stick. Move AJ Nowd up another spot.
Yeah, and there right behind him is Brian Chatfield, not too far back, the two Maranello Vermont Kart Company, and I think that was Joe Ruck down the inside on Chatfield, and that's one driver off. I'm not too sure who that is.
Hugh Templeman off on the edge of the track, so his second and final heat of the day will come to a disappointing and short end, but the battle's still raging on. As you see, Frank Runco under heavy pressure from those Maranello Vermont Company karts, as there was possibly a move into 4, not going to make it stick that time. Joe Ruck looking for the move. He was one that started farther back, had issues in qualifying, but is making a charge here in heat number 2.
Yeah, for Joe Ruck, he seems really good here late in this race as he's looking for a move on the inside for that on that magic card of Frank Runco. At the moment, Joe Ruck not close enough to get the move done. Down the inside, is it going to be this time by? Not close enough as of yet for that number 1 plate holder of Joe Ruck, and he gets the over-under move there on the magic card to move Joe Ruck ahead of Frank Runco, and that's an amazing move there by Joe Ruck. Like I said, he's playing chess out here, and that was checkmate there for Joe Ruck.
Yeah, Joe Ruck, one of our faster drivers in this category, has been all year, but no luck in qualifying. Had to come from the back in heat number 1, drove it up inside the top 10, and then unfortunately had a mechanical failure, relegating him to the tail of the field, but putting in the work now as he moves himself up to P6 from a 13th place starting position. So Joe Ruck, the driver on the move, in the best battle on track as the leaders have stretched out single file out apart from one another, as Larry Pegram with 2.5 second advantage over Presti, then Justin Kelly and Michael Rivera holding strong on that rock power plant in P4.
Yeah, and Michael Rivera, I mean, the second closest rock is going to be Tiffany Kelly in 13th. So that's really, really good driving by Michael Rivera here as a 2-6 now, fly this time by. It's still Larry Pegram in the lead of this race. Scott Presti in second. Justin Kelly in third, and Michael Rivera rounding up your top 4 here, Simon.
Yeah, as they came by that time, you could see the gap from first to second, second to third, third to fourth. It is well spread out, so a healthy advantage for the 672 of Pegram out front, up to almost 3 seconds now as the fighting still continuing. And AJ Nowd still, or maybe Frank Runco, still under pressure as they head towards the infield hairpin. It's a lap and a half remaining, and fights still happening across the track. Up front, it's pretty settled. All they have to do is hit their marks for another lap and a quarter. They'll be coming back to the white flag this time by. Everything's starting to settle down now. As you see one driver having issues.
I think that may be one of the magic card back markers here. And it seems like he has issues here late in this race. That's a 678 of Brandon Reed. So issues for him on your screen was a pass for 7th here. So that was Brian Chatfield on the inside of Frank Runco into the hairpin section. So that's going to move Brian Chatfield up another spot. And as we're coming to the closing stages of this race, this is the last lap here. Larry Pegram has been absolutely perfect all race long. Got the whole shot and has kept it together here. He has began to slow down here, and smart by him to really hold on to that equipment.
Yeah, he has been cruising the last couple of laps at 56.7 last time by. That advantage is closed from almost 3 seconds down to just over 1. Certainly cruising his way to the end of this race. Plenty of space to do so, though, as he confidently comes around the last couple of corners for the final time. Larry Pegram in that white and black Magic Kart Trinity Kart machine. He will come to the checkered flag this time by. Larry Pegram wins heat number 2 after a disappointing end to his first heat. Scott Presti comes home second. Justin Kelly third. Michael Rivera, strong run in the rock subcategory, comes home fourth. AJ Nowd fifth. Joe Ruck 6th, Brian Chatfield 7th, Frank Runco 8th, Ryan Frank 9th, Jake Fetter 10th, and you're watching the drivers just outside cross the line now. Brad Danoff, Morn Van Tak, Tiffany Kelly, Fred Robertson, Chava Budoso, Gary Osterholt, Brandon Reed, Jeff Mills, and Hugh Templeman, who we saw have that issue and have a mechanical. And that will wrap up your Rock and Shifter Masters heat number 2. Some great racing action and a strong recovery drive from Larry Pegram after a disappointing heat number 1. That is all we have for the Rock Masters. When we come back, we are going to have your K.A. Jr. Heat number 2, that is going to be a big field and a big fight. So looking forward to seeing that one. We'll go quiet. When we come back, more racing action. And we are back and rolling. K.A. Jr. taking to the track for their second and final heat race of the day. One of our bigger categories on track this weekend. Some exciting action in the first one. Looking for more here in this one. We'll take you through the starting lineup for K.A. Jr. here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. John Antonino leading the field to green. Carter McMurray to his outside. Gabriel Balog P3. Sebastian Frigole P4. Davin Roberts P5. JJ O'Neill P6. Jackson Molney P7. Mateo Pappas P8. Jackson Deal P9. Max Weiland P10. Behind that is Austin Olds, Landon Boer, Roman McCurdy, Mason Kuhn, Cole Wilson, Sebastian Reese, Patricio Gonzalez, Ryan Mort, Landon Cardwell, Andrew Hamill. And on back from there as the drivers are coming on to the front straight, getting set to go into the tram lines, and John Antonino is going to lead the field to green here, Caleb.
Yeah, John Antonino on the inside and the Comcart driver there on his outside. We saw Antonino with a great heat number 1 as we get the green flag and we are racing here in K100 Junior. A good start there by Antonino into the lead of the race here early on and down the inside. He gets it done here. So Antonino going to fall back another spot here, Simon.
Yeah, Carter McMurray taking advantage there to take the lead early. Came out of the turn number 1 in P2, but dove down to the inside. We'll see more fighting here farther back through turns 4 and 5. The whole field getting settled. A couple of karts getting tangled there in the back. One of the MPG Motorsports machine. That is the 825 of Kennedy Tracy, as well as a few other karts. The 802 machine of Rick Davis, and 4 or 5 karts having issues on our opening lap. But Carter McMurray taking off to the early advantage. Gabriel Balog followed him through, and more fighting deeper in the field. A couple of the MPG Motorsports machines. Austin Olds making a move to the inside there, just outside the top 5. The whole field still fighting for track position. Everyone on the same piece of tarmac looking to take advantage any way they can across for lap number 1. McMurray over Balog, your top 2. And the fighting is for 5th, 6th, 7th, and on back. So you see the 854 machine, I believe. One of the MPG karts holding on strongly there through turns 4 and 5. The fight raging on towards the infield hairpin here.
Yeah, into the infield hairpin. It's still Carter McMurray in the lead, leading this group here. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is Mateo Pappas here leading this group. He is up in a 4th here as it stands. It's Davin Robertson there as well as Max Weiland, who is in that group. On your screen now is Carter McMurray, Gabriel Balog, and Sebastian Frigolet. They're in 3rd as he's now going to look for a move now on Balog down the inside. What a move there by Sebastian up in a P2 here, and he gets clear as Davin Roberts there in the 4th spot. Mateo Pappas still in 5th here, and Austin Olds working his way up the field here early on, Simon.
Yeah, the MPG Motorsports machines on their way towards the front, but the top 4 have broken away. It is Carter McMurray and new driver in P2 as we see a move for P3, move Davin Roberts up to P3. He makes the pass on Gabriel Balog, so Balog losing 2 spots in those exchanges on the last lap. McMurray leading over Frigolet as they head towards the infield hairpin. There's a look a little bit farther back. John Antonino there in P6 as you see the leaders coming through the hairpin, extending their advantage to the top 4 with a healthy lead over Mateo Pappas in P5.
Yeah, and for Antonino, I mean, he lost a handful of spots here early on in this race. Seems like he got caught on the outside of the right-hander on the exit of 2 into 3. Seems like Antonino got caught on the outside, lost a handful of time. Is now a pass for the lead. Down the inside goes Frigolet on McMurray. So move Sebastian up another spot. He's going to lead us away here, and McMurray's going to stay in 2nd. Up in a 3rd is still Gabriel Balog and Davin Roberts up there in 4th as we are set to cross the line this time by. I think it's Davin Roberts up in a 3rd. Yes, Davin Roberts up in a 3rd, and it's Balog still in 4th. But new leader here early on at side-by-side action for the lead of the race. It's McMurray and Frigolet down into turn number 4. Who is it going to be down the inside? McMurray, is he close enough? He is. He's going to get clear, as well as Davin Roberts going to work his way through ahead of Frigolet.
So fighting inside the top 4 already. McMurray retaking that place as the leader of this field. Davin Roberts now up to P2. Sebastian Frigolet is going to fall to P3, and Gabriel Balog just hanging there onto the end of this draft in P4. They have extended almost a 3-second advantage over the drivers in 5th on back. That'd be Mateo Pappas, John Antonino, Austin Olds, and on back from there. But Sebastian Frigolet down the inside of Davin Roberts is going to make that one stick, move him back up into P2. There you see John Antonino leading the 2nd group towards the front straight this time by. It is 4 minutes plus 2 laps remaining. McMurray is still your leader through turn 1 and into turn number 2. He goes wide. We saw him have this issue on qualifying where he ended up qualifying 2nd but went out in the same corner. He will drop a tire on the exit of turn number 1, lose 2 positions out of it. So Sebastian Frigolet back to the lead. Davin Roberts up to P2, and Carter McMurray falls to P3 as Gabriel Balog re-enters the conversation.
Yeah, big off there by Carter McMurray into the turn number 2 complex, and that allows him a handful of spots here, falling back to 3rd. That 2nd group now is still led by Antonino. Pappas still in 6th. Olds in that group as well in 7th here as they continue to try and close down that gap to the leaders ahead. It's still, I think at the moment, it's Frigolay, and down the inside goes Davin Roberts, if I'm not mistaken, and he's going to take the lead here early on, Simon. Late in the race here, sorry.
Yeah, Gavin, look at that. Gabriel Balog getting his muscles out will move his way up to P3, and Sebastian Frigolay is going to drop all the way down in that 4th spot. And John Antonino in P5 is closing in on the end of this train, so a rough start for Antonino, but he is clawing his way back in the later stages of this race. Davin Roberts leading over McMurray into turn 2. They have about a 5-cart length advantage over 3rd and 4th. They'll come out, head towards turns 4 and 5. Is there any defense offered? None offered, none taken, as these two are comfortable to take off from the lead.
Yeah, and I think Frigolay was able to get around. Gabriel Balog is down the inside. Went Frigolay, and he's up into 3rd now as they continue to close down that gap. And arriving on the scene is John Antonino. We saw him start on the front row. He had a good start, but into turn 3, it seemed like he got caught on that outside and lost a handful of spots here early on in this race. But it's been a recovery drive ever since, as he now makes another move. I think that was down the inside on...
That was John Antonino making the move on Gabriel Balog. John Antonino went purple last time by, fastest lap of the race, and now you see the dirty tires for Balog. He's having trouble matching the grip of the drivers in front of him. Antonino setting his sights on the front of this field. He is now up into P4, working on P3 is Sebastian Frigolay as the top 2 continue to check out. It is Davin Roberts leading Carter McMurray through turns 1 and 2. Now you see Antonino closing onto the back of Frigolay, heading towards turns 4.
Yeah, into turn number 4 we go. It's still Davin Roberts here in the lead. John Antonino looking good. Austin Olds making a move down the inside on Balog. So move Austin Olds up in a P5, and now he has a handful of work if he wants to catch right back up to John Antonino. He's not too far off. It's so doable, and like you said, this class being one of the lower speed classes, the draft has a lot to do here in this race, as Austin Olds is going to continue to try and close down that gap to the 4th spot of John Antonino. Has Antonino going to look for a move here? Not close enough. McMurray, I'm sorry. Going to look for a move here on Davin Roberts. Can he get the over-under done? Not close enough. McMurray still in 2nd, and John Antonino up in a P3 here. Was able to get around Frigolay. So that's going to move Antonino right back up in a P3. Gives a signal to Frigolay to work his way up. And they are now going to be on the charge to try and catch up to Carter McMurray and Davin Roberts, who lead us away here with, I think, 3 laps to go, Simon.
Yep, it'll be 3 to go this time by. Still Davin Roberts leading over Carter McMurray, but the driver that has been on the move went purple this last time by was John Antonino, clawing his way back up after a rough start. Fell back into the back half of the top 10, has driven his way back up, currently sits P3, and going to work on closing the gap to the top 2.
Yeah, 30 seconds to go here, I'm sorry, with 2 laps to go. It should be 2.5 laps to go, really, the rest of this lap, plus 2 more, if we're not mistaken here. We obviously could be, as still on your screen is Carter McMurray, Davin Roberts fighting for the lead, Antonino not too far back. Is McMurray going to look for a move here? Not close enough. He's going to decide to push Roberts here as it stands, and Antonino now going to continue to close down that gap, as I think there's issues. I'm not too sure who that is, but there's issues for a cart further back as we are getting set with 2 laps to go. The 2.6 are in the air this time by. It's still McMurray and Davin Roberts in the lead of this race. McMurray still in 2nd, not looking for a move as of yet. Antonino stays in 3rd with Sebastian Frigolay still in 4th. Not close enough for McMurray to make a move, and he's going to decide to wait here a little bit, Simon.
Yeah, and the more he waits, that's going to give them some advantage as they fought. Right now, they would instantly have Antonino on their back bumpers, but it may happen regardless. Antonino setting quick lap after quick lap at 59.7 last time by. That was almost 4/10 faster than your leaders. Another fastest lap of the race for Antonino. So sitting in that 3rd position, clawing his way towards these front 2 who are trying to check out. But Antonino's got the pace. Does he have the time? That is the question. We're coming to the white flag this time by, and he is closing by every corner, taking on these top 2. So Davin Roberts leading the way over Carter McMurray. It'll be white flag this time by.
Yeah, I think McMurray knows that Antonino is about to arrive on the scene because McMurray gave the signal to Davin Roberts to continue to push forward. Let's see if McMurray decides to go here. Is not. He's going to decide to keep pushing Roberts, who is still in the lead of this race. I think McMurray knows that Antonino is closing in, and he continues to close down that gap. Antonino not close enough to make or try any sort of move here, but he is now on the rear bumper here of McMurray, who stays in 2nd. McMurray has to go here at some point. is going to be close enough. Down the inside on Davin Roberts. It's Carter McMurray up to the lead of the race now. And Antonino on the rear bumper now of Davin Roberts here, Simon.
A half lap to go and 2 passing opportunities left. Carter McMurray leads over Davin Roberts, and John Antonino has arrived on the scene. He is on the rear bumper of Davin Roberts. Carter McMurray down defensive. So is Davin Roberts, but John Antonino went aggressive, dove down anyways. He'll get crossed over on the exit of the corner, so Antonino a net wash on that move. But the top 4 nose to tail, and look at that. Sebastian Frigole makes his move around John Antonino in the final corner. They'll come onto the front straight, a drag race to the line. Carter McMurray leading the way across the line. It was Carter McMurray by 0.03 of a second to take the win in heat number 2 for KA Junior. Carter McMurray wins it. Davin Roberts, P2. Sebastian Frigole with that last corner pass moves up to 3rd. John Antonino in 4th. Austin Olds drives it up to 5th. Roman McCurdy 6th. Mateo Pappas 7th. Patricio Gonzalez 8th. Max Weiland 9th, and CJ Bowman rounds out your top 10.
It's going to be Gabriel Balog finishing 11th here. Jackson Deal in 12th. Landon Boer 13th. JJ O'Neill in 14th. Sebastian Rist finishing 15th. Mason Kuhn in 16th. It's going to be Jackson Woolney in 17th. Landon Cardwell in 18th. Ryan Mort 19th. Cole Wilson finishing 20th. Isabella Simpson in 21st. Keelan Turigny in 22nd. Charlie Myers is going to finish 23rd here in this race, and we continue going here as Homer Heeman is going to finish 24th, Andrew Hamill in 25th, and Rick Davis is going to round up your field here in KA100 Junior. Whenever we come back, we're going to go racing here with our mini Swifts, if I'm not mistaken. Don't go anywhere. It's been a great action-packed day of racing. We are live on Kart Chaser.
Engines have come to life here for the Mini Stars division as they begin to take to the racetrack for their final outing of the afternoon. And pretty much an all-out brawl summarizes heat number 1. Max Mokaram will lead us off again for the second time, and he was super fast in that opening heat race. But still, Cameron Marcia was one of the best all the way through and got that heat race victory after everyone started to fight just a little bit behind him to give him that gap coming to the line. He'll have to start on the outside lane, which was a bit of a detriment for him here already, and it was the same for Kai Mars on that green and white Trinity karting group, Kart Republic, at the top of the screen. It wasn't the best start for Marco Sammet either, the off-pole kid on that Brandon Jarsacrack Racing LN kart, who will join Mokaram to make it there. Grady Kronig got a great Heat 1 start, then kind of shuffled backwards outside the top 5 after the fact. So it's Marcia on his outside, Jaime Garcia on that Super Tune USA blue and white Peril in there, the 130 rolls off in the 5th spot, then Mars. Then you have the likes of Ben Gleberman and company to round off the field, all the way back to Jacob Scheible there on the 121 on the back row. So here we go for Mini Stars. Heat number 2. On deck is KA Stars, then it's Pro Stars, and then OKN Stars. An action-packed finishing half to the afternoon from a beautiful day here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Caleb Viesca will be down on pit lane getting us intel all the way through these final few races. For myself, Xander Clemens, and Simon Sykes, we've been treated to good racing all afternoon. Let's see if it continues. We're underway for Mini, and a good start again for Mokaram, and that inside lane will bring Kronig through to second. Garcia's alongside for third. He'll get through. Marcia, a much better start this time. The same for Kai Mars. They're able to slide in there to 5th and 6th as they rocket down the back straightaway.
And into turn 4 for the first time. You're seeing moves there. Marco Sammet in the 175 machine, not with the best start, fighting his way through as we head towards the infield hairpin for the first time. The field all starting to line up single file, and Max Mokaram leads the way through the first lap.
Yeah, up and over the curbing there, single file with both Sammet and Marcia getting through on Garcia there, as Simon mentioned. A little bit wide at the top of the screen for the 179 of Alex Kutcher. That blue and black nitro is going to fall back. And Kai Mars as well is trying to shuffle Jaime Garcia back another spot. He'll get through on that. No, Garcia back on him. He'll retake the position. And so they'll get back to single file as they rocket down the front stretch. 1 lap complete here. Max Mokaram leads over Kronig and company. It's single file down to turn number 1, and so far, so good. No moves. There's one. Kronig to the lead on the Race Factory machine. He'll take over the top spot. Mokaram back to second. And while they battle on screen, let's go side by side down to the KC pit box with Caleb Viesca. Apologies about that. We'll go back down to Caleb Viesca here momentarily. In the meantime, look at the battling still all the way to the end of the grouping here with Max Mokaram going back to the lead. Brought Marco Sammet with him. Grady Kronig side by side with Cameron Marcia. They're 2 by 2 across the line. Marco Sammet to the lead in turn number 1. And the Northeastern-based driver will lead us out of 2 with the pack still single file in line behind him. Kronig fended off a charge from Cameron Marcia for third. I don't know how long he'll be able to do that. We saw how quick the 114 was in Heat 1. He's chomping at the bit to crack the top 3. And even with the pass attempt, he didn't lose too much time to the gap. They're building back to 5th. Kai Mars still trying to find a way past Jaime Garcia. He has not done so successfully yet. He got a nose ahead for a moment a lap ago. Still has not quite happened. So as they climb the hill towards the back hairpins here, Marco Sammet leading. Now again Marcia. This time, no. Again, door slammed shut. Kronig holds for third as they go through the left-handed hairpin.
The top 4 still nose to tail as they're dicing it out on track 4 position. 5.5 minutes plus 2 laps remaining. Plenty of time to get all the racing action in here in the Mini Swift Stars category. Heading down the front straight this time. Cameron Marcia looking to the inside again. Not going to happen. Still looking for the move. Not quite able to get it done. Stays in that 4th spot as they come out of turn number 2 and head towards turns 4 and 5. Marco Samet leads over Max McCorum through turns 4 and 5, the top two, with a couple kart length advantage over Grady Kronick there, who went just slightly defensive into the infield hairpin this time.
As they exit out of turn number 5 and 6, they'll go to the S's. We'll try this again here. Let's go down. Caleb Viesca, you got a copy down on the pit box.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Xander. Much better this time, Vincenzo. We were stuck there having a conversation, just me and you. We weren't live. But now, like I was saying before, I mean, it's been a pretty rough year all year long, and this weekend especially proven to be one of the tougher ones. I mean, you struggled in qualifying. You had mechanical issues and then mechanical issues as on Heat 1. I mean, what was going on?
Yeah, qualifying, we just tried to turn the wick up a little bit with the motor, and, you know, it popped coming down the front straight, and put a new motor on for Heat 1, and, you know, same thing. So, I don't know, tough weekend, but, you know, more to play for tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah, so, I mean, all that stuff is done and dusted. How are you feeling coming into Heat number 2 later today?
I mean, go-kart feels great. I feel great considering, you know, the amount of laps I've done. So, you know, that I use that to my advantage, but, I mean, it's all to play for because it's not an easy track to pass at, but it's a fun one. So if you can get your rhythm going, you know, pick people off one by one. AJ did it last year, last to first, so anything's possible.
Well, there you guys have it from Vincenzo Saracino. Looking forward to having fun in Heat number 2. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Caleb. As we go back to the on-track action here, Marco Samet, Max McCorum, Cameron Marcia, they have finally disposed a little bit of Grady Kronick. Marcia got around him while we were away, and he's pulled a little gap on him as well. But overall, Marco Samet's speed looks even better in Heat number 2 than Heat 1 here, Simon. He's been slowly dropping drivers off the end of the pack by lowering the lap times, and we're down to maybe 5, but really more so 3 as they go through turn 1.
And as the top two were checked out a minute ago, but we saw Cameron Marcia finally put the move on Grady Kronick, and as soon as he did that, had some clean air to work with, and he is driven straight up to the back of these top two. He was 0.3 of a second quicker than Marco Samet last time by, setting the purple lap of the race at a 1:02.9. So Cameron Marcia with a lot of pace now onto the back of this lead group. The top 3 have separated themselves just slightly from Grady Kronick there in P4. So Marco Samet leads over Max McCorum and Cameron Marcia. And look at that, Cameron Marcia on the move, looking to the inside, not going to go for it this time.
No, nothing there in the left-handed sweeper. Marco Samet still holding the lead. Max McCorum right behind, just pushing him so far, trying to assist Samet in getting drivers dropped off the end of the pack and eliminate the number of factors at the end of this heat race. We've still got plenty of time left in it. This is 6 complete now, 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Kai Mars on the move. That was a good lap for him, 103.3. That was a 10th gain on the leaders. This will be a big gain. 2/10 right there alone on a pass. And Max McCorum taking over from Marco Samet. Samet looks back, sees Marcia's there, thinks about maybe an answer, but he doesn't do it. And just that one move alone has brought Grady Kronick back into the mix. Kai Mars is almost into frame there. 1:10 to go, plus 2 laps. Max McCorum determined to keep everyone in line behind him, and this time lead the way through the S's.
It's a 4, almost 5 driver battle for the lead now as Max McCorum takes us through the S's and up towards another passing opportunity. Ooh. Defensive low. Marco Samet was looking for a move, tried to go low. Max McCorum went lower. So McCorum still holds off over Samet, and this has stacked it up, and Kai Mars has arrived on the scene. It is a 5-kart battle in the lead group now. They'll come across the line, 1:20 remaining, plus 2 laps. We'll see if there are any moves. Look at that. Samet down to the inside. McCorum was defending, but Samet's going to stick it, and Cameron Marcia looking for any way he can possibly cross over. Not going to happen yet, but Kai Mars is going to dive down to the inside of turn number 2, and he'll take that spot over Grady Kronick. So move Kai Mars up into that 4th position.
Been a long journey for Kai Mars to get up as high as he is. Again, Marcia tries a low move and has to back out of it as McCorum slams the door shut. We'll get the 2 to go signal next time by, so it's essentially 2.5 laps to go right now, and any of the 5 drivers in this group realistically have a shot at it. For the moment, Marco Samet trying to do the best amount of damage control that he can after that spin in heat number 1 to move himself up the grid for the pre-final. Marcia low on Mokaram. Mokaram, another block there, holds him back. He's got to be wary about those reactive moves, mainly because the reaction's not so much that would trigger a penalty, but more so if he opens up for the corner or if the driver's already alongside and it gets called a chop block or a swerve. So he's got to be mindful of that so far. We'll see, though. We're not the race directors. They've got their own eyes on it, and I'm sure they're keeping a close eye because this battle is going to explode nearly as Marcia has to really get on the brakes in turn number 1. He cut Mokaram a big-time break there, Simon.
Yes, he did. And Mokaram with some very, very aggressive defending here in this race, and it's going to give Kai Mars the opportunity to move his way up into 3rd spot now. So Kai Mars on the charge, just picking drivers off one by one as they fall to the wayside. He will now take his turn challenging Max Mokaram, and it is still Marco Samet leading confidently out front by several kart lengths due to all the defending that Max Mokaram's had to put himself through just to keep Kai Mars and Cameron Marcia behind him. They'll head up to the hill this time. Any defense this time? Mokaram looked low just for a second, not going to defend. They're going to try and chase down Marco Samet. 2 laps, they'll be coming back to the white flag this time by.
They've got to be really on it here coming onto the front straightaway to have any chance at catching that Brandon Jarsacrack Racing LN kart of Marco Samet. Towards the front straightaway. Look at the run for Mars. He'll be on the bumper of Mokaram, who is going to go a little low to block, but is going to open back up there as they get to the corner. Mars pushing him forward, shoving him all the way up to the lead. They've cut it down to a car length and a half coming out of turn number 3. Marco Samet almost has company, and Mokaram still open in the door. He's trusting Kai Mars to not throw it in on him, and for the moment, Kai is helping that pay off. Again, an update as well for all 3 of these guys in the top 4 is they're fighting for 3rd in the championship. For Travis Pettit and Nicholas Palacio, 1-2 for them is locked up. It's a battle between Marcia, Samet, and Mars for that 3rd spot on the championship podium, and all 3 of them right now 1, 3, and 4. And as they head down the back straightaway, Mokaram, a little defensive move, but opens just as set up for Samet, and they all kind of get bottled up. I think that'll do it to the right and onto the front stretch. If Mokaram gets a big run, if he gets a shove, he's got a chance. Marco Samet leads the 4-pack onto the straightaway for the final time in heat number 2. They're going to fan out side by side. It'll be too little, too late, though. Samet wins it by 0.04 of a second. Mokaram P2. Marcia just nips Kai Mars for 3rd at the line. Mars 4th. Grady Kronik there just got to the party a little bit too late in 5th. Then Gleberman, Garcia, Scheible, Alex Kutcher, and then Callahan Myers. Your top 10 in Mini Swift. But a close one and a heck of a rebound for Marco Samet. That's a big boost of confidence that he probably needed going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it was definitely a great race for Samet. Controlled that one pretty confidently most of the time. Max Mokaram didn't make it easy, neither did Cameron Marcia, but the driver that was on the move, the one I like to watch that race was Kai Mars. It drove down the lead group and kept it interesting all the way into that final lap. A 4-kart fight for the win. It sees Marco Samet come out on top.
Well, with them all wrapped, we get now to the first of 2 KA Stars heat races. Couple of storylines in this one. We saw Finnegan Bailiff in the lead pack for a little bit and then popped the chain running in 2nd in heat number 1. So he'll be looking to really try to turn the tables in heat number 2. On the same note, you've got or on the other end of the spectrum, you have the likes of James Overbeck and Eli Warren, a couple of young guns in the division. Overbeck slowly becoming a bit more seasoned in the class, but Warren on his rookie year, they pulled away, made it a 2-kart race by the end of that first heat, and just kind of cruised on through with a 1-2 result in a split heat format. That's a huge amount of points because, again, you're only racing half the field. Every spot is basically 2 spots when you total everything up, and they're not going to see the other half of the grid till tomorrow morning for the pre-final when they get combined back up to 41 total cars. So we'll see how that looks when we get to it, but at least they've got one more heat with the same kind of controlled group. And for James Overbeck, for Eli Warren, outside of a DNF, this should be a pretty easy lock-in to the first 5 rows. The question will just be exactly where they start. And, of course, you know, it's a balance of both kind of flexing muscle to pressure guys or to stay under the radar so they don't see it coming when we get to the races that matter the most.
That'll be certainly something to watch. One of our biggest field here. So the split group format makes it interesting, as you talked about all the points of the drivers totaled up into the overall standings. But we'll get ready to get set for KA Stars, the first of 2 heats, coming your way next on Kart Chaser.
As they come down the front straightaway here, James Overbeck on the left side there in the blue suit and the white helmet alongside Eli Warren will bring us to green for Group B in KA Stars. Behind him there you can see Finn Bailiff. We saw Vaughn Beasley with a really good run, at least in the first half of that heat race. He had, unfortunately, an issue that took him out of contention from running in third. So hopefully here he, like Bailiff, can rebound as we're underway down to turn number 1. And this time not as good of a start for Eli Warren. Bailiff gets through, and look at Drew James for third. He'll get clear. In fact, Warren really had to get on the brakes coming out of the corner. He'll drop all the way to 5th down by turn number 4.
Another example of that outside line not working, and when it doesn't work, it really doesn't work. It sends you back 4 or 5 spots, and Eli Warren suffers that fate as Finnegan Bailiff slotted into his P2 spot. We see more fighting between 2 of the LN karts through the infield hairpin as the field gets set, and through the S's on the first lap of heat number 2.
As they come over the hill, Warren going to look to the inside of Beasley. Won't go that time. Beasley will send it deep. He'll get right to the rear bumper of Drew James, and now he'll look to the inside for third. Vaughn Beasley getting after it here in the first part of heat number 2. He takes over the point of that mid-group, and look at them all stacked and packed behind him. Carter Thompson there on that TKG Kart Republic is 6th. Right in line behind, I think, is Ben Lida, and the rest of the field cycling through with 1 lap complete. Warren on the bumper, inside and clear of Drew James, and man, did he nearly take the bumper off of Vaughn Beasley. These boys are racy here in the afternoon, Simon.
I thought there was going to be some contact between him and Beasley there, but no, he makes it clean, and then he makes a clean pass on Beasley into turn number 4. So look at that. Into the infield hairpin now. The top two have started to check out a bit. That is James Overbeck and Finnegan Bailiff on behind them. The fight is raging on. Early stages of this second heat, but the gloves are off. They are fighting hard. You see the top two, no defensive moves. They're just trying to get away from the field.
And it just shows you how critical those starts are. Eli Warren off pole man in Heat 1. We know he had the speed based on what he proved there to run at the front, but just by having to make 2 passes and work his way through on the opening 2 laps, he now has added 1 second to the margin. He's got to be faster than James Overbeck and Finnegan Bailiff to catch back up to them. Luckily, that lap, he was by a lot. 59.687 for Eli Warren, a 3/10 gain. If he keeps that up, it'll be about 3 or 4 laps, and he'll get there. This will help accelerate that. Finnegan Bailiff to the lead in turn 4.
A nice move to the inside of turn number 4. Sees Finnegan Bailiff take the lead over Overbeck into the infield hairpin now. Look at that. Eli Warren starting to close in bit by bit. Like you said, 3/10 faster than the leaders last time by, and they have made a pass this lap. This will all serve to help Eli Warren get back to the spot where he started. But as he charges on, he's got Vaughn Beasley behind him on a redemption tour after running so strongly in heat number 1, falling to a mechanical or an issue of some sort, looking to rebound and recover in the second heat.
As they come out onto the front straightaway here, Finn Bailiff, James Overbeck now flip the order. Bailiff taps his helmet, says, push me forward, let's keep going. And with 3 laps complete, still 4/10 faster was Eli Warren that time, 59.349. That gap is down to 0.6 of a second to the top 2. That's well within that drafting window. You can see how much he closes up through turns 4 and 5. And as they go back to 6 and 7 here in the infield, red 171 hairpin. Look at another big gap eaten up by Eli Warren. He's only maybe 3 car lengths away as they climb the S's and head up the hill with still plenty of time remaining in this race, just under 5 minutes.
With his pace and that added draft advantage, he is there, ready to fight with these top 2 as Finnegan Bailiff leads Overbeck through the last couple of corners, and Eli Warren's on that rear bumper now. He has closed that gap within this lap. There is no longer any space between the top 3. They'll head back onto the front straight. Finnegan leads them. James Overbeck P2 and Eli Warren making up for lost time. We'll see what the time is. A 59.1 that time by. 3/10 faster than your leader, and a new fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, through turn 2, Overbeck got a good run to that hairpin. He'll be close enough on Bailiff to try something if he wants to. He's going to hold station for now. Warren right there, like you said, fast lap of the race again. It's in purple pretty much since the drop of the, not the drop of the green, but since he got back clear and into clean air in third. And we'll see how quickly he wants to climb up the pack or if he was content to ride at the back of it till later on in this session. So as they go up and over the hill, he's got a bit of a chance now behind Overbeck. Nope, not enough there into the left. Maybe something here in this hairpin. No, I think he'll stay in time for a little bit more. So keep your eye on some potential side-by-side action on the racetrack as we go side-by-side down to pit lane with Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Here with me is Nate Cicero. Nate, I mean, you got roughed up there a little bit in the first heat. I mean, now you're reset, getting ready to go green here for your heat number 2. How are you feeling coming into this race? I mean, having a reset from that first heat.
I think we're going to be pretty good. We've been pretty fast all weekend. I've never been to this track before, so fun learning a new track, and this place is pretty fun. So having a good time getting back into KA. So yeah, feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, and you've been out of the KA for quite a while. You've been running X30. You ran OKN as well in pit. I mean, you're back here this weekend, a one-off weekend for you in the KA. I mean, how is it being back in the KA 100?
It's been good. I love the KA. I like the MG Reds a little bit more as well. I think it suits me, and I like the racing. It's more what I'm used to in the MX-5s, so a lot of bump drafting, and yeah, it's just been really fun.
Well, as the action ramps up on track, Nate Cicero getting ready to ramp up the action in heat number 2 for the second group of K100. But we're going to send it back to you, Xander, so you guys can cover the rest of this K100 race.
There we go as they come onto the front straightaway. 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Luckily, nothing side by side was missed on that one. Eli Warren is just stalking his prey right now, Simon. And there's obviously a bit of strategy to that. When you have that much speed to catch the group, you don't necessarily want to show them all your tricks by getting out in front.
And to add on to that, not only do you not want to show them your tricks, you don't want to make them too early because there's still time left in this race. You start breaking out the battle now. Maybe Vaughn Beasley, Drew James, they can claw their way back onto this lead group. The top three have a 2-second advantage over the rest of the field right now, but that could close quickly if they start battling. So smart racing from the top three right now. Eli Warren sitting in waiting to make the right move at the right time. Still a minute and a half plus 2 laps remaining. Finnegan Bailiff leading the field.
Yeah, and not only to add on to that, even more so, the tires, you're not going to work them as hard if you're braking earlier to go into the corner at the end of that grouping and then just kind of letting the draft tow you along. So that helps him as well. You saw a little bit of flapping there from that front NASA panel. That's the stickers coming off with how fast Eli Warren's been going. He's losing all kinds of decals, but nonetheless, quick overall for all 3 drivers in that group. They pulled another 3/10 on the rest of the pack. And with 45 seconds to go, this is going to be the 2 to go signal next time by. So time ticking down. And the interesting part about, again, the Stars Championship Series races is with that Track Light Systems North America lighting system, they have a good gauge all the way through the race of exactly where they are in the timeline. There's that box we've seen with the flags on the back side of it on the front straightaway. It has a timer on it. It'll also show you when the timer hits 0, whether it's 2 to go or 1 to go. So through the entire race, these drivers are able to manage exactly how much time's left. And there's a look at the timer. 12 seconds left on it. Our ticker will update there, but that means that they're going to come right on the button of whether or not we go 2 to go, and they're going to get in just under the gun. So actually, it shows 2 there. It might have been 2 for it. That was right on it. We didn't see the signal from the flagman. So let's wait around. Either way, whether it's 2 or 3, there it is. 3 to go off the signal there. So 3 laps to go given off of the scoreboard.
And Eli Warren dropping off the back just a little bit. Finnegan Bailiff and James Overbeck leading the way. They've extended an advantage. Eli Warren struggling just a little bit these last couple of laps. He's been fighting with that sticker kit. It has come all the way past the NASA panel and into the steering wheel. It looked like he was trying to push it back, fight it away. So dealing with issues on multiple fronts there is costing him just a little bit of time on track for the 995 of Eli Warren.
And again, you wouldn't think that would be something because your hands are going to stay on the wheel full time in this thing, but still, all of a sudden that sticks to your glove and it just kind of throws you off for a second mentally, and maybe you just broke his concentration. So when we come by the line now it's 2 to go, and Finn Bailiff, James Overbeck, Eli Warren ready to do battle on the final 2 laps. Overbeck still pushing on Bailiff to try and open that gap back up. Now he's going to go for it. To the inside, in the lead, James Overbeck takes the Brandon Jarstacrack Racing Tony Kart to the top. Finn Bailiff, knowing that he needs to get as high as possible. Every spot matters. For Overbeck and Warren, it only really matters in fighting for the pole and maybe a part of the championship, but that's the 2 differences right here. Finn Bailiff, nothing to lose. He's out of the title fight. He's trying to get to the pole position or at least mid-grid for the pre-final and eventually pole in the main. Overbeck needs maximum points because Emerson Reed got max points in his heat group. So as they go to the left-hander, Bailiff, you saw, nose inside, not going to happen there. And with just this little bit of fighting, it's now allowed Warren to get close again. Coming towards the start-finish line straight, white flag in the air, 1 to go. James Overbeck, Finn Bailiff, Eli Warren is back in it as they go to 1.
And James Overbeck, defensive into turn number 2. He's going to hold on to this position for everything he's got. Low lining for the past lap ever since he got into the lead. And that'll bring Eli Warren back into the conversation for this race win. The top 3 nose to tail as they work through 4 and 5 heading towards the infield hairpin. Overbeck leading over Bailiff. Defensive to the inside. Eli Warren sets up wide to get the over-under. No room to go just yet. The S's, not much room to pass there, but the top 3 locked in line. And Finnegan Bailiff almost looking for a move through that last kink, and they'll head down into our last good passing zone. Overbeck over Bailiff. Is there anything left? Overbeck defensive down into the last couple of corners. Eli Warren setting up wide. Is there going to be any diving moves? No. Everyone stays in line, and coming to the final flag of the race, the checkered flag displayed on the front straight this time is going to be James Overbeck taking the victory in KA Stars Group B Heat number 2.
Look at the battles all the way further back. Great run forward for Ben Lyda. He gets to fourth over Beasley and Drew James. And the rest of the top 10 cycle through. Nikita Panaris, another good run through the grid, picks up a handful of spots, ends up 7th. Rodrigo Gonzalez 8th. Carter Thompson and Ryan Miller round the top 10 over Bierman, James, Harrower, Harbier, Doss, Mackay Winfrey, Ian Morrison, Jake Phillips, and Harrison Wyke. So as they come through the final few, Overbeck fends it off, plays his cards well, defends good, and while we talk about Finn and Gavin Bailiff defending their house here, their home turf, James Overbeck as well here has spent quite a bit of time racing the local karting club series at MCC Kartplex, so he knows how to race around here in a last lap scenario and how to put his kart in a good spot. We've seen him perform here over the last 2 seasons very well. So a perfect score for James Overbeck. Heat 1, Heat 2, wins them both. And that sets the standard now, puts the pressure on to Emerson Reed to back up his Heat 1 result in Group A as they come into the pit lane. And a little Cup 1 driver, I think it was Panaris a little bit wide, or maybe Carter Thompson. I think it was actually Thompson a little wide, dropped the tire in the grass coming into the scale line. But they'll cycle on in, and we'll get set for the other half of KA Stars to go racing here from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. One half into the scale lines, one half onto the racetrack. KA Stars Group A getting set to go green. You heard from Nate Cicero. Says he likes this kind of racing. It's familiar. It's draft-dependent pack racing, similar to what he's been doing all year long in the Idemitsu Mazda MX-5 Cup Series. And to come back over here into the KA Stars class and go top of the heap in qualifying as well. He's ready to do battle again. But for both him and Mick Gabriel, it was maybe a little bit left on the table after Emerson Reed made an aggressive move down in turn number 2 that shipped them both down to 4th and 5th. And Gabriel recovered a bit. Cicero really couldn't do all too much to the checkered flag. So let's see if they can right the wrongs of Heat 1 in Heat 2 and end up 1 and 2. They start that way as they bring the field into the tram lines. For the second half here, KA Stars field, they're in the box, on the power, and we're green down to turn number 1. This time, Mick Gabriel, another good start on the outside. He'll almost get clear down in turn 2, but at least he should get to second. Luke Powers to third. Emerson Reed fourth, side by side for 5th on back as Spencer Conrad muscles his way to the outside and gets clear into the top 5.
And the two LN karts holding confidently in P1 and P2. The way they started is the way they run on track. Nate Cicero followed by Mick Gabriel through the infield hairpin. Everyone clean and green for the first half a lap here.
Yeah, up and over the S as we go for Nate Cicero and Mick Gabriel. Cicero there in the white and blue helmet leads us up and over the crest as they go down to that left sweeping hairpin. Gabriel wants the lead quickly. He'll take it. Mick Gabriel to the point now. Look at Emerson Reed on Luke Powers. Powers hesitated, paid for it. Spencer Conrad now over and under with him. He'll get a nose inside, and he'll get clear out of the dogleg and onto the front stretch. So 2 spots lost for Powers, 1 loss for Cicero. Mick Gabriel leads as the side-by-side action continues on the racetrack, and we go side-by-side down to pit lane with Caleb Biesca.
Here, thank you guys. Here with me is Eli Warren. Eli, it just seemed like you were going so fast that the stickers ended up blowing off of your cart, right? I mean, but after that, after the stickers were off, it just seems like you slowed down a ton. I mean, just walk me through what happened there.
Yeah, you know, I had a good start. I fell back to 5th, but I got up to 3rd in a few laps, and I was chasing down the leaders. I caught them, but then I noticed that my sticker was flying in the air, so I thought, okay, I'm just going to be able to rip it off and put it in my seat and continue on. And then I tried to rip it off, and it just wouldn't come off, so I just had to deal with it. It was definitely a distraction, and it was probably not helping my aerodynamics. So, yeah, it hurt, but, you know, we got 3rd, and that was my goal going into that heat. You know, I think we should be starting top 5 for the pre-final. So, yeah, looking forward to tomorrow.
Well, Eli, best of luck. And Eli Warren going to keep his hopes up as he gets set to go green tomorrow in the pre-final. But let's go back to the action on track with our KA Stars. Back to you, Xander.
Thank you, Caleb. And as we head through turn number 2, you can see that it has changed again at the front in a couple of ways. Spencer Conrad back all the way up to 3rd now. Reed back to 4th, and Nate Cicero has returned to the lead. So it's still all 5 of the same players in that lead pack. Cicero out front, all the way back to Luke Powers in the 5th spot, and a little gap further back finds Alex Feldstein with a better start to his second heat race of the afternoon. He's battling with Nikolay Dukov and Brandon Adkins there, who had a good charge forward on that Adkins Speed Center Tony kart. Over the hill we go, though, and it's Cicero by a car length. He'll be safe in the back section where he lost the lead a couple laps ago and should be able to take us all the way to the end of lap number 3.
As they work their last couple of corners on this MCC layout, you see already elbows out in the final corner. Emerson Reed dives under Spencer Conrad, moves his way back up into P3, and this will let the top 2 LN karts of Nate Cicero and Mick Gabriel start to take off out front. They've built up about a 2 or 3 kart length gap over Emerson Reed on that last lap. Reed, but that nice move up to P3. We'll see if these top 5 close back together and Emerson Reed can hunt these top 2 down.
Yeah, Emerson Reed didn't lose a ton of time. Definitely lost a little bit in the past, but quickly has brought himself and Spencer Conrad and Luke Powers kind of back closer to the rear bumper of Mick Gabriel. And we're watching again. This is the driver who won heat number 1 on that Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart. And he got a lot of curb there at the top of the S's. That seemed to pay off. He got some good speed from it, closed up another car length. He'll be down to probably 1 car width away, if that, out of the left-hander here. Man, did he eat Mick Gabriel and Nate Cicero up through that left-handed corner. He looks fast and sporty right now as they head onto the front straightaway. Gabriel looks back. He knows it. He may not be able to wait in second too much longer, but for now, he'll push Cicero through the first corner.
And Emerson Reed has arrived on that rear bumper. He's left Spencer Conrad and Luke Powers behind. So now does the top three, and then a couple kart length separation back to Spencer Conrad down the inside. Mick Gabriel diving under Nate Cicero. Emerson Reed going to try and follow through. They'll come out of the corner side by side, heading towards the infield hairpin. And indeed, Mick Gabriel takes the lead. And look at that, Luke Powers making the move on Spencer Conrad as well.
Yeah, Luke Powers getting back up the order. Remember, he was starting inside the top three and then ended up falling back all the way to fifth. So now he's back up there to the fourth spot and a couple bits away from Emerson Reed, but I don't think it'll take long for more passing to back them up as Reed, another slick move. There was maybe a kart and a half there on the inside of Nate Cicero. He made it work. He gets through. Meanwhile, Mick Gabriel leads us for the first time in a minute. 5 laps complete. It's the AEM karting Lando Norris kart showing the way down to turn number 1. Big run from Reed. Not enough, though, to get to the inside in 2, so Gabriel's safe for now. But watch this. Turn 4 right up here, Simon. If Reed's close enough. No, nothing there either. Not a good exit out of 3. Gabriel doing a great job backing up the entry to make sure he's not touchable in the braking zone.
And Nate Cicero all over the rear bumper. Emerson Reed now. Emerson not quite yet to make a move on Mick Gabriel for the lead. We'll see where they come out of the S's, what the gap is now. They are bumper to bumper headed towards one of our better passing zones here at the MCC circuit. And Emerson Reed diving to the inside under Mick Gabriel. He's going to make it stick. Gabriel going to almost try and go back under, but eventually concedes, and Emerson Reed, the new leader of heat number 2 here in KA Stars.
Yeah, and Gabriel got a little bit of a break there from Nate Cicero, who kind of jammed on the brakes and let him in line versus forcing the issue for second. That was some good thinking from Nate Cicero to kind of keep the leader within check and within striking distance. So as they go down to 2, they're still all nose to tail. But for the first time in heat number 2, it's Emerson Reed's white and red Tony kart showing the way down to turn at number 4. Further back, not much else has changed in that second pack with Feldstein, Nikolay Dukov, and Brandon Adkins, all 6th, 7th, 8th, still in that order, trying to close the gap to the top 5. But everyone in the lead pack, as much as there's some shuffling going on, they're being pretty smart about their passes. I mean, they're not losing all too much time by doing so, and they're, really not bringing any more drivers into the fight because of it. Back at the edge of this group, you saw Luke Powers get back around Spencer Conrad again, and at the end of the lap, it's cost them a little bit of time, and they're closing it up just a smidge because, while sure, the leaders do have draft just like they do, but the longer that pack gets, the earlier the driver at the end of it has to brake. So 2 is always going to be a little bit better than 3 if they are within sight of them, and as long as they are good enough speed-wise, they'll be able to get there. 50 seconds plus 2 minutes to go, or 2 laps to go on our clock. Should be 2 to go this time, and that means it's go time. Mick Gabriel want to go to the lead. He'll take it. Turn 4 and 5 and through.
Mick Gabriel solidifying his spot back up front, takes it over Emerson Reed. Nate Cicero is still comfortable to sit there in the 3rd position, but Spencer Conrad and Luke Powers and then Spencer Conrad have arrived onto the back of this train. So the 3-kart fight is now turning quickly into a 4 and 5-kart fight. We head down towards a passing zone, but no defense is offered and no one making a move just yet. Everyone's still biding their time. Nate Cicero looked like he almost was going to go to the inside. Emerson Reed's going to hold back, but look at that. Luke Powers dives to the inside of Nate Cicero in the last corner, and it makes that move stick. This will separate the top 2, so Mick Gabriel and Emerson Reed now with a bit of a gap.
Sometimes being one of the smartest or nicest guys doesn't pay because you wait too long till the end and you get trapped battling further down the leaderboard, and that might happen to Nate Cicero here in this heat as he's now a good ways back from that top spot. With 2 to go here, Mick Gabriel leading us out of the turn 4-5's complex. Emerson Reed still right on him. Gabriel, normal line, nothing out of the ordinary. And I think Emerson Reed, if he checks back at any point here over his shoulder, he may wait all the way till the second half of that final lap to try something because they are on the cusp of breaking away from that 3rd, 4th, 5th combo. So as they head over the hill, let's see, single file. Yeah, Reed's going to push him and try and do what he can to maintain that gap back behind as we head for the white flag.
It'll be a white flag this time by, and it looks like Luke Powers desperately trying to get back to these top 2, but there's a couple kart links separating them Only one lap left. Is it going to be enough time? Is Emerson Reed going to wait till the very end, or is he going to make a move early? We'll see here. First passing zone, and Mick Gabriel immediately on full defense, covering that move from Emerson Reed. Reed now going to come out onto his rear bumper. They'll head down towards turn number 4, and a little bit of contact. Mick Gabriel down to the inside. Reed tries the outside, not going to be able to make that one stick, but now Nate Cicero back on the edge of Emerson Reed. Mick Gabriel defensive into the infield hairpin, and it is a 4-kart fight for the lead here with just a half lap remaining.
Up the S as we go. Let's see. Anyone going to open the door? Emerson Reed and Gabriel collide. Gabriel off the racetrack there at the top of the hill. Got caught off guard. He's frustrated. Hand in the air. Emerson Reed, I'll give him credit. He was fully alongside. That was wheel-to-wheel, front, side-to-side contact, and it might stick. It might not. We'll let it go to the box, but for now it holds. Gabriel back to the 5th spot. Cicero back up to 2nd, and Emerson Reed across the line. If it holds, it'll be 2 heat race victories as he wins heat number 2, and there again you can see a very frustrated Mick Gabriel, not happy with the way that one transpired, and I would be very surprised if we don't see maybe a little bit of sign language when he gets up to Emerson Reed on this cool-down lap. Nate Cicero just kind of happy he was able to pull that one out of the hat, I think, especially if there is any official intervention, then he'll be in a really good spot. But there's Gabriel, hand in the air to Emerson Reed, saying, man, I didn't appreciate that. Reed kind of giving a shrug back to him, and Nate saying, yeah, have fun, boys. I'm good. I'm having a good time. And he's 2nd unofficially, and if there is a penalty, it would give the win to Nate. So great positioning there after what could have been a 4th place result. Cicero turns it to 2nd. Luke Powers, strong heat race there for him, 3rd. Spencer Conrad just needs maybe a little bit more. He was kind of lacking there at the end of that race, but he was in the mix for sure on that GWR Gillard, so he'll be in contention when we come into the pre-final tomorrow. Alex Feldstein, Brandon Atkins, Sam Avrutsky cracked the top 10 there late. Nikolay Dukov 9th, and then Presley Whitney rounded off our top 10. There's a look at the Pro Stars grid, getting set to grow at 24 drivers strong. And I believe we are looking to see what will happen for Vincenzo Saraceno from the back as we go towards the front. Hey, how about that? There's our man, Caleb Viescas, down on the grid.
Thank you, Xander. Here with me, Talon Yockel. Talon, what a hole shot in that first heat race, right? I mean, you did great to have that hole shot. Can you repeat it again in this race?
I'm definitely going to try to do it again, but I think they're going to be more aware on the front row, you know. So I'm going to try to get it, but they're going to be ready.
Well, sounds good, and thank you, Talon. Let's move to the front row with the hometown kid, Gavin Bailiff. Gavin, I know you're busy weekend for you, right, in your hometown. You saw Talon had a really good hole shot in that other heat race. I mean, how are you looking to avoid that this time out?
I just got to just preload the clutch a little bit better. Honestly, I'm not sure how he did it. It was a hell of a shot.
Yeah. Well, we were all surprised about that whole shot. Best of luck, Gavin. Hometown for you. Backyard, I guess I could say. Well, that's all I have here from the grid, Xander. We're going to send it right back up to you as we get ramped up for the next Pro Stars heat race.
Thank you, Caleb. And again, a nice picturesque shot here of the packed out house at MCC Kartplex. You can see all the campers parked around the outside, the cars there, and then, of course, a full Stars Championship Series race paddock off to the right-hand side. Just a nice facility here in Batavia, Ohio. It's just outside of downtown Cincinnati, about 30 to 40 minutes from the heart of it all. And we're ready for 2 more heats to close off our afternoon. Pro Stars, as Caleb mentions, on deck here with Talon Yockel trying to back up that spectacular hole shot he got to go from 4th to the lead by turn number 2 off the start. Gavin Bailiff, of course, trying to at least do something better than where he was and be able to contend for the win. And Robbie Boydeshow had that mishap with eventually a meatball flag that took him out of Heat 1. So he's got nothing to lose. He'll be going for broke a little bit in Heat 2 to make up for lost ground and try and salvage a good starting spot for the pre-final tomorrow. The best part of it, he gets that inside starting position. That'll be the safest place to try and pull it off from. So we'll take a break here. When we come back, we'll let the Gearbox cars fly for Pro Stars action from MCC.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
So let's take them on out of the pit lane and get set for it. Pro Stars here with Robbie Boydishow and Gavin Bailiff on the front row after qualifying here with a couple of new names really starting to make a name for themselves at the end of the season. Starting on the inside of row number 2, Charlie Steins on that GP CKR blue and chrome machine. He's joined, of course, by the championship points leader who clinched the title earlier this year, Talon Yockel on the outside. Michael Riccio and Justin White will make up row number 3. Then it'll be Ian Quinn and Colin Daly on row 4. Annie Rule and Jason Enrique on row 5. Of course, we saw Rule go off the racetrack or end up off the racetrack at the end of Heat 1. She's also, like her Magic Kart teammate and Robbie, looking to make up for lost ground in the heat races. Beyond Jason Enrique's black and white GFC karting Rivero racing machine, you go outside the top 10 to find the Beer Art of Zach Frank in the Eyes Up Body Symmetry MD Beer Art. And then again, Safik Kotick the third on the TKG KR in 12th. David Carmody and Riley Pegram on row 7. Jonathan Ocasio and Mitchell Lowry on row number 8. Then it's Tegan Poles and Dane McMahon, row 9. Frankie Ayadavea, Jeff Lyda, Gavin Ibe, Robbie Campbell, and shotgun on your field getting set to go will be Jacob Hughes and Vincenzo Saracino, who suffered 2 engine failures already here, once in qualifying and once in the pre-final. We've got one getting wheeled back, and it is one of the Maranello machines, but it is Robbie Campbell, I think, that is off. That's the 476. No, not Campbell, sorry. It's a different driver that we have, 475. Oh, no, I believe that's the 476 of Frankie Ayadavea. That's out. So we've lost one. But as they get set to go green here for Pro Stars and Rock Stars, we get set. There goes Christian Marsh. He'll step off to the wayside, put it in first gear, hold the clutch on. The red lights come on here for the final race of the day in Pro Stars action, Heat 2, and a jump start further back. But so far, so good for the front of the field. And Robbie Boydishow gets the jump, gets the lead. He'll cover off the inside down to turn number 2.
Talon Yockel not quite with the whole shot that he got in the first heat, but a good start nonetheless. He'll come out P3 as they fight down into turn number 4. A low line from Robbie Boydishow, holding off Gavin Bailiff there in P2. He'll get a nice advantage into the infield hairpin. Everyone single file heading through the hairpin on the opening half of this first lap. Boydishow still leading over Bailiff, and then Talon Yockel sitting there in P3, your Heat 1 winner. Cruising there in the 3rd position, gets close to the rear bumper of Gavin Bailiff there in the braking zone. Not quite able to make a move just yet, though. So it is Magic, TKG, Magic, 1, 2, 3.
Yep, there's the battle that we've seen here all season. Gavin Bailiff looks a little better off the start. Had actually an issue on the gas tank. The welds that held the gas tank into place snapped, so they had to re-weld it in between the sessions. It doesn't really make a difference in performance, but of course with that gas tank sloshing side to side, it bangs on your legs and kind of knocks it out of place. So it, again, just like with the same with the sticker coming off for Eli Warren, but even more so if it, loosens your leg up off the pedal on either side, it can make it a little bit tougher to handle on the toughest type of karts that you can drive. A 6-speed, 125cc, 40-plus horsepower gearbox machine. You are busy on this racetrack. A lot of shift points with those long straightaways and then a bunch of tight corners that they got to bang down on the gear lever behind the steering wheel with their right hand and hang on with their left. As you saw there, Yockel really had to go wide and back out of it as Bailiff kind of had a wider arc and then a narrow entry to the corner. But nonetheless, still good, still clean. Robbie Boydishow leads lap 2 here as they head down for turn 1.
You see that difference in Talon Yockel and Gavin Bailiff. A different line through the last sector, and Talon all the way up onto the rear bumper at Gavin Bailiff through turn number 2. Now will we see a challenge into 4? There's Robbie Boydishow heading into the corner. A little defense offered from Gavin Bailiff. Not a move yet made from Talon, but he is there. He is to the rear bumper. He will be looking for a pass here soon if he can.
As we watch them head over to the S's here, Charlie Steins is under pressure. Michael Riccio is there. All of this behind the all blacked out magic of Robbie Boydishow, who is trying to get away. That 232 leads the way down. Then Bailiff, then Yockel. Look at Talon, maybe. Something there. Not going to happen. And look at 4th and 5th. Michael Riccio. Elbows out and through on Charlie Steins. Ian Quinn trying to rip the high side. Can't do it. And what a good start here for Annie Rule. A big turnaround from Heat 1. She's at the end of that train there in 7th as Quinn fades low but can't do it on Steins. Now he looks again. Turn 2. Inside. Oh, it gets tight. He gets up over top of him. And Quinn spins around just behind the berm on the inside. Quinn deep on the brakes there on the inside of Charlie Steins. Got into the tires, the two of them, and it just kind of spun him around like a top. And the Macron Motorsports Bureau Art will not finish heat number 1. So Ian Quinn's out. Here's the leaders as they go over to the S's. Boydishow, Bailiff, Yockel, Riccio, and now it should be Annie Rule who had to avoid them and lose a little time, but she's up to the 5th spot now.
A great drive for Annie Rule. Last time by 2 laps ago, she set the purple lap. That was retaken by Robbie Boydishow this past lap, but she's showing great pace early on in this heat race, up to P5 now, it appears. The top 4 pretty close. Boydishow with a nice little gap, then Bailiff, Yockel, and Riccio closing in onto the back of Yockel now. So some action starting to heat up at the front of this race.
Yeah, let's see it. Look at the lap times that time by. Robbie Boydishow, 54.2, a 54 flat for Bailiff, and a 53.8 for Michael Riccio, catching up to everybody. So wicked speed for the all-white helmet Magic Kart driver back and forth at the end of the line, and pretty good stuff as well for Gavin Bailiff on that IAME-powered Kart Republic, and a sea of Sony Engines TMs for the Magic USA boys, 1-3-4. As they go to the left-handed sweeper, Robbie trying to get a perfect score in Heat 2 that would net out to probably around a 10th to 12th place starting spot in the pre-final tomorrow, which you can still fight pretty well from. We saw Talon already pick off the front row off of a single start, so wouldn't be too bad if he wins this heat. Also wouldn't again be too bad for Talon Yockel either. If he finishes 3rd right here and Bailiff is 2nd, that should go out better for him. We saw that KA Stars 2nd heat race get a little bit hairy. Let's go down to Caleb Biesca for more.
Thank you, Xander. Here with me is Mick Gabriel. Mick, we saw a little bit of contact in between you and Emerson. Just walk me through what happened.
Yeah, I knew the way he was going to race me in the first heat race because he got a penalty for knocking me off there. My kart was really good. I got to the lead, had to fight a little bit. Just did usual blocking on the last lap, and he tried to pass me in a spot that I was already defending in and just blasted me, and that's really all there is to it.
Well, there you guys have it from Mick Gabriel, and an unfortunate heat number 2 for him. Looking forward to the pre-final tomorrow. Back to you guys.
He recovered well, all things considered. That is Mick Gabriel to at least hang into the top 5 and keep his foot in it, but definitely a frustrating day for Mick Gabriel there. As he mentioned, kind of got into it with Emerson in that first heat. That also is good news for James Overbeck, who got was going head-to-head on the unofficial results. They were tied. Now with a penalty for Emerson in Heat 1, that would give the favor way of James Overbeck. So we'll see if we can hear from Emerson Reed as well. Caleb, I know, is going to be wrapping him up soon. In the meantime, for Heat number 2 in Pro Stars, as they go up the hill, it's Bailiff, about a couple car lengths back from Robbie Boydishow, just slowly inching closer, although last time Robbie was able to match him, both of them at a 53.92.
And with how close the top 4 are, my instinct was to think that Robbie Boydishow was backing the field up. However, they've been running quick laps faster than anybody else in the field. The entire top 4 in the high 53s and low 54s the entire time. So everyone pushing for everything they have, including that diving move from Michael Riccio, trying to get past Talon Yockel. Not able to make that one stick, and we'll see if there are any more attempts. Nothing into turns 4 and 5. They'll head towards the infield hairpin. No one close enough this time, but the battle inside the top 4 is amazing. They are nose to tail. You could throw a blanket over the entire top 4, so we'll just wait to see who comes out on top of this one with a minute and 2 laps remaining. Robbie Boydishow still leading.
Big run for Gavin Bailiff at the top of the S's there. He's close enough. Little fade to the inside to just kind of change where you're here in the engine. And now a look to the inside in the left-hander. But he's not going to get the job done, and Robbie instantly defends it nice and narrow in the right. And that's the experience of Robbie Boydeshow here, a multi-time national champion, national winner from the early 2010s. And while he's not in the go-kart as much as he used to, he still knows how to get it done. That was a smart move by him. And unfortunately for Gavin Bailiff, now it's going to be twice as hard to get around because he knows that he's going to be close enough to get to him. And at the same time, of course, it brought Talon closer, it brought Riccio closer. They're all right there in the final moments of this heat.
Yeah, now Gavin has to be worried about a charging Talon Yockel behind him, and Talon's got to get on the move because he has Michael Riccio trying to pass him. So there's a lot of pressure on these drivers to get these moves done and make things happen. Time is ticking down. It will end before we get back to the start line. So we'll be coming to 2 laps to go this time by. Still Robbie Boydeshow leading. Gavin Bailiff defensive there on Talon. And Talon looking for a way by. Still the top 4, nose to tail. Riccio lurking right there in the back.
Here they come across the line. Do we get the 2 to go signal? We do. 2 laps remaining. Boydeshow, Bailiff, Yockel, Riccio. That's been the story from Heat 1. It's a story here again in Heat number 2. Talon Yockel this time back in third. Is going to need to get a little bit aggressive to find a way around Gavin Bailiff because they look pretty evenly matched. He doesn't have to force the issue. He should with this result. I believe still even out to Gavin. Or with the bonus for the Heat win, I think it would go the way of Talon. Even with a lower qualifying, it would be a 0 and a 3 to Gavin's 2-2 in the heats. So that should put actually, no, Gavin back third because Riccio got right up in there. So either way, Talon Yockel can ride in third. Doesn't need the spot. Might need third, though, as Riccio to the inside of his teammate gets P3.
And Riccio getting that one done in the last corner. Talon not expecting that there. We'll come back to the white flag this time by Riccio asking for a draft from Talon. I'm not sure he's going to get that. A little bit too far back at this point. Now Riccio's going to try and go to work on Gavin Bailiff. Meanwhile, Robbie Boydeshow taking off out front is giving himself the several kart length lead here on this last lap. So now it is Gavin Bailiff under pressure from Michael Riccio. They head towards the infield hairpin. Bailiff down defensive on the inside. Does Riccio have anything for him? Not here in this corner. They'll head towards the S's. The battle that's heating up. Boydeshow's taking off out front. It is Bailiff versus Riccio here on this last lap. Riccio with some good momentum and a great run out of that corner down into the last passing opportunities here in this race. He'll be looking for a way around Gavin Bailiff, and he does it. A little bump run there, but Gavin Bailiff back down the inside. An incredible move to retake that position. Talon Yockel's going to fight his way through as well. Michael Riccio and Talon are going to go side by side drag racing here to the checkered flag, but what a finish. Robbie Boydeshow is your winner. But what a race and what a move from Gavin Bailiff to come home P2.
That was slick. He saw him coming, hit the brakes, then hit the throttle, or at least release the brakes, and got back to the inside. Impressive stuff from Gavin Bailiff. Robbie Boydeshow gets the perfect score in heat number 2. That'll put him in a lot better spot for the pre-final, of course. And for Michael Riccio, that almost got him onto the front row. Now I think it'll go to the front row of Yockel on the inside and Bailiff on the outside, all with that one move for the pre-final. Should put Riccio P3, so second row for him. We are getting set now for OKN Stars as the grid begins to clear. It's the final class of the day, and just as we saw 4 drivers kind of all in the mix in heat number 1 for Pro Stars, it was a similar story in OKN Stars. Henry Wheeler, Nick Terlecki, Alex Stanfield, and championship points leader Brandon Carr, who is just trying to stay consistent and lock up his first American Pro Senior Championship. So that's all getting set to go green. And then, of course, you have a number of wild cards ready to go behind him. A few drivers with some rougher qualifying efforts, like maybe Josh Hotz, who was going forward, or Keegan Bosch as well, who will start tail end Charlie. How about the likes of Aiden Fox? He's got nothing to lose here in heat number 2 except to go further towards the back. Already a DNF in heat 1. You know he'll be aggressive to try and work his way up the order. And the same, of course, for Finnegan Bailiff, who was just kind of in no man's land in 5th. He'd like to claw up a couple more positions. Got a better heat 2 in KA Stars, but in OKN for Finn here, he's now got the bar set by little bro Gavin to end up second in heat number 2. Let's see if he can top it and go to the top of the board. As the engines come to life for OKN Stars, let's get set here to go down to the KC pit box with Emerson Reed and Caleb Biesca. I know that it was a bit wild there at the end. We heard Mick Gabriel's side. Caleb, you got a read on us down there on the pit box?
Yeah, thank you, Xander. I mean, Emery, you have really promising speed all weekend long. You were super quick, but obviously the incident, I think you ended up getting a penalty after it. I mean, it seemed like Mick wasn't too happy there on the in-lap.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand from certain perspectives, but I mean, it's last lap. I'm going for the inside. He tried to kind of hold it on the outside, and I got into the curb, and I guess we kind of made some contact at the apex, and I mean, it seemed like he didn't slow down after the contact and dropped the wheel and went off, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I'm not a dirty driver. I'm going to be aggressive because I'm here for a championship, but yeah, I mean, situational, you know, so. Yeah.
Well, sounds good. There you guys have it from Emerson Reed, and we're going to go back to the track, to the action on track now. Back to you guys, Xander.
Thank you, Caleb. And there you go from Emerson Reed, the other half of the driver involved. And like he said, he's thinking championship all week, and it's a tight fight between himself and James Overbeck as we get set to go green for OKN Stars. Here we are down to turn number 1. Henry Wheeler leading the way. Alex Stanfield off the racetrack a little bit there in turn 1. And Nicholas Terlecki nearly gets through to the lead. He'll end up second. Stanfield back to 4th. And off the racetrack is Aiden Fox, I believe. He'll hang on to it coming out of 3. Look at Terlecki low. Brandon Carr going to the high side. Henry Wheeler under heavy fire right now down to turn 6.
And the racing is crazy to start us off here in the OKN Stars category. Still more fighting as we come out of the infield hairpin. That's Aiden Fox dropping a few positions with a tough run through those 2 corners. But still, Henry Wheeler leading out over this field. We'll see a move to the inside from Nicholas Terlecki. Looking for it, not quite going to get it done just yet. Still up on that rear bumper, though, and now it is Brandon Carr who has made his way up into that 3rd spot after an excellent start from that driver of the number 15 kart. He is here in a championship hunt as well, so we'll see how far he can progress in this heat. They're into turn number 2 of the 2nd lap and is still nose to tail inside the top 4 and 5.
Yeah, here they go over to turn number 4. Wheeler's separation now looks pretty good for him. So as they come out of 4 and 5, Terlecki, Carr, look at Brandon Carr under a little pressure from Alex Stanfield. And the driver that benefited with Fox going to the wayside was Finn Bailiff. He's looking a lot closer and a lot sportier early on here in this heat than he was in heat number 1. Some more adjustments made to that Trinity Karting Group. Kart Republic's got him looking a little better. Let's see if there's any more moves down the backstretch. I think right here, I don't know. I'd be curious here if the drivers are touching the limiter at the end of the back straight. And now they have to make moves under braking, and they both do at that time. And now Carr really catches Wheeler off guard there on the right-hander. So Nick Terlecki gets the lead. Carr gets to 2nd. Wheeler to 3rd. Stanfield back to 4th, and it's a big lead for Terlecki at that too.
Terlecki with 3 kart lengths as we see Josh Conker off with issues. An unfortunate break for Josh in the number 54 Vermont kart Marinello chassis. It'll be a tough break for Josh. Back up at the front, the racing has been crazy. In 2 laps, we've seen more passes than we saw in the entirety of the first heat. So the action already kicking off strong here. Brandon Carr under pressure as he has made his way up into P2. So he has gotten past Henry Wheeler, but Wheeler's all over that rear bumper.
If there's one thing we know about Brandon Carr, it's that whoa, big off out of the lead. Nick Terlecki drops a tire. He'll lose about 3 spots right there. Carr, Wheeler, Stanfield all go by the Hotes DD Tony Kart. Here comes Finnegan Bailiff. He'll close up as well as Stanfield defends a little bit. But what I was saying was Brandon Carr, he may not start the weekend on fire, but you know by the end of it, he finds a way to get into the conversation. He leads the way now in heat number 2.
An excellent start from Brandon Carr. Had a great start to get up to 3rd spot and then made that move on Henry Wheeler. And then with the unforced error from the lead with Nicholas Terlecki allowed him to take advantage and scoop up the lead of this race. He now leads over Wheeler, Stanfield, Terlecki, and then it is Finnegan Bailiff attaching himself to the end of this front group. So, and now a 5-kart strong front group here in OKN Stars, the 2nd and final heat in our last race of the day here at MCC for the Stars Championship Series finale, the Clash at the Club. Currently being led by Brandon Carr. We see a challenge here to the inside. Henry Wheeler makes it stick, and a new leader, Henry Wheeler, in front of Brandon Carr. So the fight is much, much more aggressive than I thought it would be, especially after that first heat. They are not holding back. Brandon Carr immediately back to the lead into turn number 1. And we'll see, and he goes defensive into turn number 2. The action is kicked off here, Xander.
Yeah, Carr right back to it. Answers quickly here. Wheeler, he knows how quick Henry Wheeler is. They were quick to shuffle him back down the order on the opening lap. I think they're all maybe a little bit fearful of how fast that Brandon Jarsacrack racing machine is. In any case, it's stacking them up a little bit more. We've got more players coming into the picture now. It's that GP Karts entry of Eli Fox in 6th closing in. Aiden Fox closing as well on the Fox & Son karting LN kart in 7th. And then all the way to the back of the train as well, back to the likes of Josh Oates, Aiden Lorenko, and Tommy Traylor. Through the left-handed hairpin, how about a pass for 4th? Finn Bailiff gets through on Alex Stanfield. Finn Bailiff now 1 spot higher inside the top 5.
Bailiff running strong here in this race, has been confident in his pace and has now made that move up inside the top 4, getting past Stanfield, one of our stronger drivers in this category. But still, it is Carr leading over Wheeler into turn 2. Terlecki still hanging on there in the background, but Carr with a good run out of turn number 2. We'll see if there are any challenges into turns 4 and 5. Nothing as of yet. Everyone's staying single file, but the racing is kicking off. Carr low, now high up into the infield hairpin. No challenge offered yet from Henry Wheeler. They'll head towards the S's. Top 3, nose to tail, bumper to bumper. Terlecki entering into the conversation as well.
Yeah, Terlecki, a good rebound, cleaned his tires off. He still looks fast. It was only one mistake that cost him the lead earlier. He still has a chance to win this thing. Wheeler wants the lead, though. He'll go, and so will Terlecki. He'll force his way through to 2nd. Carr back to 3rd. Henry Wheeler back to the point again, and this time with about a car length cushion over the driver in 2nd. That should keep him safe for turns 1 and 2. And Terlecki has Carr right there, has Bailiff right there as well. Carr going to go back on Terlecki in an aggressive move down up and on the curbing. Here comes Finnegan Bailiff around the outside. Nearly gets through to 2nd. He'll take over 3rd. Terlecki back to 4th. And now it's a huge lead for Henry Wheeler with only 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go. That'll be tough to break down by anyone in this pack because he's been as fast as the rest of them. And now they've given him about a 7 or 8 of a second margin.
This was exactly what the rest of the field did not want to see and exactly what Henry Wheeler did want to see. He got to the front and everyone started fighting behind him. It's Brandon Carr that survives the chaos to come out P2, but he has his work cut out if he wants to get back to the number 18 of Henry Wheeler. Multiple kart links, 4 or 5 separating those two, but it is nose to tail behind with Brandon Carr. Then Finnegan Bailiff up to 3rd now. The strongest run we've seen all day from Finnegan in any category. He is running extremely well here in the OKN Stars. Heat number 2, he is on to the back of Brandon Carr, onto that rear bumper. Behind him, it's Terlecki, then Stanfield, and then Aiden Fox has entered into the conversation as well.
Yeah, Aiden Fox is close there. He got around Eli Fox a few moments ago. Remember, he started inside the top 5 and is trying to make up ground for a DNF in Heat 1, but quickly got shuffled to the rear of the pack. He's picked up 1. He's looking at Alex Stanfield now, but we'll get a good idea of where everybody stands time-wise this time by the stripe. Bailiff and Carr have strengths in different places from what I can tell. I just don't know if even together they have enough to hunt down the BJRLN kart of Henry Wheeler. With a minute plus 2 laps to go, the gap doesn't look like it's getting any smaller. Let's see what the stopwatches say as they come onto the front straightaway here. Well, just a little bit left in it. At the line, Wheeler, 56.21. It's 56.3s across the board all the way down to Stanfield, who does a 1. But only a 1.6, so I don't think they're going to get there, Simon.
No, I mean, they even if they were faster, they were slower by a 10th. Even if they were faster by a 10th or 2, that's a big margin to make up just to get there. On top of that, you have to make the pass. You have to get it done. So Wheeler sitting in the catbird seat right now with a heavy advantage over Brandon Carr, but Finnegan Bailiff starting to put that pressure back on Carr. Carr has not been able to let up at all. He has had Finnegan there. We'll see if Finnegan looks for a move this time. Not yet. The time will run out. We'll come back to 2 to go when we get to the stripe. But the battle right now is for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. They are all nose to tail. Henry Wheeler is checked out. The battle is fighting on for the rest of the podium.
Here they come down the front straightaway. This should be 2 to go, and it is. 2 laps remaining. They picked up a little more time that time by, but they still weren't able to close the gap at all. It sits at 0.8 right now. Carr, Bailiff, Terlecki, Stanfield, and Fox. They've dropped Eli Fox, so it's Aiden that's at the end of that 5-car pack in 6th. And they're closing, at least lap time-wise, to Henry Wheeler. That time, again, a 2.8 for Brandon Carr, a 2.4 for Henry. So he's still quicker by a couple of hundredths, and he extended the gap just marginally. But like you said, Simon, even at a tenth a lap better, even 2 tenths a lap better, it wouldn't have been enough to reach the number 18, our most recent winner in the Stars Championship Series, trying to set himself up for win number 2 on the season as he'll round the right-hander and take us to the white flag. Brandon Carr is going to have to worry about more behind him than out in front, because here comes Bailiff with a big run and a big cheering section here on the sidelines. Finnegan Bailiff trying to get to second, down by turn 1, half a car length back. Over to 2, not enough there to get close.
No, but he is still close enough maybe to make a move in turn 4. He got to the rear bumper, got a good exit out of turn 2. We see defense from Brandon Carr, low lining it into turns 4 and 5. He knows Finnegan is there, and he knows the pressure is coming. It's the last lap, last time to make a move. So it is defensive heavily from everybody, and that's Nicholas Terlecki making his way through. He'll get past Gavin Bailiff, and Bailiff's going to get shuffled all the way back. He'll lose spots out to Stanfield and to Aiden Fox. So Bailiff from 3rd all the way but to the back of the lead group as the fight still heading on into the last couple of corners on this track. Carr still holding the advantage. Nothing anyone can do, though. Terlecki not close enough. Stanfield not close enough. They're single file coming back onto the front straight. Up front, it's going to be Henry Wheeler crossing the line to win heat number 2 for OKN Stars.
And no one else going to make too much headway at the line. It'll be Carr, Terlecki, Stanfield. Finn Bailiff goes from trying to get to 2nd to falling all the way back to 5th there at the end. Aiden Fox 6th, Eli Fox 7th, Aiden Lorenko, Josh Holtz, Tommy Trailer, Keegan Bosch, and then a DNF for the Vermont Kart Company Marinello of Josh Conker. That wraps up Saturday from the season finale of the Stars Championship Series. Tomorrow, it's pre-finals, main events, and the crowning of our champions for the 2023 season. Thanks for watching, folks, here. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at just before 10 a.m. Eastern with the first round of pre-finals.